You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Another week. We made it through another week. Oh, the simulation hasn't crashed yet. We're still in the Matrix. What's happening, guys? Welcome to Film Junkie Live. I think I even said on Film Junkie Live on Monday, I said, welcome to the Vodka stream. Why am I reversed? I'm so reversed right now. What is happening with my brain? What's happening with my brain? I don't know. Right here. All right. All right. Good to see you guys. Let's have some fun tonight, right? Let's have some chat. Chat with me. Say hello out there. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, comment even after if you spend the whole time here, the whole, 9.5 hours that this thing's going to be. It won't be that long. Don't worry. Cheers, guys. But yeah, I mean, it was a fairly slow news week. But then, of course, we get some stuff today. And then, of course, we got that little that little thing that, hopefully you guys watched the video that I posted on Thursday morning, I think it was, when it came to Teddy Sarandos, Netflix, Superman, DCU, James Gunn, all the things. Had to do all that. So hopefully you guys are doing good. Doing good. All right. Who's out there? We got Monique right here. Hello, y'all. Hope you had a fantastic week. It was a slow week. I don't know what it was. It just felt slow. It was a sluggish week. I was like, geez. One of those. It's chicken or fish tacos in the house tonight. Nice. So she's got taco night on Friday. I can go for both. I'm more of a chicken guy myself. Give me a good chicken soft taco. I'm all about that. And I think that's the best way to do it. The hard shell taco is really good for only ground beef, I would say. Ground beef, that's when it's like good. But then, I don't know, because even like, when it comes to the culture that it comes from, they say like the hard taco shell, especially that particularly like the corn tortilla shell, that is a white thing. That is not a Mexican thing. But they will also have crispy taco, but when you go to like a good Mexican restaurant and they have like, you have a hard shell taco, it's not a corn shell, or maybe it is, but it's different. But when you get a street taco, it's always a corn tortilla. I'm more of a flour guy, and I'm half Mexican. I should be more of a corn tortilla guy, because that's more of like I have nothing against a corn tortilla. There's just something about a flour tortilla that I don't know, I just like a little bit better. I don't know, a little bit better. So anyway, there's some taco talk tonight on the Vodka stream. Clone Avenger, what's happening? Clayface coming out in October just feels right to me. I don't think waiting one more month will kill us. What are you talking about? The DCU's doomed, Clone Avenger. I can already see, I'm sure there's already posts out there that are saying, between this and what Ted Sperando said, it's just a bad week for Jimmy Guns in the DCU. Let's face it. God. It's bad. It's bad. So bad. What's going on, Gould? Yeah, that's right. The Olympics are tonight. The opening ceremonies are happening right now. What the hell, man? That's. I might watch a little bit. I don't know. Just the Winter Olympics. I don't mind watching a little bit. Maybe because I do have some. There's going to be some things on streaming services, so I might check out some things tomorrow. Hey, I'm all about that curling. I'm all about curling. Curling's fun to watch. It's, it's fun, when they're doing I love the pose that the guy with the, or the girl who pushes like the rock that slides, because there's essentially it's shuffleboard, right? It's shuffleboard with the people on the table. I played shuffleboard numerous times. You go to a dive bar, they always have a shuffleboard, something like that. But I'm always mesmerized by the pose that the person that is pushing the rock at first. They have to get down into like a certain kind of pose, and it's like pretty majestic. And then got to let go of that rock, and then of course you got all these professional janitors that are just trying to and I don't know, it's cool. There's something about it. And then of course the luge is fun. The luge is fun because you're essentially just run, go, and let's hope we don't crash. I mean, yeah. Winter Olympics are very interesting. The Olympics are interesting altogether, I will say. Gilmore, what's happening? Can't go wrong with Junkie XL DC score. That's what I'm talking about. Bring on the drum. Oh, we're going to hear that percussion, man. That's what I'm talking about. Versus Seed, 1 extra month for people to work on Clayface cosplays that don't look like... Oh, man. That's going to be interesting, because we're going to get Clayface more into the mainstream. And yeah, I wonder what those cosplayers are going to actually do when it comes to that. It's going to be interesting. Should be very interesting. I don't know. But, yeah. We got Phil right here. What's going on? Phil. Of course, Phil will be on the panel later, so look forward to talking to him. Ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always great to see you, buddy. If you're doing good. I still haven't finished Wonder Man. I know, Jason and I will talk in DMs or anything. I have one more episode. I'm gonna get it done this week, and I'm really enjoying Wonder Man. It's just trying to find the time, and I know they're not long episodes, and I should already had it done, but I'm sitting here just trying to get videos going and looking, researching things, and I don't know. It's just sometimes things get away from me. So good to see you, Ronan. Of course, Ronan will be part of the panel, and so will Taladia. So good to see you too, my friend. Let's see. Oh shit, here we go again. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'm sure it's some kind of a negativity against the DCU or something like that. I'm sure. Let's see. Ultimo Wildstar. Who's worse, Snyder Bros or Gun Glazers? Well, that is very interesting. That is a very interesting question right there. I mean, because I try to be so much in the middle. I really try to be in the middle as much as I can, and I see bad things on both sides, of course. I think what sucks is I deal with more of the Snyder bros, I guess you could say, more than anything, because I mean, even when it came to this whole, Teddy Sarandos thing, Netflix thing, and I posted that tweet that said the obsession with Superman's box office, it did make it to those guys, and I saw some of the responses, and it's just so funny because I saw a response. I didn't respond. I didn't tweet back or anything, but I saw a response that said of course they say I'm a grifter, that I'm always talking shit about that. I turn on Zach, but I always love that because they always. I mean, but that's the thing is when it comes to the Snyder Bros, it's always been the fact that they're been the big time, the loud ones have hated me for the entire time. And then they hated me more when I was getting a lot of traction and my videos were being passed around, and then Zach and then other people from Zack Snyder Justice League, actors and stuff like that were showing up on the stream. So then they try to hate me even more. So it's so I think I've had worse when it comes to them. Now, nothing against the Gun Glazers, which I kind of like that. I like the Gun Glazers. I like the double G right there. I think I don't like Snyder Bros. That needs to be changed. I don't know. I don't like Snyder Bros. It needs to Snyder something else. Maybe put an S name after that too or something. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of interesting because I'll when I get people pushing back and start shitting on Zach, then I start pushing back on them, and they've said some really horrible shit too, of course, and I've seen some horrible stuff out there too. But I think with me, it's just because being in this space, they've always just had this hate kind of thing. So I've always had that, and then I still see it. What happened to Film Junkie? He's changed. I can't believe he's pushing, he's doing this and doing that. I'm what are you talking about? I've been talking about this shit for fucking ever, for a few years. What are we doing here? So it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny when I see that, I will say. And then, it's, I don't know. It's I think that my disappointment just comes, and I've said this many times, is the fact is like, what were we fighting for? When it came to the Snyder Cut movement, it wasn't just fighting to get the cut out. It was all about, hey, studios, stop doing this. Hey, studios, let the artist do his thing or her thing, whatever. They do their thing. And, let's just, can we just be okay with that? Can we just, artistic integrity, all the stuff, let the artist be, and then now, like I said, the further we get away from the Snyder Cut, it just seems like crazier some of these guys get. And then it's like obsession into, they want to destroy James Gunn and what he's trying to build. And I'm like, this is not what we fought for. So I get a little bit more disappointed when it comes to them. So anyways, all right. Spiel over. Totally agree. Ground beef. Yeah, right? I mean, that's the only one that feels like it should be in that corn tortilla hard shell. But, but like I said, if you go to an authentic Mexican restaurant and you get the hard shell, but it's like a different, like, kind of tortilla, it's consistency. Yeah. Curling. Yeah, that's right. Love me some curling, man. I tell you. I prefer the summer ones over the winter ones, but I enjoy the opening ceremonies, especially swimming and track. I bet you're ready for 22. Oh, luckily I'm not anywhere. I'm not even in LA County. I am very far off. So I'm not even close to that. Thank God. I'm more inland when it comes to California. So don't worry. I don't have to worry about that. Like I said, it's going to be, who knows? It's going to be a shit show because LA is just, I mean, you drive it. I've told you guys so many times that one of the reasons why I don't go to some advanced screenings is because it's on like a Monday in LA during rush hour. And I just go, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to get off work early, drive 2.5 hours because of traffic to LA to watch a movie and then drive back, which would be about an hour and 45 minutes. But it's like 2.5 hours, probably even more than that, with traffic. It's just too much time on the road to go see a movie 3 days ahead of time. I mean, if it was like a premiere and it was something that I was really looking forward to, sure, I would make time for it. But sometimes I get these screenings and I get sent these like, to go to these screenings. And I'm like, I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to go see it with my dad on Thursday instead. So what's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Good to see you, buddy. Finally watched Companion. So good. Sinners Next. There you go. Catching up on, and you're a little late to the party there versus Seed, but hey, I'm glad you're enjoying because Companion, I really enjoyed that movie. I thought it was great. And Sinners, my God, that was just a masterpiece. We got Angelica right here. Sunder fans are much worse than James fans. Okay. I don't know who Sunder is, but I'm sure whatever fandom that is a part of, it's whatever. Sunder. They like the sun. Durr. Anyways. Companion is an underrated movie from last year, and Sophie Thatcher is a great actress. Yes, and she's not too bad to look at. My God. Just such a pretty, she's just such a pretty face that she has. Yeah, it's such a great movie. I just really liked it. Really, really liked that movie. Dig the shirt. Thank you. Yeah. It's one of the shirts that I actually made. That I actually made myself a long time ago. Not a long time ago. Yeah, probably like 8 years ago I made this shirt. I remember, because, I do I work for the program. I used to, not so much anymore, but I used to work, with this program called AutoCAD for my job in that, cars design. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to design. I started designing certain shirts, and just one of the things I saw, I used like a reference for this right here, and then I just used that to be like, okay, I'm going to do that, tweak it, do it like this, make it look, because I saw like there was like somebody like made like a armored Batman no, it wasn't even Batfleck, it was just armored Batman. It was like, I think it was more in Dark Knight Returns, and I was like, all right, I want to make something like that, but I'm going to make it different. I actually did that with some of my like logos. I also use AutoCAD for some of that too, and just kind of like got really into that. Now we can just use AI. Jesus Christ. Right? AI is just there. Hey, just make this. Although AI is pretty stupid sometimes. I get frustrated with AI when I'm trying to like, hey, I need this specific kind of thing. It doesn't work. And sometimes I have to still do the Photoshop thing and create some things. Anyways. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. Good to see you. Snyder Sim. I don't like that either. You must choose a side, Dave. I know. And that's the thing. It's like, I don't know why I have to choose a side when I like things. I like things, but I also will call out things too. I'll call out things. I mean, like I said, I had like, I love it when people like say that I do things that I don't actually do, which is like one of the things. It's like, oh yeah. I remember like one of the responses I got. It's like it's amazing, like that I turn on Zach, and I'm obsessed with Gunn. I'm obsessed with James Gunn. I'm like, you should really watch some of my streams or watch some of the videos that I push back on James Gunn. I mean, that's what I don't understand. It's like you're gonna throw shit my way. At least be like updated on how I am, and have some constructive criticism. I'm all about constructive criticism because that was a pain in the butt to put together till I built the engine. Oh, you're talking about building an engine. Oh, you're talking about Lego Batman? That's cool. Snyder strokers. I don't know. It's just it's too much. It's too much. Snyder, I don't know. Who's the worst Batman fan cast? Alan Ritchson, Glenn Powell, Austin Butler, or Jensen Ackles? Austin Butler. That's the worst one. Out of that list right there, that is the worst one. By far. I know he's ripped, but he's lean. He's so lean. He weighs like 141 pounds. He's very lean. Yeah, he's shredded, sure, but he doesn't have the face for it. He has a baby face a little bit. I don't see. But then again, I didn't see him as Elvis, and then he killed it as Elvis. But at the same time, no, we're not doing. I think that's the worst one. I would say he is. I would say the best one is Jensen Ackles, to be honest, and then Alan Ritchson, and then Glenn Powell, and then dead last would be Austin Butler on this list right here. What's going on, Shane? Oh, hey guys, hello and happy Friday to you. Center fans or the crazy fans who fight. There you go. They fight on Sunday. Austin Butler's, yeah. I can see Austin Butler being a Green Arrow. I can see him being Oliver. Not Bruce. No, not at all. Hey, Dave, how do you feel about the news surrounding the Superman 2025 movie to be now underperforming? That's what's so funny. I said that, and that's another thing that was frustrating about this. Told by CU and leaving a sour taste in the fan. That's what's so funny about this. I'm like, and some of the guys could say right here that are even here in this very chat is like, I said that, oh yeah, they wanted it to perform better, 100%. So yeah, I always was saying like, Superman was a success. It did what it needed to do. It was successful and it's made profits. Now the 125 million, I don't know, because I think maybe that 125 million had to do when it came to, they were going, well, we looked at PVOD, we looked at, what maybe it brought to HBO Max, merchandise, all that stuff, and maybe that profit was looked at in general when it came to that. When it comes to pure box office profit, I would say that it maybe like it like broke even, or it made some profit. It made some profit for sure, because we don't know. We're never gonna know. And I don't know how many times we're gonna say this, and I know there's so many people out there that think they're so much in the know about box office, and nobody's ever gonna know, everything about it, because we don't know what the certain tax write-offs and when they got paid sponsors that, with some logos that were in the background or whatever the hell. We're never going to know the full-on profit that it made in the box office. But Superman was definitely profitable in general when it comes to everything. And that's just, we are in that 2026 world, 2025, 6 world now with streaming and everything. And anybody's pushing back against it, they're still stuck 10 years ago. And even though that things seem like they're the same, and I've said this before too, where, you know, when you think about 10 years ago, does it feel like much has changed? No. Like, I'm still, you know, it still seems like, yeah, technology has gotten a little bit better. AI is a thing. AI, you know, is doing all its weird things and everything. But we have to remember that, you know, when it comes to the world of entertainment, totally is now a thing when it comes to streaming, because 12 years ago, you had Netflix. Netflix was like, you know, going up and up and up. But did we have all these other streaming services? Not really. They were like about to come up, of course. So it was just a different world when it came to all this. So, but if we're looking at strictly box office, you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, it got bumped up, so it was like a 35-day window. At first, I was like, wait, like the release date was the 26th of August. No, it actually released on the 15th. So, Arwix, what's happening? Wonder Man was such a delight. Can't wait to see more of Simon. I know, he's so great, so great. Awesome. Butler, Nightwing. You could probably see it. What's his butt look like? It's always the running joke about Nightwing. What's his butt look like? Where's Scott Eastwood? I don't know. Well, I don't know where Scott Eastwood is. Weezer fan? A little bit. Not big time. I was never like an avid listener of them, but, you know, I like their songs. They had like a cool little, like, you know, I still remember when, like, say it ain't so, oh, oh, when they burst on the scene with that song. Oh, yeah. All right. Feels good. You know, if you want to destroy my sweater. I really just know, like, you know, the hits. So I was never like a big fan, but I don't dislike them. I think they're a good band. Simon, what's happening? Good to see you. Got Hunter Iggy right here. Film Junkie, have you seen the Aaron Fleischer said about a couple days ago? He said Netflix CEO is Bring Our Hero. Oh yeah, I saw a thumbnail. That guy is, you know, he's off the reservation. He really is. I don't know. Yeah, that guy. I just try to ignore that. We had an interaction a little while. It was probably during summertime. I think it was before Superman came out, maybe it was like shortly after. We had an interaction on Twitter, and he was like claiming that, oh, I bet you don't even have any Superman merchandise. And I went, well, yeah, yes, I do. Like, what kind of he's not really good at, he wouldn't be good at debating. That's for damn sure. You try to get that guy in a debate, and I think even Ben, Real Anarchy Ben, called him out one time and wanted to debate him. And it never happened. I meant to ask Ben, what happened to that? Did he turn you down? Did he ignore you? He would be bad at that. And yeah, he's constantly posting videos about, oh, the DCU's, he's always like doom and gloom. And the sad fact of the matter is, like, yeah. And then obviously it drives views, because negativity always does. And then he'll go around and say, like, I'm not being negative. What are you talking about? He'll do that thing where it's like, what are you talking about? I'm not being negative. No, I'm not being negative. I think this is, I don't know, that guy, there's just something off about that guy, man. Something really off about that guy. What's going on? Stephanie T, always great to see you. Cheers. Man of Tomorrow should double what? Superman? Yeah. Is it going to, though? See, and that's the thing. I could be real. You know, it could, I mean, let's say, you have to prepare yourself for the worst. It could just be like, man, we don't give a fuck, you know? Or it could do what, you know, when you look at Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, that could happen. Batman Begins made less than $500 million at the box office. Dark Knight makes $1 billion at the box office, you know? Now, do I think that's going to happen? Do I think it's going to make $1 billion? Absolutely not. No. I don't think Man of Tomorrow is going to make $1 billion unless James Gunn just totally just does something where, like, people are like, holy shit, you know? But, I mean, there's more pressure on Man of Tomorrow than there is on Superman. I mean, James Gunn had a lot of pressure when it came to Superman, and he succeeded. No matter what anybody says, he succeeded at what it needed to do. Now, yes, should have been better, but Man of Tomorrow, there is more pressure on Man of Tomorrow, to be honest. That's right. My James Gunn obsessed ass just said that. Oh boy, here we go. The song Ordinary sucks. And you have me as your thumbnail. Okay, anybody, hopefully you guys got him. Hopefully you guys got him. Scott Eastwood is my pick for Batman. Yeah, now we can play Batman. I remember for a while, when he was in Suicide Squad and everybody thought he was Dick Grayson, which I thought would have been really cool. I really thought that would have been really cool. Yeah, there was like a time where Scott Eastwood, sorry, I've been having some some sniffles lately. I'm not like getting sick, but man, my nose in the past 2 days, things have been aggravating it. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's like a little allergy thing. I don't know. Thank you, Oh My God Ruler. Hopefully, yeah. My ears are bleeding. Weezer. Well, we know that William's not a Weezer fan. Sorry. Didn't mean to make your ears bleed there, William. But anyways, yeah, I remember there was like a theory out there. There was a theory that back in the Suicide Squad days that Scott Eastwood was actually Dick Grayson and he was like going undercover in there. And I always loved that theory. I thought that would have been a cool theory, to be honest, if he was Dick Grayson. And I was like, that would have been really cool. I was like, it's not going to happen. But I really thought, oh man, it was a cool kind of theory because he fit. He looks like he could be a Dick Grayson. He looks like he could be a Dick Grayson. So it's cool stuff. So, all right, keep on asking questions, guys. Keep on asking questions. I'll get to them after I go on my little spiels right here. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is Iron Lung. Iron Lung. That's right. Didn't see a new movie this weekend because there wasn't really anything I really was wanting to see. I mean, there was a couple movies that came out, but nothing crazy. But then I kept hearing about Iron Lung, and it was one of those movies that kind of fell under the radar for me because I would see it, I would hear about it, and I'm like, what is this, like a foreign film? I didn't know what the hell this thing was. And then I didn't even watch the trailer. And then I started seeing posts where like, oh, this is from that one YouTuber guy, Markiplier, yeah, crazy name. And I was like, oh, that guy. And I was never an avid watcher. I've said this. I was never an avid watcher of Markiplier. I remember he got sick. He got really he went into the hospital for a little bit and everything. But I would see his videos. His videos would show up on my feed every now and again. And I was like, oh yeah, respectable guy. He's got, his videos are nice and polished and everything. I can see why he's a big YouTuber and whatever the hell. So I didn't realize, oh yeah, this is his movie. Oh, okay. Iron Lung. And then people were like, I saw like extremes on both sides. I saw people go, holy shit, this movie is insane. I can't believe he made it for this much money and blah, blah, blah. And then I saw people go, this is the worst movie I've ever fucking seen and blah, blah, blah. I saw both sides of it. So I was like, okay, interesting. Didn't watch one trailer. I went in really cold when it came to the Iron Lung. So I had no idea what it was about. And I only knew that he funded it, he distributed it, he's like just basically financing the whole thing, and it worked out for him because opening weekend it made $20 million plus on a $2 million budget. I mean, it blew up, and I saw this video where he's thanking fans. He got teary-eyed, and I'm like, good for him. I mean, talk about just kind of like shaking up the game right there, which is really cool. And I think that's why a lot of people are like going towards like, oh, wow, this YouTuber, I mean, yeah, there was the Chris Stuckman movie last year. That was kind of cool. It was like, oh yeah, YouTuber critic Chris Stuckman is now, he's got a movie that's coming out, but that was distributed by a studio. They got some extra money. You got Mike Flanagan that was an executive producer, so he had help. Markiplier did not have help. So when I'm watching this movie, pretty blown away. Now, is it perfect? No. There are things, like I said, I even said in my first reaction, could have benefited to have somebody else star in it that maybe has been like more of an actor, because I don't think Markiplier is like, I'm sure he's acted in things. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with the stuff. I'm sure like with his videos, he's done some acting. But this role, this there's some dramatic shit that has to happen here. And sometimes I was like, all right, you're doing your best. You're doing your best. But it's your baby. I totally understand it. And it didn't ruin it for him. It wasn't like his acting was super terrible. There was just sometimes where I went, that could have been better. Oh, I see. You were trying to go for humor right here. It didn't land with, at least with me. It didn't land with me. But the overall story, Jesus Christ. And I know it's based off a video game. And like I said, when I went to go get a drink at the bar at the theater before the screening, the lady behind the bar, my little bartender, she like was telling me, oh yeah, this is based on a video game. I was like, I didn't know it was based on a video game. I thought he just came up with some shit. He's like, no, he played the game, loved the game, had like some kind of crazy fever dream, and then wrote this movie and wanted to do this movie. And I'm like, well, that's cool, good for him. And I walked out of that just going, holy shit, man. This movie, like, I mean, this is what this you know what this reminded me of? It was like Event Horizon and like Saw had a baby almost, like, because like Event Horizon obviously was like it had a budget and it was like a space horror movie. This is like not a space horror movie, but it kind of feels like that a little bit. But at the same time, it's like it all takes place in this ship that this character is in. And it's all about like, this post-apocalyptic rapture world that doesn't really have humans that much anymore. And there's like this world and it's like oceans of blood. And he's in this vessel trying to find things and get, I don't know. It's hard to explain exactly what it is. And then it goes bonkers. It just really gets bonkers. And I thought it was great. I thought it was great. I absolutely thought it was great. So I suggest seeing it. But, like I said, if you wait for it, when it comes out on streaming, please give it a watch. Because it felt very original to me. It felt very original. And why I compared it to Saw is because I was thinking when James Wan and Lee Whannell talked about how they wanted to make a low-budget horror movie, how do you do that? Well, let's just keep the movie mainly in one centralized location. And that's what Saw did. It was mainly in that bathroom, so the budget could be pretty low. This movie takes place mainly it does the whole time. It's in this vessel that he is in. Yeah, he interacts with other people through speakers, and yes, there's some video stuff too, where there is other actors, other characters. But it's just him in this vessel. And it's pretty fucking crazy, man. It's crazy. I was like, at first I was a little lost. I'm not going to lie. But anyways. So, let's talk about, before we start bringing some people on here, talk about some things. Talk about some DC stuff right here, because it all just kind of came flooding in today, where it was like, oh, okay. Everything's, obviously when it came to the, Teddy Sarandos and Netflix whole thing, that was like just added to the whole, Snyder gun discourse out there, which if you go underneath that video of mine, it's an absolute mess. I mean, I responded to a little bit at first, but it's gotten to, messy parts. And of course, there's probably going to be some people that say like, oh my God, Film Junkie's fallen off. He's fallen off. He's turned on Zach and everything. It's like, no, I've not turned on Zach. It's just so funny. You know what I love when I see somebody, especially on Twitter, that say I turned on Zach? I'm like, it's kind of funny, because I'm going to click on your profile. I'm going to scroll through your profile. And yeah, I'm seeing nothing on your profile but shitting on James Gunn and the DCU and promoting the crazy Restore campaigns that lot of them don't make sense. You're all about to sell stuff. You're all about like promoting like, oh, DCEU, like Snyderverse stuff. No mention about the last photograph. No mention about the last photograph. Of course. So I turned on Zach, even though like I do segments on Film Junkie Live and even post them as videos where I'm talking about what Zach is posting on Instagram and trying to, hey, his last photograph is a thing. And I'm like, yeah, you guys aren't doing that. So I don't know, a little strange when it comes to that. But when it comes to all this, so we had some DCU news happen today. Two things when it came to DCU news, which is like pretty cool. I was like, oh wow, we're getting two different things. And the first thing, of course, was the fact that, hey, okay, so at first we were gonna have like a certain composer that was gonna be doing the score for Supergirl, but not anymore. And now we got a composer that, well, let's bust out the drums, baby. Oops, hit the wrong thing. God, this is why I like StreamYard. My God. Bust out the drums, baby. We got Junkie XL. And yeah, originally Raymond Giraldi. I know he's like a renowned composer. I think he did like Game of Thrones or something. I don't know. He did some things. But yeah, when it came to him, like he was actually attached at first, but then that, I guess, fell through. And now we got good old Junkie XL. That's right. He's going to be giving us some of that Supergirl composing right there. Some score. And like I said, he loves his percussion. I mean, Junkie XL, that Wonder Woman score. I mean, yeah, he was working with Hans Zimmer. I mean, he's worked with Hans Zimmer many times. But when it comes to that Wonder Woman score, those drums, I mean, that is Junkie XL right there. And the Wonder Woman theme, the score, and I know some people were like, it was way overused when it came to other versions, like when they were trying to salvage whatever they could when it came to the Snyderverse. And anytime that Wonder Woman showed up in like Shazam or where the Flash, they always like, they always would like inject that. Which I know some people were like, Jesus Christ, that's all they do is like she shows up in another movie and they just put that. But I'm like, yeah, but it's such a good score. It's such a good theme. I mean, the fact that when she rescues Batman's ass in Batman vs. Superman before Doomsday turns him into fucking Swiss cheese, she just blocks it and then she puts her gauntlets down and you see her face and it's just I mean, that is Junkie XL with some Hans Zimmer. That is Junkie XL right there. I mean, he created one of the best modern day themes. Of course, we're probably never going to hear that again, for sure. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, well, now add it to Supergirl. And then he did Hello, Mad Max, Furiosa. He did both of those, right? And that's why I was like, oh yeah. And with some help from Phil out there, because we were talking about this and he was like, oh, it's like Furiosa in space. So I titled that. I put that title in the thumbnail and I was like, that's cool, because I'm like going, oh yeah. All right. So we have Junkie XL, who knows how to just do that tempo, man, that beat, those beats. I'm telling you. And I'm thinking this could be something pretty good. This could be something pretty great right here, man. And then the Lobo theme. Yes, the Lobo theme. The Lobo theme. You know, you're going to have some, I mean, again, go back to that video. That, remember, I brought it back because I saw somebody liked it on Twitter, and it was like 2 weeks ago or maybe even 3 weeks ago, where Zach during the we had those Christmas streams and he showed up and then he just all of a sudden just pulled up on his phone that Bam, 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 da, da, da. That was all Junkie. We got to remember that Zack Snyder's Justice League was pure Junkie XL. And we also have to remember, and even you guys should go back to the Vodka stream where Junkie XL was on the stream. And he was a delight. A delight. I would love to have him back. Okay? He was having so much fun. Junkie XL was having so much fun on the Vodka stream because he was like sipping a beer. He was smoking a cigarette. I think he was in his kitchen. And he was just having so much fun. He played some score even when it came to that. He was like, I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm gonna play that. And then he actually got like I remember I got an email from his representation going, he needs to stop. It was so funny. I remember getting an email, and we had a full panel, like Scott, Steven, Garza, I think was on there, Meg. This was like, old school, the Snyder Vodka streams. We were all having fun. And I remember I received an email from his PR team who was like, he needs to stop and he needs to like end this right now. Like, I got that email. It was so funny. I was like, oh shit. Is he gonna get in trouble? Because he was playing some of the music from Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then he was staying longer than he was supposed to. And I love that. That is the ultimate thing. Anytime that I have a guest on the Vodka stream or whatever, anytime that because there's and I know I lack sometimes when it comes to like some of these guests, just because I need to try harder to get some of these guests on here. But I love it when a guest comes on here, especially when you're dealing with like their PR team or whatever the hell. I always love it when because it's always about time, scheduling, time. It's always about like, hey, they're only going to be on for this long. They're only going to be, and this even happened with Zach too. It's like, oh yeah, I can come on for a half an hour or whatever. I can only be on when they stay longer. That shows you that they're having a good time, Junkie XL, and Zach's done that too, where he's like, yeah, I can come on for a half an hour. And then Zach's on for like almost 2 hours because he's just having fun. It's like a relaxed conversation. And it's like, we're chilling. This is not a press junket. You could be yourself. You could pour a drink. That's what I love, man. Yes. And Junkie XL also did the Sonic 2 and 3 soundtracks, and they were fantastic. So this is a W in my, and I know, Raymond Ramen. I know he's like a renowned, composer, and I'm sure it would have been great, but I don't know. For some reason, this just feels like it fits, man. Does it feel like it fits? This feels like it fits. Supergirl, who's like, well, I just want to fucking get drunk, and I lost my family, I lost my planet, fuck everybody, this feels right. This feels right. It does. It really does. And it's funny too, because when I saw that, I was like, oh, wow. So, when it came to the whole discourse out there, the Gunn and Snyder discourse, the fans, the crazies, I mean, after the Teddy Sarandos thing, then all of a sudden this thing happened, and it was like, oh shit, now you guys got to shake up, because now one of yours, the composer of, that worked on Batman vs Superman and Zack Snyder's Justice League, now he's working in the DCU with James Gunn. Uh-oh. I literally saw when I was scrolling through my For You page. And this was somebody that I was interacting with earlier this week when it came to certain things, when it came to especially the Netflix thing. I literally saw this guy tweet. I saw this tweet. This just shows you right here that fans that are very fanatic, and this is for any fandom out here. I literally saw this quote to you when it came to the news. Okay, still not going to make me buy a ticket. Oh, well, shit. Sorry, princess. Oh, okay, because Junkie XL is on here now, which you love, because obviously Batman vs Superman and Zack Snyder's Justice League. You saw this right here. It's like, still not going to get me to buy a ticket. You might as well just had a little cigarette, with that that, with the extender thing right there, where you're just like, still not going to get me to buy a cigarette. Like, what the fuck? You guys are really the center of your own universe, aren't you? Oh, man, when I read that, I was like, holy shit. Holy crap, man. It's like, okay, nobody's trying. No, I think it's good. I mean, I saw somebody else too that was also, used to be a follower of mine, not anymore because dude's just freaking nuts. I think I used to follow him too. But yeah, they were just like making it like going like, oh yeah, hey, if James Gunn, has Junkie XL, and hey, if this is going to lead into releasing the Air Cut and having Zach finish his story, I will stop tweeting. Oh, because your tweets are what's helping. What, you think your tweets are like helping destroy the DCU? Oh man, it's just like, goddamn, your parents really fucking coddled you, really. And that's why I always say that. I'm like, man, you guys are really the center of your own universes right here. I'm like, wow. It's like, I get it. You don't like this. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when you make it sound like you are the center of the universe when it comes to this fandom, it is insane. It is absolutely insane when I see stuff like that. I don't know. It's just some of the things that I was saying. Oh, man. Sorry. Nose is a little runny. I don't know. Like I said, I think it's because we're having warm weather in fucking February. January and February. It's like making my nose all crazy. And then the other thing that happened today, too, when it came to DCU stuff, was, of course, that Clayface has been delayed for a month and a half. Not even a month and a half. It's like a month and a week. Something like that. Maybe something like that. I don't know. But it is now coming out on October 23rd of this year. Good. It was coming out on September 11th. And now they put Practical Magic 2. Remember, that sequel that I'm like going, all right, apparently there is a clamoring for Practical Magic 2. I mean, I might have to see it because I saw the original one a long time ago. But you got Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman, and I'm one of those guys that go like, oh, those two have aged like fine wine. So maybe I will check it out just for that. I don't know. I had no desire when it comes. I was like, what the fuck? They're doing a Practical Magic sequel? All right, after this many years? Okay. All right, fine. But I was like, okay, but at the same time, I'm like going like, well, Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman, yeah, they've aged like fine wine. And maybe it could be something cool. The original, I don't really remember it. I remember watching it. It came out in like the mid to late 90s. It was like 25 years ago. I don't know. I'll probably go check it. But they put that on September 11th. This makes sense because this is supposed to be more like a horror-ish type of movie. It's Mike Flanagan, for God's sakes, body horror, and I think it actually makes sense, to be honest. Like, hey, given that extra month, you can hopefully get those visual effects really pristine looking, and yeah, it could be released during a time where this would make sense. And I think that was probably what went into this. Of course, there's going to be some people that are going to say like, oh my God, they're doing this because it's doomed. They're doing rewrites. They're doing it. I haven't heard anything about reshoots or anything like that when it comes to Clayface, by the way. Anybody else? I don't think I've heard anything about that, about reshoots or anything, nothing like that. There has not been any real focus on Clayface, which has kind of been nice. When it comes to DCU, there was major focus on Superman, and there was focus on Supergirl as well. Haven't seen really anything about Clayface. And I think there's even some people out there who aren't even fans of Superman and probably aren't even looking forward to Supergirl that are actually kind of going, I'll give Clayface a try. And Clayface is just going to be one of those movies that it doesn't need to make $1 kajillion because it's going to have a low budget and it just fits in this. It's like, The question, though, is if the, Batman ends up showing up or something like that. All right, that's it. That's pretty much it when it comes to, just wanted to talk about those two things that came out today. Sorry if I'm sniffling a lot. Like I said, I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. I've been sneezing. I don't really have allergies, but something is really just like effing me up in the past couple of days. So, the older you get, sometimes you just like, oh yeah, some allergies. So I'm like sitting here just like, feeling some of that. So I apologize if I'm trying not to sniffle that much. And sometimes when I get into it and with the fan and everything, it also doesn't help. But I'm just sending out some invites. But if you guys have some questions, start asking them now. Ask them now. Ask some questions. And I'll try to answer them. All right. What are you guys talking about here? We got the Super Bowl this weekend too. There's going to be like no superhero. There's going to be superhero stuff. And another thing too is like, I know when people are like shitting on the fact that, oh yeah, Supergirl, they're only going to be promoting like Puppy Bowl and there's not going to be anything there. Okay, fine. That's perfectly fine. Just like last year when it came to Superman, the Puppy Bowl, yeah, it gets a lot of eyes, first off, which is fine, which is great. But it's also creating awareness for pet adoption. And that's a good thing, okay? So if anybody's like shitting on that whole thing, it's like, it's a good thing. The Puppy Bowl has like, where you can adopt a pet. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Come on. What are we doing here? WB, I agree, but is DC Studios in charge now? Again, it's like one of those things. It's one of those things when it comes to that. It's like, yeah, DC Studios is its own thing, which is great, but they still have to answer to WB, just like Marvel Studios still has to answer to Disney. I'm not saying that they have to like they're, looked at like, they're still their very own thing. But it, I remember I was even like, going back and forth with some where it's like they're making it seem like that James Gunn can just, he could just do whatever he wants. Like, no, he's got freedom, but he's still under Warner Brothers, and now going to be under Netflix. So, there's still things when it comes to that. Yeah, I love the theme, but it was overused in The Flash. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, and it was shown in Shazam too. I know some people were like, geez, every time you see her. Yeah, but it's such a good thing. I don't know how many times, anytime that I see that entrance, and I still think the best superhero entrance in cinema is Wonder Woman saving Batman's ass when she just blocks Doomsday's, heat vision, and then she just pulls him down, and you see her face, and it just goes. It's just. I remember when I saw it in theater, people cheered. It was a cheering moment. It gives me goosebumps every time. Picture Junkie XL doing the Supergirl soundtrack is good news. I like his BB. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. Who gives a crap about one dude? Exactly. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Mr. Real Anarchy. Then, Practical Magic film could have very well been in Amazon. Yeah. Again, I was like, I didn't know people were clamoring for a sequel, but at the same time, like I said, Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman, they've been crushes of mine for decades, and they've only aged like fine wine. So I'll check it out. True that the Wonder Woman prequel is dead. I don't think it's dead. I really don't think it's dead. This is what you meant. I don't think it's dead, Stephanie. I really don't think it's dead. What if they are moving Dune 3 to... No. They're not going to be doing that. I don't know what's going to happen with Dune. It's all going to be very interesting to see what happens with that. Who's going to fold? Not Marvel Studios. Puppy Bowl was pretty cute last year. Good cause. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a good cause. They definitely hate puppies. I'd rather watch the Puppy Bowl than the actual game. See? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, that's part of it. It's part of the marketing. Some people, I remember last year it was like, oh, are they going to show footage? Oh my God. And I remember I tuned in. I'll tune in also on Sunday. I show some support. It's adorable. The puppies are adorable. Come on. Who doesn't love puppies? And then I'm like, we already saw the promo of Amelia Alcock with some puppies and stuff like that. Maybe we're going to see, they're going to lean in more with that, where she's like, there's like 7 puppies and she's like, that's always adorable. When you see like, they have those interviews with actors where they literally just, they have them like just, I mean, I don't know how many times it seems like every 7 weeks I see the clip of Keanu Reeves in puppies, and I'm just like, yeah, no matter what, it could be like the most manliness of men that just fucking, but there's just something about puppies. It's great. So the Puppy Bowl's great. So Dave, when are you getting a dog? Yeah, that I would love to. Trust me, but right now I can't. Where I'm living, I can't. But like I said, this is like where I'm at right here. I'll probably be here for a couple more years at least, but we'll see what happens. But yes, there'll be eventually time. The good thing is Mama Film Junkie, she got herself a new little wiener dog, Toby. And like, you guys know that at the beginning of the year, you guys know that she had to put her previous dog down after 16 and a half years, Callie, which was very difficult because, that was the family dog, essentially, and I watched her many times. I even had, babysat Callie and everything like that. So, and I was there when we had to put her down, and it was horrible. And anybody who's had to put a pet down, that was the first time I've ever had to do it, and never would want to do that again. It was horrible. But at the same time, you have to look at it like she's not suffering anymore. That's the thing. But my mom has Toby now, who's a year old, cute as all hell. And I love wiener dogs. Because when I was growing up, I had a wiener dog named Molly, who was my dog. My mom got Molly, but she ended up being my dog. She was totally all, me and her were inseparable. And she would always sleep in my bed, always in the center of my bed. What is up with dogs? They love to do that. It's like she would just nuzzle herself right in the center of my bed, and then of course I'm trying to get in, and then I'm like trying to shift her, and she's like, But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm like wondering, I do want to eventually get a dog, like when I get settled in, probably somewhere else. I don't know if I like golden retrievers. Golden retrievers are great. Like I had, some of my really good friends, they had golden retrievers. Golden retrievers are great, but it's a big dog. That's a big dog, but they're just so freaking lovable and great. But I'm all about the, the dachshunds. I almost said I'm all about the wieners. Yeah, that's right. I almost said that, but I did say it right now. So the wiener dogs. Anyways, but yeah, Toby's great. So at least I have that. So when I go to my mom's house, I get little Toby, who's just like, and he's great. He's great. Pick him up. He just freaking nuzzles up, and he's just like, so great. And it's so funny too, because, and I think I might have said this before on one of my streams, but I'm a Giants fan, San Francisco Giants. My mom's a Dodger fan. She sent me a picture. This was like last year of Toby. She got him like a Dodgers jersey, And I'm like, Mom, you realize that your dog literally has the colors of the Giants. His fur is orange and black. That's the color of the Giants. She was speechless. She's even said it. She's even said, like, oh yeah, I can't even push back on that. You're right. He is orange and black. I'm like, yeah, he's a Giant. He is San Francisco Giants. So had to do that. Anyways. All right. It's good times. It's like, hey, I have to do that because, you know, the Dodgers keep fucking winning. And so she named him, you know, his full name is Buster Posey. So, yeah, she decided to do that. And I was like, good. So his full name is Buster Posey. If you guys know Buster Posey, he was like the all-star catcher of the Giants and now is the president and helping to shape the team, hopefully, for some wins. We'll see what happens. But anyways, all right. Start bringing some people in. What's going on with him?
Yeah, shape the team into something other than World Series champions.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, we don't have the money. We have an echo going on your side too, by the way.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Have you been having issues with StreamYard lately?
I always have issues. Always have issues with StreamYard.
How about now? How do I sound now?
Test.
Testing.
You're good.
Can you hear me?
You're good. I was only hearing my echo right there. So yeah,
okay.
You're good.
Dude, this for as much money as I pay for StreamYard, man, it's the last 5 days has been show stopping. Literally stopping the show. Luckily, I had somebody in there I could go out and repair things. Their little AI thing doesn't help at all. Their little "how can I help you" doesn't help. And they had it to where my account was disconnected to where I was using that little free thing with the duck up in the upper right hand. It pissed me off, man. And I had a guest on there, and it's like it's just yeah. So
yeah, StreamYard, like I like their like some of the function. I mean, obviously it's got useful tools, but man, they keep changing stuff sometimes, and then they'll take away things. I mean, I'm still paying, you know, the whole thing, but yeah, because I don't want that stupid duck and whatever the hell.
No capabilities. They were basically reminding me, hey, you don't ever want to go back to this free level again, do you? Because I couldn't bring on a guest. I had to send them a link. My admins couldn't get in. It was a mess, man. And then they weren't available until like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. When,
I mean, they knew how to like be like, oh yeah, you're never gonna get rid of the paid part, which is, you know, I get it. It's fine. You know, make your money. It's helping me out. It's helping you out.
It's the work.
Yeah, it's all internet.
Okay, as long as it works.
Yeah. As long as it works, but when it has like issues, yeah, that's a real like pain in the ass when it comes to all that. But we got Taladia and we got Roman.
No, come on, we were doing so well.
Wait a minute, somebody said
at least I'm not saying okay.
I'm just kidding. What's up, Taladia? How you doing?
I'm doing.
Is it your birthday? Was it? Did I miss it?
My birthday?
Yeah, when was it?
November, man. It's long gone.
No, Brad's. Brad's was yesterday, and Aaron's is next week. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Somebody's birthday. Well, happy birthday anyway.
Birthdays, man.
How you fellas doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Dude, right now, especially right now with the Super Bowl. Bless you, whoever sneezed.
God damn, I try to mute that and hit that.
It's all good.
Dude, I don't know what's going on. Like something in the air. I'm just sneezing, man.
The stuff from the east, all that cold weather.
That's all. Yeah, all that cold
air. It's in Vegas too, so I got allergies back. So
it's just, I don't know. It's like messing with my sinuses, man. I tell you.
Yeah, it's kicking up for a lot of people being like, "Oh man, it's the cold is not getting away from the winter," and people are having the flu and like late runny nose and stuff whatnot. But yeah, just managing all of the editing, dude. Whether I'm editing Game of Thrones stuff, prepping for God knows what's gonna happen on Sunday, because the other reports saying everybody pulled out, but I'm like, there's no way. Like, there's somebody gonna want to promote their stuff right now, especially with all eyes are gonna be on that game. Regardless how people feel going into it, everybody's gonna be watching that game for one thing or another. Whether it's the halftime,
they're circumventing it. They're doing that 30-second. They're doing that really quick stuff, and then they're telling you to go on their website to get the rest of the money.
That's the way it always is. Like, see the full trailer online. So, like, you know, I mean, when it comes, I mean, it seems like there's not going to be any Avengers, Doomsday, Spider-Man, or Supergirl. Which I'm like, yeah, it seems like Now, again, it's like it's not. I mean, you know, regardless of the stupid discourse, whatever, when it comes to the DCU and everything like that, it's the superhero genre altogether. I mean, it's just not where it was 10 years ago, obviously. So yeah, I mean, it used to be a thing. I mean, I remember, like, again, and I brought this up, and I think I brought this up on Film Junkie Live when it came out Monday. It was like, oh yeah, the last time that DC had a trailer, like a 30-second spot, was The Flash. And I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember because the trailer debuted before the game started. And I remember I went to my buddy's house, and then I was like, oh shit, they posted the trailer, and I watched it, and then I recorded a video in like his guest bedroom and being like, holy shit, look at that. It was there. Michael Keaton, oh man. And, you know, posted that. It was whatever, great. And then I remember when the TV spot showed up, and then people were like, what? Michael Keaton's back as Batman. I'll go see that. Did they go see that? No. They forgot about it 2 seconds later. You know, as soon as they took another swig of their beer, they were like, oh, what are we talking about now?
No, I think all the people went to go see Michael Keaton's Batman. The people that were that Batman was relevant to went to go see it. I just don't think there was enough people
that were at this party. I can guarantee.
Oh yeah, there were probably different generations too.
Yeah, but I think even like Marvel, like the last time I felt, and usually it was always the Avengers stuff. Infinity War had a great big game TV spot. Endgame had a great big TV spot, and I was like, that's all we needed to see. We're a few months ahead of that movie, those movies coming out, and we didn't need to see nothing else. Those promos they gave out was enough. And I would think, okay, Supergirl, you just put out a teaser not too long ago. Do something Lanterns. You're watching on TV, promote it. Oh, on TV in a few months, you might see these guys doing some crazy shit, and like Lanterns, and like obviously the one that people have been saying is almost like a guarantee is the Mandalorian and Grogu one, which I'm like, all right,
oh yeah,
let's see what they got for that, because I'm pumped.
See, Marvel, DC needs to, like I've been saying this since last year. I did not agree with how that was ramped up. DC needs to be in these places. Marvel is a proven brand. It's a proven brand.
When Marvel's not there, I've always said it. When Marvel's not at San Diego Comic-Con, DC should be like, no, we're running the way they do their concert, which is almost like a concert now. Those panels, we're doing that, but in our own DC fashion, and like not just doing a Penguin panel or a Peacemaker panel, which were good panels. But I'm like, no, do a DC panel to make a statement. No, DC Studios is here, and we're here to stay.
Yeah, Fantastic Four. When Fantastic Four was there in 2024, Superman was done and in the can, and they weren't there promoting that. Fantastic Four wasn't even filmed yet. They left Comic-Con that year to get on a plane and go to London that day. And I said in 2024, everywhere where Fantastic Four is driving the comic book movie conversation, DC needed to be there, just because it's the same thing when you walk into a store.
Oh no, did it froze?
Yeah, he just froze.
No, but I know what he's saying, because
exactly.
Like, you know,
there you go.
You're good now, William. Yeah, you had a little glitch in the Matrix right there for a bit.
But I agree with William. Like again, he said they had not shot anything yet in terms of the film, but even then they showed up with some footage of like test stuff.
And Downey Jr. was there, and I mean everybody was there, you know.
Yeah,
but the Fantastic Car was there. They even had the Fantastic Car.
Oh yeah, they had it flying around and everything. Jeez,
the test footage for the FF was the best thing they had shown there, and I was like, oh, if they do that, they got it in the can. They got it in the can, and it was fascinating that they had that. But DC, and I said it, and you know, I could be wrong, but like it would have been nice if that audience had gotten a little glimpse of what we were gonna get for Superman, and be like, "Yo, we shot everything yet. We're not ready to show the full teaser, but here's a little bit because y'all camped out on one." I don't know. I think that goes a long way.
But I think I know why DC is doing like the Puppy Bowl thing. It's basically because of crypto. That's what it is. Yeah, it's all to do with crypto, and
crypto is why that is. And you know, I mean, a lot of people go like, "Oh yeah, no, who's watching the Puppy Bowl?" A lot of people are. First off, I mean, it's just so funny because it's like, just because you're not watching it, it's like, I don't know, like, I mean, I had Stephanie T, who's in the chat. She goes, "I prefer watching that." I'm like, that it does gear more to the female. It does gear more to the female. I mean, like, you know, let's just face it, it does. And then it's not even really about, oh yeah, it's like, oh, we're going to promote like big time. No, we're going to have a presence, and there's going to be promotion there. like last year, we're like, oh, are we going to get more footage? And there wasn't. They just showed the trailer again. And I was like, all right, fine. And then you got like a new graphic of like Crypto, like, doing his thing. And maybe we'll get something like that. Maybe Amelia Alcock will have like a full on, like, hey, support, pet adoption. That's the big thing. It's about pet adoption. And let's start, and even last year when I was like, oh yeah, there's nothing, but there's a message there, guys. It's not about promotion. It's about, hey, adopt a pet. If you're thinking about doing this, try to call this number, go to this website, do this. There's pets out there that need homes. So
philanthropy.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So it's not a bad thing. Yeah. Is it going to move the needle for ticket sales? Maybe not. But at the same time, it's for a good cause.
Agreed.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But if anything, like for example, Lanterns and more like I would say even Clayface, Cinemacon is going to be the best place.
Cinemacon probably would be good for that. Yeah.
Okay, so the 3 people that can afford to go to Cinemacon.
I'm trying to get access to it, man. I'm trying. I'm like,
I tried last year. I'm going to probably try this year. I probably already should have submitted.
Okay, but here's the thing, and this is coming from somebody who's gone to conventions and all that.
At your house, William, if I get it.
No, but a certain amount of people seeing it. And everybody seeing it. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Some people seeing it at CinemaCon with stuff that they can't really talk about or share anywhere, and you putting it where everybody can see it. That's to me, that's the way to go. I mean, the masses are what's going to make and break anything you do. Not some critics, not some people in an exclusive environment. Getting the masses going and talking about what you're doing. So CinemaCon to me is almost worthless in that regard because the common man can't get into CinemaCon.
Yeah, it's all about the
industry.
It's the industry. It's for NATO or whatever they are now, and it's for them to sell the movies to the theaters. Really not for us. Even Comic-Con, you got 140,000 people showing up for 6,000 people that'll be able to watch some exclusive stuff. This is where YouTube and they really need to use this to the point where everybody gets to see it, So that's where they need.
I really don't understand why how long? Ever since with this whole superhero genre boom, anytime that you see the footage online when they release it way later or you get bootleg footage, somebody in the crowd, those videos blow up. And I think the main reason is just because people are like, when you hear the crowd, there's something about, it's almost like when you're in the movie theater and something crazy happens in the movie theater, where Cap catches fucking Thor's hammer or just anything that's like crowd, please, when you hear that cheer, I don't know how many, when they announced Batman vs Superman and Harry Lennox read, the Dark Knight Returns line from Bruce, and then all of a sudden, lights go down and they show the logo. I don't know. When I see that come across my feed, it doesn't happen often, but when it does, I watch it and it still gives me goosebumps. It's like, why aren't you? Why are you keeping that secretive? And why don't you have full on cameras and release that professionally and capture that magic more? And I think they when it came to Marvel Studios, did they kind of do that when they announced Dr. Doom? I
don't think so. They were obviously pushing people who were covering it, pushing their videos out the way. I know that the closest we got to what you've been wanting to is the Russos reposted and re-uploaded someone's footage of when Endgame was in theaters. And people were chilling and hollering during the portals and whatnot. I know that I think you can still find that the first footage we ever got out of Infinity War was a big deal. And that was my first San Diego Comic-Con. And I was like, I need to see that. And I remember being like, what the fuck just happened? And people were like, someone recorded it. Was that like that? I'm like, dude, you should have seen everybody. Again, it's not they cut away in the movie, but seeing the full scene of Thanos pulling down that moon, people were just like,
yeah,
what the fuck are they doing?
I think even a decade ago when Zach came on the panel for Justice League, when they showed that little sneak peek to the whole H panel.
You have a tiny little, and it's just like literally Bruce looking with the bat light, Clark hovering over there, and just dun 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 dun. Yeah, I remember that.
Batman vs Superman.
Yeah,
you talking about Justice League, or are you talking about Batman?
I'm talking about Justice League.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, the one with oh my gosh, what's that band called? Seven Nation. Fuck, what's the name of that band? I feel.
No, I don't think it was that either.
No, it wasn't that. It was just like a sneak peek. It was like
really,
because they never showed it to anybody else. It was
they didn't show it because the Seven Nation Army one, which was really cool. It was a cool song, but that was after Zach left.
Right.
Zach actually came out, and I think somebody asked him on Vero or whatever. And it was like, did you actually approve that song? And he said, no, he didn't. That wasn't like something that he approved, even though it worked.
Yeah.
I thought it kind of worked because it was kind of like cool, but yeah, that was
after he left.
That was post after he left and stuff like that. But we got somebody else joining right now.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
Christopher.
Hey, boys.
How's it going, man?
We're
just talking about Comic-Cons and, pushing promos and, the DCU is ending because they're just doing puppy bowl things and you know how it is, Chris.
Marketing.
It sounds like the fandom is bored and just needed to debate something dumb.
What? What are you talking? What is this blasphemy right here, Chris? What are we doing? Yeah.
If the fandom, see, and this is where I said this last year, the momentum is as important as the movie. The perception of the movie you're making is as important as everything else. How your movie is perceived in these spaces in between where there's a lull and nothing going on, you still want to keep that momentum going for the product no matter what. And that's where I think that, DC has always failed, is they never really take advantage of that momentum or those spaces in between where they have the sole attention when, the other dog isn't on the block, it's your hydrant for now, take advantage of it. They just don't ever seem to do that. Marvel kind of does it. It's an established brand since 2008. People whine about Marvel, but as soon as the A-listers come back, they'll be in those seats with the popcorn. Yeah. DC's a different thing.
Well, that's one of the reasons why people were up in arms saying, "Oh, no Spider-Man trailer, no Doomsday trailer." Well, Sony's never really done anything with the Super Bowl. They're not going to throw their money away. That's not their history with it, so that made sense. And Doomsday is way too far away. They've already done their stuff. Would we love to see a trailer? Yeah, but that's even way too far away, and they don't need to do it. They throw away the money. I mean, look how many Universal trailers are going to be at the Super Bowl right now that they really don't have to pay any money. It's for the money that they're going to save with that, and then maybe they don't go to San Diego Comic-Con, Disney. They do D23 this year. That's theirs. They control that. Maybe that's why you don't see Marvel going to a Hall H anymore, because why waste all the money when you can basically control the narrative at your own place and not have to pay anything but what you do pay? I'm not saying it's right, but that's their rationale right now.
Star Wars, I felt that with Star Wars. Star Wars is usually not anymore going to San Diego unless look at the animation.
But see, Mando makes sense. Yeah, Mando makes sense for the premiere of doing a trailer at Super Bowl because of how far away, how close it is. Being in May, that makes sense.
Yeah, and going to what William was saying, like I remember the one year it was a big deal, be like, oh, Marvel's not going to San Diego, and I think all they had to promote there was Aquaman, the first one. Mm-hmm. And a tiny bit of Wonder Woman 84 footage that wasn't even completed. And I remember being like, those are the only things DC had, I think, at that time. Somebody fact check me if I'm wrong or not. And there wasn't that much buzz glowing out of the Hall H. Hall H, I remember being like, that's the first time in a while Hall H wasn't that hard to get into. And people could just go in, walk in, and be like, do you have any space? Yeah, come in. We'll show you the way and whatnot. And I think that also goes to, and I hope someone hopefully addresses that at one of these interviews or junkets or press conference to implore the James Gunn and Peter Safran, please talk to Warner Bros. Tell them to cut the shit off with the copyright stuff when we're doing reaction. When YouTubers doing reaction, we're giving you free marketing with our stuff. Yeah. But it's a pain in the ass when we work this hard and then we upload it and it's like copyright. It's like,
but to William's point of DC not necessarily doing them, I remember one of the most brilliant viral campaigns that they did was for The Dark Knight. Look how many different little gimmicks, little like all this stuff you could see around, finding the clues to unlock. I mean, I thought that was where they should really, I'm not saying like do a gimmick every time, but that's, to your point, William, keep the conversation going and all these little things to kind of get people interested. Yeah, it's Batman. People are going to see it, but keep getting it out there. Keep getting it out there. And right now they haven't figured that out yet.
Benefit of the doubt
for a while.
It's the benefit of the doubt. If you keep the conversation going, you keep people informed, they're more likely to trust you with things going on because, hey, they just saw Dave talking about this last week and what he's got something coming up. You keep that rhythm of retail is what we call it. Rhythm of retail. You just keep that cycle of the conversation going through the pockets, the wallets, back to the event and the product again. And like I said, with DC, they have a massive advantage because of what they're going through. And the conversation, I think film fans want to talk about the movies all the time. That's great. That's a morsel of what DC is right now. There's an entire conversation that you could be rerouting back to those movies and back to the papers and staples again and back again. So when the movies, Supergirl comes out in June, so that we don't make money until June, there's a whole bunch of money to be made year round. And they don't do a good job of keeping that conversation. Certain individuals within DC, Scott Snyder definitely does. He's the best hype man I've ever seen for a product, and they need to adopt that when it comes to all their mediums. They would be better off for it.
Yeah, and like I mean, even Ghoul like in the trailer because he was talking about like, oh yeah, cough, the trailer for the Batman. Yeah, there was like a whole thing where you went to like a website and you were trying to uncover certain things.
Oh, the clues, yeah.
Yeah, you know, and it even reminds me of the Cloverfield days, the original Cloverfield. I mean, I remember when that was a whole. I mean, this was pre like social media boom.
That was 07, 08.
Yeah, that was before that was before the comic book boom, too, like the comic book movie boom. But I mean, those viral marketing campaigns like really got like people like, what the fuck is, you know? You first off, you show a teaser in front of a Transformers movie. Where you go, what the fuck was that? You have no title, just a date. I remember me and my friend Vanessa, we looked at each other like, what the fuck? And everybody in the theater was like, huh? I'm like, what?
Yeah, that Statue of Liberty head bouncing down Broadway.
That was.
I went down the rabbit hole. I was looking at the Slusho website. I was looking at, I was like going down like those fucking.
You had that website. Remember, you move the pieces around.
Yeah.
That's the greatest advertising campaign for a movie. And then, like I said, the movie notwithstanding, because that movie pissed me off, but that is the greatest advertising campaign for any one movie because they didn't even give you the name until 3 months, until the year was out, because that was in July. They started that July of 07 during the Transformers movie, and the movie came out on January 18th. I never forget the date because they etched that date in your head, and they left it for you to figure out what it was. And then then it was Project Cloverfield, and then it was when they finally had to put the name out there, it was Cloverfield. And the Statue of Liberty with the head torn off was the biggest thing that they sold you. And I'm like, I'm going to see a monster movie. Now, I got 6 minutes of monster, but hey, everybody else enjoyed the movie. Doesn't mean that wasn't the greatest. I can't think of a better advertising campaign than that one.
But that movie, they took the idea of like what Jaws did. We all know the behind the scenes of Jaws, but in the sense of what was more scary, seeing the thing or the anticipation of what your mind made that thing out to be.
Yeah. And then the toys came out.
It's going to be interesting to see the marketing for like this year and what they decide to do. I know there's somebody in the chat who hates the DCU, but talking about like the potential of the Batman Part 2 marketing, you realize it's under DC Studios. It's all now a thing. It's like it's not its own thing now. Now it's like
Elseworlds.
It's all under now DC Studios and James Gunn. Sorry. But it's like, I just saw that right there. I'm like, it's all going to be on the same. So they're probably going to have people that are going to try to like do things where it's like, yeah, the Batman Part 2, hopefully it has a good viral marketing thing. But I'm like hoping that happens for, Supergirl and all the stuff and everything. So I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's all under the DC Studios banner now. So no matter what, it's like, okay, yeah.
But I feel when it comes down to the DC Studios banner type of thing, with Netflix coming in, they've also got Netflix to Damme thing. Yeah, and also
that's weird. Man.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, they have that thing and they do it. I think it's yearly. I'm pretty sure.
You talking about to them? Is that what you said?
Yeah, to them.
Yeah.
Fuck those guys. Those assholes. Listen, we got commissioned to promote. Remember, were you on the stream when we did that? No. They sent us a thing to promotion packet to promote to them, right? Our intermediates, the same people who do the Warner Brothers, said talk about it, tag people, stream it. They told us stream it, right? They shut us down, man. They took our shit down and they kept it off the air. I had to delete a whole bunch of it and upload it. And then 24 hours after I did that, oh, we're sorry. We didn't realize it. I'm like, what are you doing? Yeah, screw those guys. Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. I mean, because with Warner Brothers acquisition and everything, I can only see the DC studios going through that. If they want to go big, it's going to go through that event. If not that, then maybe bring back DC Fandom, which would be cool, but have it like a real live event. Like, you know.
Well, the answer is all the above. They need to be everywhere. This isn't, listen, when us 2%ers, 3%ers right here, we don't have to have it sold to us. We don't have to have it sold to us. The marketing to us, we're going to go.
Yeah.
The everyman has, it's like a something that you heard that was cool one time, and then it stopped, that music stopped, and you walked away from it. And now you've gotten so far away, your customer's so far away that you got to be loud enough to get them to turn their head back and come back to you. That's what DC is right now. It's the brand just needs that kind of just all the time. I mean, you know, it needs to, like that Attitude Era type of thing, to where everywhere you went, you couldn't buy a fucking bag of potato chips without Stone Cold on it. And he became part of the conversation no matter what walk of life you were in. And they need to reestablish that culture. Marvel has established that culture. Even with the years of mediocrity and the Ant-Mans and all that, as soon as those A-listers pop up on that screen, those tickets are going to sell. And that's where DC can get to. They can get to it. It's just, I'm wondering why. I guess it's because of the merger. I'm just wondering why don't they go big, in my opinion. I don't know.
I think it's just money. It's just money. They're just trying to save money as much as possible because we're just in a different era now. Like, where you can't just like start throwing money like, yeah, do this, do that. You know, and I think like that's just, you know, that's what the Warner Brothers in the past,
being more cautious.
Yeah, the mismanagement of certain things and the loss of money has just really effed things up when it comes to certain things. But you know, but it's also cool when you see things online and you just go, oh, I wasn't expecting that. Like today when it came to Project Hail Mary, all of a sudden you have Ryan Gosling just like on a street, like on an overpass, and he decides to throw a Hail Mary pass across the thing. And I'm like, all right, I get it, because he's throwing a Hail Mary pass. Oh, okay. But it went viral. You know, it's like, and this is a movie that is based on a book that is not an existing franchise that could potentially be a big movie, which I hope it is. It is right up my alley. Right up my alley. I am totally looking forward to it. I put it into my top 10 movies that I'm very much looking forward to. So, but I mean, stuff like that where, you know, not everything's going to land, but when you have something like that, it's like, that's what you have to do. Just stupid shit like that. You know, it's like, let's just have Ryan Gosling throw a Hail Mary pass of a football, you know, across a goddamn highway or like an overpass or whatever the hell it was. And it was just like, I mean, I literally was like, well, that doesn't make sense to me, but I get what you're doing. Cool. You know, but at the same time, I was seeing it. I was like, I was seeing like the quote. I looked at the quote tweets, so there, all stuff like that. And people are just, you know, people love Ryan Gosling. And it turns out he's got a fucking arm. A little cannon on him. Yeah. Look at that. As
much as I love criticize them for their lack of, you know, whatever, they are starting to get it though.
Okay.
This
That's
is
cool.
AEW.
Those two logos look really cool together right there. Yeah.
And it's a cool comic. They're interacting. Here's another thing. The money is not an issue. You know why? Because right now, until the merger is done, all the linear networks are under the same umbrella. It cost them nothing to run a commercial during AEW Dynamite or CNN or TN10 or any type of thing that they have. That's all that's all in house. And you have, a lot of people that watch their shows, watch reruns of their shows. So that costs you nothing I should see the MILF magnet Mamoa on all kinds of stuff during, TNT, wrestling in general, because it's an overlapping demographic. So I hope they push it forward, because I think they can do it, and it's right there for them to do it.
Dude, like I actually watched the video, it got posted I think yesterday, but I saw it on my YouTube feed. It was like the men's health thing, obviously promoting the Wrecking Crew, which I really enjoyed, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I thought it's an enjoyable, just fucking, hey, great buddy brother movie kind of thing. But yeah, I watched the men's health thing, and it was like Mamoa, and it was just so funny because anytime that I've watched, like, hell yeah, the men's health, what do you eat to stay, to be in your shape, and what is your workout, stuff like that. This was probably the most outlandish, because there's always like the ones like, oh yeah, I try to do this, I try to, they try to be like to seem almost like a fitness influencer. Mamoa didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, it sounds like Mamoa.
If you watch it, he's just like, yeah, I drink a little too much Guinness and I'm trying to work on that. It's just like stuff like that where he's like
shooter.
Yeah, even when it came to food, I love how it started. It goes, protein shakes. And he's like, I don't drink protein shakes. I eat real food. It was like one of those kind of things. And I was like watching, and it was just it was just funny. It was like, it was different from all the others, because he was just like going like, oh yeah, I know there's things that are bad for me that I eat, and there's this, there's that. I should probably not do that. I should probably not eat this fried chicken and, and stuff like that. And it was hilarious because, I don't know how many times where people go like, oh, Mamoa. Even when it came to the reveal of Lobo, there was people that literally said he had a pot belly. I'm like, what? A pot belly? And then I remember like a couple of years ago or whatever.
Dad bod thing.
Yeah, the dad bod thing. And I'm like, that's a dad bod? And it's so funny. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Dads would like to kill for that.
I think, yeah. I'm like, anybody would kill to be in that kind of shape. And I think Mamoa is just like one of the, he, and he talked about, oh yeah, when I was Aquaman, when it came to Justice League and doing the Aquaman movies, yeah, he got strict. He had to get strict on certain things, but he even said that, yeah, but there's sometimes where I just have to reward myself with like at least 2 or 3 Guinnesses at the end of the night. I'm like,
yep,
that's awesome, man. And it's like, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I've screamed about it so many times where it's like, are we getting past the point where like these guys have to be extremely peeled? Like, how Hugh Jackman gets, where it to the point where it's like, dude, did you like faint after doing that scene? Like in Deadpool and Wolverine when he's doing that, and he's like,
the whole thing.
After that, did you like almost pass out because you were probably extremely dehydrated? And God knows, what you were cutting, you were cutting like crazy at 53 years old. Jesus Christ. I get it. You want to look good, but at the same time, I think we're kind of just like over the whole, like when I watch the Wrecking Crew and you see Mamoa without his shirt and I'm like, he still looks good. He still looks good. Yeah. He's not like fucking peeled, but he's still like an
average dude who takes care of himself, not a fucking superhero who's thinking about Atlantis.
Who drinks beer, doesn't really watch everything he eats, but he lifts weights. And it's like he still looks like that. It's like, yeah, he's not in pristine, peeled shape. I love
that attitude. I want. Like, I want to get in shape. I want to be in the best shape of my life, but I'm not gonna forgo for years a fucking Krispy Kreme's donut or In-N-Out burger. Like, no, fuck that. I love that shit, but I also know that, like, yo, if you want to live a little bit longer, you gotta balance it out. But I was like, cool. But that's the thing I love about him. Like, yeah, he's a rock climber. I don't think he likes working out necessarily, but he knows he has to stay in shape. And it's like, I remember during Aquaman, he's like, I was so fucking tired and bored of it. He's like, give the dog a bone. Like, give me a Guinness and whatnot. I'm like, I don't drink that much, but kudos. If Guinness is his vice, let him have his Guinness. Like,
no, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. It's just, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, even like when it came to, like look at like Ben Affleck and Batman vs Superman. Yeah, he got, he bulked up and then he got, he got pretty shredded. But I'm like, well, this is a Batman that's drinking. It's like, he doesn't need to be super just, because he was like a drinking Batman. So like even at his advanced age, it's like you could have like a little heft on him. It doesn't have, but at the same time, it's not like it was too crazy. And I know some people are like, they fucking CGI'd his abs. I'm like, no, they didn't.
No.
Flexing during that point, but it was like, I remember when you see him doing the sledgehammer to the tire thing, there's like if you paused it, there's like when he's lifting up the because I remember I saw like a video about this. So I was like, oh yeah, he's not like crazy like when he lifts up the hammer and he's about to like hit the tire again. It's like the abs kind of disappeared. And it's like, yeah, he's not. I'm sure the day of he probably was dehydrated and they probably were trying to make it look like that. But for the most part, it was like Ben Affleck doesn't have that, where he's gonna look super, I mean, I know in the town he kind of did, but he was really trim there. But
that was years before.
Yeah. This is when after 25 pounds of muscle that he had to fucking put on. Yeah. Of course, we got somebody else that's coming on right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Hey guys, I know a thing or two about working out, putting on some muscle.
I mean, I try to keep in shape too, but sometimes it's like, you can't just like, there's no way to, I mean, yeah. When you're trying to look like Brad Pitt in Fight Club, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen.
I mean, if you want to try and look like Brad Pitt in Fight Club, you can. If you want to use a large amount of supplements and go to the gym 4 or 5 hours a day, yeah, you can. You can achieve it in, 6 months.
And watch your calories, watch your macros. See, I don't like doing that. Like I try to eat healthy and I'll have and then essentially I do eat just like one big meal a day. And I have like other things like throughout, like in the morning when I'm like just working stuff.
Right.
But for the most part, I'm like, but I like to drink, obviously. And, and it's like, I can't just, but there will be times like this weekend, Super Bowl weekend and stuff like that. I'm going to be eating shit this weekend for sure. And I remember one time the last time I remember this, I remember I went to my cousin's like housewarming party. This was like a couple of years ago. And he was, he had like this couple that were fitness people. Mm-hmm. And they brought a bag with Tupperware with their fucking, pre-prepared meals. And I was like, really? I'm like, I mean, okay, you're trying to do that, but I'm like, I couldn't imagine just like, it's like, you can't just have one time where you just, hey, let me just have some fucking Ruffles and dip it into this French onion dip. Or, you could just partake in whatever is being served, just live a little. Yeah, you might have to go home and, your digestive system's like, what the fuck? But at the same time, it's like you have one night of that and then you just go back to your normal thing. But I'm like, you're really going to show up to a party on a Saturday with pre-prepared meals? It's like, it was like, I could not live like that for sure. Ugh.
Yeah.
But I know. Yeah.
Yeah, you need those cheat days. For me, I remember when I was working out hardcore that I would hold off for like a month and then I would get something nice and delicious and be like, okay, now I have an excuse to be like, that was delicious. But in a few days, you go back, knock that shit off from the body, and then keep the body going. And then, another few weeks by, all right, you can have a donut or two. Here you go. And now you have another excuse to like keep going on it. It's a cycle. As long as the cycle is balanced, that's what it counts. And as it consistent.
That's the key,
balance.
I mean, again, I'm not going to yuck anyone's yum if that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. It's not for me. Right. But like with everything, you balance, like you said, balance. You want to enjoy something? Okay, well, accept the consequences of what it is and how much, everything in moderation. If you want to go a little heavy, go on vacation. Yeah, everyone goes a little heavy on vacation. Guess what?
Oh, yeah.
And, got to enjoy life. You can't live life in fear.
Yeah, and then there's like this whole notion of like, oh yeah, if you got to eat healthy and strict, it's like it doesn't. People think it's just chicken and broccoli and rice and fucking rice cakes.
Yeah, have you heard how Hugh Jackman has said how much he hates doing this?
Yeah, but at the same time,
it's not fun for him necessarily to have to do that. He likes doing the acting and everything like that, but to do everything else, he's not a fan. But at the same
time, there's sometimes where I just go like, is it really just that too? Or like, because there's sometimes like when I'll eat like, hey, I'll cook up a ribeye and have an avocado with it, and I'm like, I'm good with that. I'm like, that's delicious to me. Or I'll have like a certain kind of salad with some olive oil that I get that is like, and I'm like going, there's ways where it's not just like a certain thing. When I always love it when I hear like these actors, and that's why I'll push back on that, like a Hugh Jackman or anybody was like, oh yeah, you're just eating fucking chicken, broccoli, and rice. It's like, are you really? Is it just that? I mean, it just seems like there's, you can
maybe a needle or two.
Yeah, there could be something that you're also
pills.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like, Chris Hemsworth, are you really just eating chicken and broccoli? No, you.
Well, you just get Blake Day occasionally. We've seen those.
I always just kind of go back to what Henry Cavill and Snyder talked about for Man of Steel. I guess Henry Cavill indulged in a lot of like dirty bulking.
He did a dirty bulk where he was eating pizzas and fucking. So he bulked up and then he had to do the cut. Yeah, I think. I've never done that where I bulked up and then I just kind of cut out some things and then I slimmed out a little bit, but never like to the point of movie stars when they're like, do that. I remember when Christian Bale probably did the ultimate bulk.
Yeah.
From going to the machinist.
He did it complete wrong way.
Yeah. He was like, I just eating steak and potatoes. He was just like, he was eating like, just heavy, like, beef, potatoes, and he was like, I got so big like a bear. And then it was like, the trainer was like, we need to like trim you out. Cause he gained like 100 pounds essentially in 6 months or whatever the hell it was after the machinist. And then, he got so big. And I remember even seeing him. I remember I saw like an interview of him. He was wearing like a beanie or something like that. He had like a beard and he looked so like, okay. And I think that you actually see it in the machinist because I think they shot a scene where he was normal. I don't know if you guys have seen the machinist.
Yeah.
But they actually showed like, there's like when they were revealing like the whole twist of everything and they show him normal. I'm pretty sure they shot that scene way later because he looked very like, whoa, that's Christian Bale. And he had the beard and everything. I'm like, oh, they shot that recently. They shot that last, I think. And because I remember seeing him in an interview. You could probably even pull up a picture. And he looked very just husky. And then he even said like, oh yeah. And then I had to work with the trainer to like cut down and drop about 20 pounds to just like trim up. But man, that was like the ultimate thing. And I mean, it's such just wreaks havoc on your body and your digestive system. I can't even imagine what was that like? Eat one thing and all of a sudden you're running to the bathroom.
Well, I mean, when they even talked about that, he's not the first actor, but a lot of churches basically said like he's seriously hurt his body for the rest of his life, and he's even
Tom Hardy even said that. Tom Hardy said that too.
So I mean, they don't know, the toll has been taken. You just don't know in the sense of like what the effects or But he's admitted like, I screwed up. I'm going to pay the consequences for it. But that's just what I did. And a good thing is he doesn't promote doing that. He even admits I was an idiot.
Yeah, and then of course you look at Batista, you look at Dwayne Johnson now. I mean, obviously it's like, oh yeah, we know you were on the juice. We know that you guys were on the juice. I mean, it's the worst kept secret in Hollywood. And now that they're in their 50s and they're like, all right, I gotta stop because my heart's gonna fucking give out if I keep on doing this. And now they've trimmed down and people are like, what the hell happened? It's like, and I love it too when I see the freakouts and I'm like, it's easy, guys. They just stopped taking certain things that they were taking in the beginning of their careers that got them to where they are. And now they're still in incredible shape, but they're not just, they're not just crazy. I mean, I think Dwayne Johnson got the most shredded, and for Black Adam, he was just, I mean, especially when it came to that scene. I mean, he even posted it where I think he got so freaking. That was like the most shredded I've ever seen him, because he was still big and shredded. Where it was essentially showing like a scene of like him just like shirtless, and it was like, Jesus Christ, dude, like fucking drink some water. It was like, my God, it was insane. And now it's like, yeah, he's now trimmed down. It's great. I think that's great. Batista, same thing. It's like, trim down, be healthy, just be healthy now, and not, take what you were taking. Chris Hemsworth's, probably going to have to do that soon too, because I'm just like going, yeah, you got really big for Thor Love and Thunder. I don't know if he was keeping up with that regimen when it came to when it comes to Doomsday, but yeah, he's going to have to settle down too. And, it's
there wasn't much of a gap between Love and Thunder and Doomsday though.
Probably not.
And he also did Extraction too. In between that, he never really left that physique.
Yeah. I think he was maintaining for what didn't happen with the Hulk Hogan movie.
There you go.
That's right. He was supposed to be in that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That fell through.
That got canceled for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, many reasons.
Mainly that he was exposed as a racist, and
yeah. After it came out that he, said a couple N-bombs, that were recorded, it's like, yeah, we're not doing this movie.
The people realized, really, he's not a good person.
Yeah,
dude, have you listened to the wrestlers in way back? How much they did not care for him at all, and had some very serious problems with him way back when.
The Iron Sheik, fuck the Hulk Hogan. That's he would tweet that.
Yeah.
When Vince McMahon distances himself from you, you're bad.
When he starts calling you out, when
there's like, we can't have you around, Hulk. That means you need to go somewhere else.
Sorry, Vince McMahon saying you're too extreme for me, and look what I did.
Yeah,
the stories I've heard of
the
wrestlers that they had to like move away to build up Hulk in the 80s. Like I think was it Jimmy Snuka? I know that like at one point Brett said that he wouldn't like go under and like lose for him to like pass, pay
the story about the Sting match too. The Sting match that happened in WCW was insane. And even Kevin Nash goes and says like, you do not give someone like that creative control. Is that he's never invoked it? He will, and look what happened.
Yeah. And even when he was at Raw, and the whole crowd was booing him when he came out for that.
Yeah, that Netflix. Wow, he came out to promote his beer.
That was karma coming back hard.
That was LA. I was so happy for LA. I'm like, attaboys. Like, let him know. Yeah.
That was. I hate this because you grow up. Before the internet, when I heard that music, I'm like, here comes Hulk Hogan. To know he didn't give two shits about me being around kind of sucks, because you're like, well, damn, dude, that's kind of hurtful. And then you look at the demographic that goes. I just went to AEW the other night. The demographic that goes to wrestling these days is a little bit on the brown side, and then you're on tape saying, I don't want my daughter dating. And I'm like, well, damn.
Yeah, that's not a good look. Not a good.
And then his whole son, put that guy in a wheelchair, and they tried to cover that up. There's just a whole bunch of stuff about the dude. It was like, wow, the internet was a horrible thing for him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Rest in peace, Hulk.
Eventually, his heart gave out.
That's kind of you, William. Good for you.
Hey. Yeah. I mean, he died relatively young for somebody. I mean, he's 71 years old. Ric Flair has put everything into his body and continues to this day.
Spooky.
He's got a black liver, and he's still alive. And Hulk Hogan is like 8 years younger than him. So
he's
you're a shitty person, and death comes for you eventually. In the worst way. In the worst way. That's right.
Yeah, that's the way you got to look at it. Sometimes it's like, it might come for you in the worst way.
All those guys in the 80s that did all the painkillers and roids, as your heart starts to shrink, you get older, even if you're
surgeries. I heard the amount of surgeries he got. I was just like, jeez.
Yeah, knees.
Oh, yeah. I remember, hearing like how many surgeries. I mean, that's the thing. It's like these wrestlers, I mean, the injuries that they had to like endure. I mean, when people just go like wrestling's fake, it's like, yeah, it's fake because it's theatrics, but they're
choreographed.
They're still doing this shit and still sacrificing their bodies for this shit. Like I've always hated that argument when people are like, fuck wrestling, it's fake. I'm like, yeah, it's fake in the sense that it's all theatrics, but they're still doing these crazy fucking moves and stunts that are devastating to their bodies. And they're I don't know how many times there's been injuries, like bad injuries that have happened. And it's like, yeah. I mean, I never like fully got into it when I was a kid. I was like, I got into it a little bit. I had the Hulk Hogan wrestling buddy. I had that. I thought that was so cool. I was like, oh shit, look at this. And me and my best friend at the time, we watched wrestling and stuff like that. But then I got over it and I was like, I just went back to my normal, Ghostbusters and fucking superheroes and shit like that. But yeah, I mean, I got into it for a little bit but I never, like, anytime that people were like, oh yeah, fuck wrestling, it's all fake. I'm like, that guy is still literally launching himself off of the corner of the ring and slamming into this guy right here. That you don't fake that.
Gravity is not
Google Darby Allin. Google Darby Allin. If you want to see how fake wrestling is, Google Darby Allin.
Yeah.
That guy's trying to die.
Or Jeff Hardy, for that matter.
Yeah. That guy.
No, I'll do you one better. Mick Foley.
Oh yeah.
No. Mick Foley had that one match that he's legendary for. Darby Allin, it's like breathing. This cat went from a top of a steel cage and had two glass doors stacked on top of each other, and he went down and they both exploded. And he got back up. One of the guys here in Vegas, a double or nothing, Matt Jackson legit set a dude on fire. And I know it was planned and everything else, but whenever you set someone aflame, hell, stuntmen get burnt to death sometimes. They're doing it as part of a wrestling match. So, yeah, it's choreographed, but that shit still hurts.
That's just real. The DVDs, when I would buy them.
It's choreographed like a fucking stunt scene in a movie is choreographed. There's still going to be people that are going to be, I mean, how many times when you see Matrix behind the scenes and everybody's like, oh, there was literally a pool, like a fucking blow up pool of ice that people would just like go, oh, I need to like, I mean, it's like that's
Look at Jackie Chan movies. Look at those early Chinese, like the movies. The infamous one, The Police Story, when he jumps out. There's a good chance he could have died right there, and they're just like, oh shit,
dude. Every time when that scene comes across like my feed or something like that, when it comes to Jackie Chan sliding down that pole in the mall. Oh, and I remember seeing that when I was a kid because I got obsessed with Jackie Chan.
Did you try that?
After I, one of those Blockbuster nights, or maybe it wasn't Blockbuster, it was like one of the local videos. When I rented Rumble in the Bronx for the weekend, I watched it probably 3 times every day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I became obsessed with Jackie Chan. And then when I first saw Police Story, when I saw that scene where he just slides down that pole and all the fucking things are like, sparking up, and then he falls through that glass ceiling and then walks away from it. Jesus Christ. I mean, the fact that Jackie Chan still walks normal, I don't understand. With all the bones and all the injuries that he has suffered throughout the years, it is shocking. I mean, it must be an ancient Chinese secret, huh? I mean, there must be something that he is like doing where, I mean, I'm surprised he's not in a wheelchair or has a walker at his age right now, because the dude he's still normal. I'm sure he has pains and probably, aches and pains, but yeah, but that Police Story fucking, I mean, you watch the behind the scenes of that, he hurt himself so badly with that one. It's like, it's just,
and he was the director, I think, as well.
Yes.
I'm just like, oh shit. It's like, so fucking
I mean, he literally had to psych himself out when you see that scene when he gets up on the railing and he yells. That was just him like going, just to like psych himself to do it. That was not in the script. He wasn't supposed to yell, but he yelled really loudly just to freaking like, I'm going to do this. And then he leaps, grabs on that pole, slides down, all the sparks of the fucking, lights and shit, and then he just falls through that glass ceiling.
Yeah. I always clap because I'm like,
dude, that's
real.
why Jackie Chan's just the GOAT, man. He's just a fucking GOAT when it comes to all that. No other action star can. Tom Cruise, close. But and Tom Cruise has done some crazy shit where he does some extreme stuff where it's like, wow. But Jackie Chan really just sacrificed his body way more than Tom Cruise ever has,
Yeah.
And any other action star, like, and again, the fact that Jackie Chan could still be just walking around normal is just baffles me.
One day those two should have like a big conference where just fans go.
Yeah.
Just be the first question.
There needs to be a movie with both of them. Oh my god! If there was a movie that had Jackie Chan and Tom Cruise star in, I mean, I think there was a missed opportunity. We probably won't even get it now. But I mean, oh god, Jackie Chan wasn't even in the Expendable movies. When they were trying to, when Sylvester Stallone was trying to get all the action stars.
Still shocks me. That still shocks me. I'm like, wow.
I mean, it was,
and I like Jet Li, but I'm like, really over Jackie Chan?
Yeah. But at the same time, I'm like, maybe Jackie Chan. They probably did reach out to Jackie Chan. I no doubt about it, and they probably reached out to Tom Cruise as well. But it was probably just one of those. I remember like the movie that came out a few years ago called The Foreigner, and I think I've talked about it here before.
I really like that movie. Yeah.
I mean, I was actually very surprised on how good that movie is because. It's not Jackie Chan doing crazy shit like he did in the 80s and the 90s, but he's still showing that he hasn't lost a step. And then it showed his acting chops. I was like, hey, Jackie Chan can actually act, guys. Look at him. Mm-hmm. He's actually a good actor.
Yeah. like Martin Campbell, I think, or I forgot the guy. The guy who did Casino Royale.
Yeah.
And that's the closest we've gone to because it was him and Pierce Brosnan. I was like, oh, it's James Bond and Jackie Chan.
Yes. Good fucking movie if anybody hasn't seen The Foreigner. Really good movie.
Yeah.
And I was very pleasantly, I walked out just like so happy that I was like, oh man, yeah, we didn't get obviously the extreme, but Jackie Chan is still kicks ass. And that was a good story. And he acted that was probably his best acting role, in my opinion, to be honest. And I don't know if Rush Hour 5 is 4. Yeah.
Four.
Is that going to happen?
Please stop! Don't do it. Enough.
I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't that one director? Didn't he show up in some images that we?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah. He just directed a documentary that.
Oh my god! I know it's like
again. And remember, in Hollywood, you fail upwards.
Apparently.
I mean, to be fair, Chris is on something. That's how James Gunn landed the DC gig.
Oh,
you bring him up after talking about Brad fucking Ratner. Are you kidding me, Phil? Are you kidding me?
I kid, of course, I kid. I poke the bear in fun.
Phil poking bears, no.
Yeah.
I do it for fun. I don't do it to be serious. Come on now.
No, but yeah, Brett. I'm like, why is this guy still gonna be around? Is he still gonna be around? And then I'm like going after everything, and then even Chris Tucker was like he was kind of shown and seen in things too. And I'm like going, it seems like only Jackie Chan is like the only one that's like the innocent one in here. And I know Chris Tucker kind of cleared some things up, but I'm like, yeah, but it's just, I'm like, I don't think this Rush Hour 4 is going to actually happen. And I'm like, I don't know. And if it does, are people going to go? And I'm like going, I would see it just because I love Jackie Chan so much, but I almost wouldn't feel right.
Just let that trilogy be.
It was great. We don't need more. And it was ahead of its time, and it was great because there is some there's some jokes in there that don't pass around where you go.
The bloopers.
Yes, the bloopers are great, but the joke. I mean, there's some racist jokes in there, and then it's so funny because white people are out there going, "Hey, this is a black guy and a Chinese guy that are making these jokes." But at the same time, it was like
that totally makes it okay.
That's a pass.
But at the same time, it was like, hey, it was a different time, and it was just, and it worked. They had such great chemistry, and it just. But
that phrase, it just sounds like a couple of old guys in a bar just saying, "Different time, different time."
I rewatch those movies, and I
It's like
still
a
get
Geneva
laugh at them.
Convention line. That's
Yeah,
Geneva
yeah.
Convention.
Yeah,
All due
bro.
respect,
No
you know.
I rewatch the
When
movies,
you're
and I
watching
still
the
get a
first
laugh.
Rush Hour, and you're seeing Jackie Chan drop the N-bomb with the
What's up?
with the
Yeah,
A,
yeah.
with
It's
the A,
like,
with
oh,
the A at the
Yeah,
end.
just like yeah.
But at the same time, it was like, oh, because I mean, but within the story, you're like, okay, and then it just again, you just watch it, you go, hey, it worked kind of, and it's all jokes, and it was like the way that the story went through and everything, and you got Chris Tucker. Do you understand the words? Come on,
Don't nobody understand a word.
I'm a
Like, oh,
me. You.
yeah.
And the way
Even
he's
the third
saying it,
one.
like, yeah.
The third one I don't really like, but it's the whole the scene in the dojo, whatever. It's like, no, you, me, no, you, him, all your mother. Like, oh my gosh, that joke is funny, but like,
But that's the thing. It's like you just gotta go like, you just gotta laugh a little,
Yeah.
a little bit, when it comes to all this. But I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, I just don't think Rush Hour 4 is gonna happen. And now I'm just going, does it need to happen? I don't know. Do we need it to happen? No, I don't know. I don't know if we need to, or if you get another director. But then I don't know.
I think
Brett Ratner should just. I don't need to see another Brett Ratner film.
I think
really
the 10 to 20 years too late. I think personally.
Really, it's not like Bad Boys where everybody's still looking and feeling like they were, and they can make those movies over a 25-year period. But
Bad Boys Bad Boys movies work, I think, because
they work.
I think they've worked, under the the two guys that have directed them. I think now that they're not Michael Bay, I think those guys have done such a great job. And I know there's supposed to be and Martin Lawrence, apparently he's even trimmed down too. He's gotten in better shape recently. I saw some which good. I'm so glad. And then did I see something that his daughter and
Eddie Murphy, him and Eddie Murphy are going to have
they're like
Murphy's daughter. Yeah.
That's so cool. I love that shit. It's like, wait, it's almost like the whole thing when it came to
Kurt Cobain and Tony Hawk.
Yes. Kurt Cobain's daughter and Tony Hawk's son are married and had a kid. It's like, holy shit.
Correct.
So now you have Martin Lawrence's daughter, or is it Eddie Murphy's daughter? I can't remember. It's
Eddie Murphy's daughter and Martin Lawrence's
Eddie Murphy's
son.
daughter and Martin Lawrence's son have now gotten together. It's like, it's pretty sweet when you see like kind of stuff like that. It's like when it comes to Hollywood, it's like, when you have Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy are just like ultimate goats when it comes to stand-up comedy. And then when they went to movies, and then they were like they became such good friends. And then to the point where their little ones, their kids ended up, coming together. And then it's like, Jesus Christ, just like the same thing when it came to, like I said, Tony Hawk's son and Kurt Cobain's daughter coming together. It's like, Jesus Christ. That's just crazy, right?
Pop culture royalty.
Yeah. And it's very interesting. But yeah, I don't know if we need Brett Ratner to even come back.
Roman Polanski back. It's like, no, fuck off.
No.
Oh,
Be done.
God.
Be done.
No.
I have a nice Blu-ray collection of all three movies there. I'm good.
Yeah, it's like, and of course we do the whole thing where you separate the art from
the artist. Yeah.
That's what we got to do. It's, no matter what. I mean, I'm not one of those people that I'm like, I'm still going to, I still can cherish the Rush Hour trilogy, even though it's directed by somebody who's potentially just the
X-Men movies, dude. Imagine I'm going to Doomsday this year and be like, the X-Men are back, but fuck that history. It has some dirt underneath each of those films. It's like, fuck, man.
Oh yeah. Bryan Singer, yeah. There's that whole thing too. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and I saw, there's names that were thrown around when it came to like those certain release. I remember I was at my mom's, and it was the weekend of when more shit came out, and I was like, oh. Clooney's been mentioned. Hanks has been mentioned. I was like, there's other people. I was like, doesn't mean anything. And I even told him, I was like, and even if like it ends up being a thing, I'm like, I can still appreciate Forrest Gump or Ocean's 11 if I would, I can still appreciate the movies, even if it ends up true that these guys are shitty. And I think that's what a lot of people have to like realize. It's like, hey, you have to realize that maybe, the people you go, oh, I love this director, or I love this actor. There's potentially that they could be a garbage
asshole.
Yeah,
I deal with that when I rewatch Chinatown or Braveheart. I love those movies, but fucking A, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like no matter what, it's like you have to, but at the same time, you can appreciate, hey, there is this art. Don't condone what the artiste maybe does in his own, but he did create something that was pretty freaking impactful and stuff like that. It's just one of those things where that you have to take in when it comes to all that. But we got somebody else going in right now. Ray! What's up, Ray?
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey,
Ray has no thoughts on this.
No, it honestly, it just reminds me of my mother and I used to have a debate on what was Kevin Spacey's best role.
Yeah.
Because she said American Beauty and I said Usual Suspects.
I'm with you on that one, bud.
And then we both collectively, after the show came out, agreed it was House of Cards.
Oh, yeah. I haven't watched House of Cards, so
and then that whole discussion just completely went south as a result of all of that. And that's one of the biggest examples of like separating the art from the artist.
Oh yeah,
you have, and it's very it's arguably more difficult to do with actors because of the emotional weight, because of the what they're doing, like as far as the performance art and how it affects you emotionally. You're like, okay, yeah, like for example, there's a movie that I had been wanting to watch for years, based on the 2008 crash. It's called Margin Call.
Oh yeah,
and I finally watched it for the first time about a year or so ago, and that's a tough watch because Spacey's in that movie and he's like a really important, like critical, and like and the guy unfortunately was really good at what he did, in his heyday, and he's there with he's acting opposite Jeremy Irons and Paul Bettany and Zachary Quinto and Demi Moore, and it's just
pretty big. It's a pretty stacked cast.
It's a loaded cast. It's a really good, tense financial thriller, if you will, that like it's fictional. It's a fictionalized account of what happened in 2008, unlike The Big Short and some of the other movies made about it. It's a really good movie, and it's like
I can't check it
out. I would recommend it, but it's another one of those where it's like you see him and you're just like, oh. And it's tough because like in his case, like if you know any of the victims, like one of his victims was Anthony Rapp, who is Anthony Rapp, from Rent and Stamets from Star Trek Discovery. It's like, okay, I've seen him post on social media about how that affected him. So that's even doubly tough. It's like, son of a bitch, I like his work, but he also really messed with this guy's life. It's like, it's a mess. It's a flip it. No, we do not need. I haven't seen a single Rush Hour movie all the way through.
Really?
No, I don't know. Chris Tucker to me peaked at Ruby Rod, and he's never going to do anything better than Ruby Rod in his life, in my opinion.
He's not my kind of comedian.
He's not my kind of comedian.
I've never seen his stand-up. The only thing I've seen like from his stand-up is like clips of him doing a Michael Jackson, because he knows how to do the moves where he just,
Like, I like The Fifth Element. I can't stand him in that movie. It's so like every time he's on screen, I get his character. I know what it's about, but it's just like I tune out. I can't.
I don't want one position. I want all the positions.
Yeah.
So okay. So all right. I mean, I love Die Hard in Space. It's one of my favorite.
Yep.
It's one of my favorite of the other Die Hard movies. It really is.
Where does that fit in the timeline, Ray?
Yeah.
Well, it's Corbin Dallas is clearly a descendant of John McClane, right? Like
grandchild, maybe.
Yeah, like
or great grandchild.
Great grandchild. I mean, he's in New York. Like he's a cab driver in New York.
Again, I love The Fifth Element. I just can't stand Chris Tucker in it. That's it.
No,
That's
I get
it. Every part of that movie I still enjoy.
And I hear you. It's one of those things where, like, initially I was just like, okay, we cannot. I'm fine if I never see him on screen again. And then as the years went on, as I kept watching the movie, I was like, okay, no, I can tolerate this, and I can tolerate it because he's the comic relief character, and he's deliberately over the top. That's the thing. That movie has a lot of that movie has a lot of camp. Like, even totally. Outside of him, it has a lot of camp. Like, if you go to some of the shit Gary Oldman does in that movie, is just completely off the wall, like campy nonsense.
Gary Oldman always. What I love about Gary Oldman is he always goes for it, and he, of course, went for it in Fifth Element. Ridiculous looking, and just, I mean, he goes for it, and that's why Gary Oldman is just like one of the greats, because no matter what the role he's taken, he just fucking goes. I mean, he just goes for it. I mean,
Professional is my favorite.
Or not,
That was the first movie I saw him in. That was the
really?
movie I just. Oh yeah, that was the movie. The Professional was the movie I discovered.
With Natalie Portman. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Well, because that was a year or two before The Fifth Element. But it's funny that we're talking about this because that's another problematic element. Luc Besson. It's a whole other ball of can of worms with respect to that. So there's even a suspension of separating the art from the artist with his movies, whether it's The Professional, whether it's Fifth Element, or La Femme Nikita, whatever it is, and it's like, these people are talented at what they do. I mean, they're better than Brett Ratner, but like, still, it's just like, damn, just it's difficult. And I say that I don't begrudge people that can't do it.
Yeah,
people that cannot separate the art from the artist. It's like, I get it. If you can't do it, if that's weird, if your headspace is one that you can't enjoy, that you're like, if you can't talk about the Cosby Show anymore, if you can't talk about House of Cards anymore, if you can't talk about the Rush Hour movies or whatever anymore, I get it. I do. I get it. I'm not gonna fault you for that, because everybody has to deal with it in a different way, and I don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer, unless you're with respect to the art form, with respect to trying to respect the art form.
And thank you, Skeptic, right here. Rush Hour starts production next week. Really? It's really that coming? It's coming up.
That whole thing.
I know.
Like, I feel like there's a particular force that's trying to will that movie into existence, and
they're trying to be like, ignore the picture that you saw.
And the people, I think ironically, the people that are trying to will that movie into existence are the same ones that are like, oh, it was different. It's just jokes. Let's get back to being.
And then, of course,
this being funny.
The first picture that I see is him with Epstein, and I'm like, yeah. So, well,
can you even say that without getting demonetized?
I know. I'm like, I know. That's why I was like worried.
I'm
like, that's. I mean, is it really going in production? I don't know if it's actually.
I think it's pre-production. I mean, it's the beginning, so.
Yeah, I don't know if it goes into production next week there, but thank you Skeptic, for $5 super chat. But I'm like, I don't know, like, I have not seen. It says Rush. Okay, so discussing film on January 6th said Rush Hour 4 is looking to begin filming in the first half of 2026 in China, Africa, and Saudi Arabia. What is this, like a fucking espionage movie? What are we doing here? We're like jumping, yeah. I don't know. It's a little interesting, and then of course every other thing I'm seeing is just Ratner. Oh my God, what am I seeing here? There are even pictures I haven't seen. What the hell are we doing?
Uh-oh.
What is that?
Sanitize.
Oh, we know what Dave's gonna be doing after the stream, scrubbing his internet history.
Yeah, might want to.
No, he's like. I mean,
might want to stop looking, Dave. Might want to abort
immediately. Yeah, you might want to stop. Yeah,
I'm just looking at Twitter. That's all. I'm looking at Twitter. It's nothing. But I don't know. It's just all. Like I said. Poor Jackie Chan, because even like Tucker was like in the first round of stuff where it was like he was in the picture too. I was like, oh geez, not you too, man. I'm like, well, we heard that, and then he defended himself, and then So it's like, it's almost like, Jackie Chan's just like going, what am I doing? I'm like, you were in pictures. Should he? I mean, that's why I'm like going, is this thing really gonna fucking happen? I mean, I'm like, I don't know, man. It's all weird.
I don't think it's a good idea.
No,
I don't think it's a good idea fiscally, because I don't think that the audience for that movie will go see a fourth one. I don't, and I think half the reason will be because of this. This will be half the reason they don't go see it. So you're talking about going to considerable effort and expense just for what? Red hats to go see it because they want to laugh at racist jokes again? Like, I don't know. Like that's I don't.
You can just turn on the news today, news every day, and you can do that anyways.
No. There's something. There's something. We don't need to get into.
Lord
that.
have mercy.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that if they want to laugh at that, just turn on the news.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. But yeah, but that's why I don't think it makes fiscal sense for them to do this, because they're just not going to get the. No, it's not just the ship is sailed. The ship is stunk. The ship is poisoned.
It passed the Titanic down the
The ship is moss and a reef now. Let's just move on from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the Rush Hour. Yeah, we don't need to do Rush Hour 4. No, not at all. I don't know. Just Jackie Chan. Just try to do Shanghai Nights 3.
It's
just get wow. Let's get Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson's good.
I was gonna say, is Owen still okay? Owen
is fine. Owen has not showed up on any emails. There's no photos.
I feel like the phrase that we should use. I feel like the phrase we should use at the end of every one, like so and so is fine as far as we know. I feel like we have to do. I feel like we have to do that because we just. How can we fucking trust?
I know, right?
You never know, right?
You just don't know.
Here's another franchise. Here's another franchise that's kind of like in a similar boat that Rush Hour is. Lethal Weapon. Because Richard Donner passed away. What was the first thing reported after that? Oh, Mel Gibson's going to direct it. What?
No.
Logical.
No.
No, Lethal Weapon's done. Because like Danny Glover is. I mean,
did they even get along anymore since he came out the way he? I don't know. Like
I don't know. Like
might be one of those things where they film their scenes not at the same time, and so there's a splice together.
Very possible.
If there was ever going to be a Lethal Weapon 5, it should have happened like 15
when Donner was
years
alive.
ago. Yeah. I mean, Lethal Weapon 4 was like that one where I remember like what it came out in like 97 or whatever. I mean, I was still young, and I remember I visited my dad when he was in Texas for the summer for like a month or so, and I remember like, he still had to work. So when he was gone, I was like, it was on like HBO or something. I finally watched it, and it's a very enjoyable movie. I mean, Lethal Weapon 4 is, it actually, I think might be better than, is it better than, I don't know. I might rank it better than 2, 3.
I will respectfully disagree.
Well,
I don't know about
2 are very different movies in the sense of the times they filmed.
It's not going to beat 1. 1 is the best.
But you look at the times they filmed, and 1 is very much of. It is a more serious take movie. It is not too jokey at all. But then, and it's the same thing kind of Beverly Hills Cop as well. Beverly Hills Cop 1, it has the jokes, but not as much. You look at Beverly Hills Cop 2 and when Lethal Weapon 2 comes out, they're around the same time, and they both have a very big shift in the sense of leaning hard into the jokes. Again, not bad movies, but there are very differences in the eras both those sequels come out.
Beverly Hills Cop 2.
That James Gunn was writing these scripts like already that early.
Beverly Hills Cop 2 also that was a Simpson Bruckheimer production.
Yeah,
and you could tell, like you see, that's like the biggest visual difference between the first and the second film.
Yeah,
which is also why I love the fact that they went back to that for Axel F.
Last year. I really
liked Axel. I actually enjoyed. I enjoyed Axel. I did. I enjoyed it.
They basically said, okay, which one of the previous 3 movies do we need to go back to? And they picked the right one, the second one, and went back to that tone and that feeling, and it really worked. But yeah, I hear you. Like, because remember the second one is also when they introduced Joe Pesci.
Yes.
They bring in Leo, and that's really where like he was like comic relief.
Chris Rock was in that too, wasn't he?
He was in the fourth one. Chris Rock was in the fourth one. My personal,
and then they like went off each other like pretty. It was awesome how
in the fourth one, yes, they did. They had really
bounced
good
off each other very well in the fourth one.
Because Pesci, like, you know, he has like really, he's got solid comedic timing as like that kind of a character.
Yeah,
and I have such a weird trajectory with him too, because the first thing I ever saw him in was Home Alone.
Yeah.
And then I see the Lethal Weapon, and then later I see Goodfellas and Casino, like in college. Like,
what am I, a fucking clown? What,
right? I'm funny? But no, my personal favorite though, three. I love three, and three. The weird thing about three, Chris, is like three is like a good blend of the serious and the humor, because
You're talking Beverly Hills Cop.
No, I'm talking Lethal Weapon.
Okay.
Lethal Weapon 3, because Lethal Weapon 3 like really has a heavy story when you think about the guns and the kids and the kid that he shot, you know, like his son's friend.
Oh yeah.
And the funeral that they go to, and just the mom slapping him and the family coming to his defense, and just that 3 has a really heavy plot.
It does,
between that, but there's but the humor that they established in the second film carried through because Leo was still there. He's still the comic relief. They bring in Renee Russo,
who can actually stand her own with the two other guys at that point.
Well,
so
because at that point they're like, okay, if Riggs is fully moved on from Victoria, we got to give him somebody.
Renee Russo.
She was a perfect. She was a perfect. She was a perfect.
The whole scene where they're like showing their scars to each other. It was like, come on.
Yes, definitely. So yeah,
I love that in the parody version, Loaded Weapon.
Loaded Weapon is so good.
Oh my God. Oh goddamn! People need to appreciate National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1, which I love that they put 1 just because it was the first. That was the first time I got introduced to Sam Jackson. I was like, oh,
really? You know? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the first time because I watched that because I was all into that. Hot Shots and Spaceballs and fucking Airplane and stuff like that. And my dad was like, and you know, it was like, oh, this is good for the, you know, hey, we can show this to the kids. It's PG-13, you know, and it's like, so I was all about the parody movies. So like, yeah, I saw that was my introduction to Sam Jackson before Pulp Fiction when I got a little older, and I finally saw, you know, the Pulp Fiction of like, oh, okay. Holy shit, you know. And then it was so funny because when you start seeing Sam Jackson just show up in, you know, in the 90s into the 2000s, then you go, what the fuck? You're like, where was this guy? Like, and then you watch which Eddie Murphy
Coming to America.
But he wasn't he also in one of his stand-up specials where he did like a little pre-thing? Was it Deliverance or was it the
I don't remember. It was either Deliverance or it was either Delirious or Raw.
Delirious, yes.
It was one of the two.
I was about to say Deliverance.
Yeah, I was
that in Deliverance.
Delirious. I said Deliverance.
It's a little different movie.
Yes,
slightly different. No, Coming to America. I saw that when I was like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So that was my first.
That was your first.
When he robs the McDowell's. Or tries to rob the McDowell's and it doesn't work out. That was my first introduction to Samuel L. Jackson at a very early age. So
but it was funny because it was I think it was or maybe it was the other one that that second one that Murphy did it. I can't remember, but I know he did like a pre thing.
Raw?
Huh?
Raw was the second one. Raw was the second one. Yes.
Maybe it was
Delirious was first, then Raw. Yeah.
But I remember like watching. Yeah. I remember watching that, and then they did the whole like, oh yeah, we're doing like this whole production of like Eddie as a kid, and I'm going, it's fucking Sam Jackson. What the hell? I was like, Sam Jackson's right. What the hell? Yeah, and it was just like it. It was just funny how again Sam Jackson, his career is just so crazy where he was just in so many random things, and you could look at his IMDb and see how many movies he showed up in, and then Pulp Fiction was just that fucking launch pad, in 1994 when he was already in his 40s. That's what's he was like in his early 40s. He was like probably 40, 41, whatever the hell.
He was like 40 or 41 when he did come into America. So he was even
so
older.
He was probably like
43,
40. Yeah.
Like
and then he just ends up being one of the biggest fucking movie stars. You know, so God.
And then he also did Die Hard Vengeance. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Dude. Of course we remember that. I mean, Ray and I share a love for that.
That is my favorite of that franchise.
That's
by
the thing
far.
is like I still love the original Die Hard a little bit more, but I don't go, Ray, you're wrong. I don't say, Ray, you're wrong about Vengeance being his favorite, because I understand it, because that chemistry between him and Willis is just
not only that, but here's the other crazy thing. I mean, consider that movie came out a year after Lion King, so we had already been introduced to Jeremy Irons as an asshole. So it's like, I was like, oh, okay, you're Scar.
Yeah,
Scar in human form. All right,
and it perfectly ties in without feeling shoehorned into the first one. Like, it brings it to a full circle without, it still has its own story, but it just brings it full circle just enough to say, okay, I can buy this.
Yes, and then like, people don't talk. I mean, and nothing against Die Hard 2. I like Die Hard 2, but it seemed like they were trying to still capture the magic of the first one. Like, oh but this has to do with like airplanes, and you got Holly in there.
We're doing it, but in an airport.
Yes.
And in LA, like that was the weird part. Was like how he's a New York cop on vacation, seeing his wife and kids in LA in the first one, and then because of the circumstances out of how the first movie ended, he just easily transfers to being an LA cop.
Yeah,
we're like now Al is his partner, and like, and I was fine with Al being his partner because I liked Al, but you barely saw Al in the second movie. He's in there for like 2 seconds because he's not in LA, he's in DC, right? And waiting for Holly's plane to fly in. It's weird. Two is weird. Like
I still like some. I mean, I love when McClane, like when he figures out like there's blanks in the bullets, and he just like pops in and just fires it at people.
Dennis Franz,
like, oh my god, it's
right.
Still looking the same after all those years.
Right, flipping Sipowicz before he was Sipowicz. Right, like in the airport.
Looks exactly the same. Doesn't
the same. Oh, and also William Sadler as Stewart, the bad guy. That's the first thing I saw him in.
Robert Patrick.
Right, random Robert Patrick, like 2 years before the T-1000, or like, or maybe it might have been the same.
I think it was the same year.
T2 was 91, so
so year before. Die Hard 2 was year before. So he's random terrorist at the airport that gets blown away when McClane shows up.
But he's just one of the henchmen. But
so was John Leguizamo. John Leguizamo was also one of the henchmen.
Yes, he was.
There's you go back and watch that second one, and you'll see like, okay, him, and then, all right, people we didn't know that like in a couple years would blow up.
I mean, it's not a bad movie. It's just the weakest one. If you're looking at it at a trilogy, let's not think about the other two that came out. Let's just look. If you look at Die Hard as a trilogy, it is the weakest one, 100%. Because then when we're like, hey, Die Hard with a Vengeance, let's do something different. It's in New York. McClane is just, he's a fucking drunk. He's divorced, and we're gonna, like you said, Chris, full circle. We're gonna bring in Hans Gruber's fucking brother, and it's gonna be Jeremy Irons, and we're gonna unveil that. We're gonna work up to revealing that in the story, and then we're gonna have, this buddy cop type of movie where it's full of riddles and trying to figure things out.
Yeah,
that's why it's like they pivoted so well. We're like, we can't do the formula anymore because everyone's doing the formula where it's Die Hard on a bus, Die Hard on a boat, it's Die Hard in an elevator.
Well, they also, because I think what it was, truthfully, Dave, was they went back to the original formula because the biggest thing they did, arguably, with the third one is they went back to McTiernan. Because Rennie Harlan directed the second movie.
Yeah, he did not.
So McTiernan came back, and that's another problematic person for crimes and shit.
Of course.
But no, bringing him back also allowed them to get that feel back and basically like, okay, no, we're taking this back to New York. We're taking this to New York because he's a New York cop. We're going to put him in his element and, you know, keep him. The whole idea to separate him again from like Holly and his family was like, okay, well, clearly him being a cop is still a problem. Like
also he doesn't seem to be the person that wants to be happy. Like it's not something like in his DNA. But when you get Jeremy Irons being the brother of Alan Rickman's Hans Gruber, come on, like that was that you can't just have a person saying I'm Hans Gruber's brother. You have to match A tier.
So I remember and this is 95. This is pre-internet the way it is now. My dad took me to see that movie, and as it was starting, he leans over. I don't know where he read this, but he's like McClane killed his brother, and I'm thinking, I'm like, okay. So as a kid, I'm like, okay, either he's Hans's brother or he's Stuart's brother. And when I heard the accent, I'm like, oh, he's Hans's brother. So I pieced that together as a kid. But it was funny because like the point where it's revealed in the movie and they show that real quick shot of him falling, the whole theater went, oh, like the whole theater went, oh no.
Does the name Hans Gruber ring a bell? And like sort of
happened
in LA.
And then they show that brief little clip of him falling, and then he's like, yeah. It's just the way that he says it. And then I love Sam Jackson's like, I mean, this is because a white man threw another white man out of the building. And like
some white asshole's brother off a roof. No, the dude. I mean, that was the other part of it. Like, and that we talk about humor. Something about the Die Hard humor. I don't know why it just like it's not one-liners. It's like organic. You know, like because when he first meets Zeus and he's calling him Hey Zeus, he's like, why you keep calling me Hey Zeus?
I'm not a Puerto Rican.
And the back called him Zeus. He didn't say Hey Zeus. He said Hey Zeus. My name is Zeus. Zeus, Zeus, as in father of Apollo, Mount Olympus. Don't fuck with me, or I'll shove a lightning bolt up your ass. Zeus, you got a problem with that?
So good.
Oh, Sam Jackson, you know how to deliver those lines so well.
McClane's like holding like a wound on his head, and he's just like, all right, fuck, man. It's like, sorry. It's like,
and the female detective saying, usually alcohol's taken internally, John, not externally.
Man.
I know that's what helps it too. Is like John McClane is hungover like the whole time, or it's like Jesus Christ, you know. And
but there is also some like crazy, like the way there's some crazy twisty shit. Like when the whole thing about the bomb being in the school.
Yes,
and then the park,
the park thing, but when they finally figure out what school it is, and then you zip to after you're like, Zeus has this reaction like Chester A. Arthur, and then you zip to it, you're like, holy shit, his kids
are in there.
Kids are at the school. It's like, oh my god.
Which one of the kids is what's
Aldous Hodge?
Aldous Hodge, who played Hawkman in Black Adam, and who played Alex Cross in the series.
Yes.
Yeah. Who's been like, and I was like, oh fuck, that's crazy. Yeah. That's Hodge.
Yeah.
He's one of the kids. But yeah, I mean that's what makes Vengeance so like just fucking so great. I mean, so everything about, and that's why, like, you know, like I said, the first Die Hard is just near and dear to a lot of people's heart. That's why I don't want anybody who goes, oh, Vengeance is better. I'm like, I get it. I totally get it. I'm not going to even say, no, you're wrong. I'm not going to say that. Now, if you say Die Hard 2 is the best one, I go, wait a minute here.
So I'm sure somebody out there.
Oh, I'm sure.
Who's like a big Dennis Franz fan, or you know, like, or maybe they you know, maybe they love John Amos because he was in there for a hot minute. You know,
it was great.
I'm sure there's somebody out there that like defends 2 like vehemently, like, oh my goodness, this is the best one.
I'm sure.
And look, listen, I know you said you don't want to think about the other 2, but
I like 4. I do actually like 4.
The unrated version of 4 is good.
I will. When I look at 4, I go, you know what? This is an enjoyable action, crazy, you know, movie. I just don't want to think about it as a Die Hard movie. I can enjoy it as a regular action movie for sure. Yes, it has ties because and everything, but don't even get me started on fucking Death.
Well, I like the
5 is unwatchable.
That is unwatchable.
I like that Lucy's. I like his kids are growing up. I like that, and I also
like Justin Long. I think
I like the whole idea.
Timothy Olyphant is a good fucking villain.
He's a good villain. Maggie Q was a decent second in command.
Yeah, she was great.
I like the idea of him being analog, like an analog cop in a digital world. I do like that. Because he's stubborn and he won't, like, things are advancing around him and he's like, fuck this. I'm a blunt instrument. I'm gonna make this work. So I did like that.
I still remember, like, when that first trailer came out. It was funny. This is like embedded in my brain, and the first trailer. Obviously, there's, it's more modern. The action and is going to be crazier, so they use obviously VFX and stuff like that. Like, I still remember, like, the end of the trailer shows it where, like, they're in that tunnel and, like, there's like a car flipping and then it hits 2 cars, barely missing him and Justin Long. It's crazy and stuff like that. And I remember showing it to, like, one of my really good friends. I was like, dude, check it out, Die Hard 4. And at the end of it, I looked at him and he goes, is a fucking T-Rex going to show up? That's what he said. He was like, and I just started laughing. I'm like, you're right. It does get heavy with, like, the VFX action. And he was... And I was like, it was like embedded in my brain because I was like, oh yeah, it does get a little too crazy. But the fact that it was like, I was like that. I looked at him and he goes, is a fucking T-Rex gonna show up?
It becomes a Mission Impossible movie. It's like, he's not a secret agent, he's a cop.
And I get that, but by the same token, all you got to do is watch Mythbusters debunk a lot of the little shit in the first movie, and you realize how ridiculous the whole franchise is. Like, I watched the one.
It was just like, sending a car into a helicopter, and then
have you seen the one where they send a fake? But remember the part the part in the movie after the roof blows up, and he shoots the glass, and like smashes through it. They sent they tested several different fake Jello bodies through actual glass, and in every case he would have been sliced the hell up.
Oh yeah,
by that glass.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no that you got to suspend disbelief for that. Yeah, and that's why it's like, I hate that. I mean, I laughed, but at the same time, I'm like, come on, it's suspend disbelief. You got to do that. Because you watch that first Die Hard movie. I mean, I think we even, you talk about that when it comes to the Home Alone movies. Harry and Marv would have died so many times.
Which one? Because if the last time we were talking about the second movie, the bricks.
The bricks would have killed Marv.
Marv would have been done with the bricks.
And the first brick would have killed.
And then Harry, I guess he would have. I guess the toilet, the kerosene in the toilet, that would have definitely
burned his body.
Even in the first one, whichever one of them stepped on the nail after stepping in tar.
Oh yeah, that would have.
That's just a tetanus shot. It's okay.
Yeah.
You think they can afford a tetanus shot?
No, I'm just saying what it would solve it. I'm not saying they can afford it. I'm just saying.
For sure. Right. Okay. I get you now. Gotcha.
No. Right. Between that. Because
they can spawn it. They got the pawn. They can pawn that stuff they stole.
That was Marv in the basement. But then there was Harry with the blowtorch.
Yeah.
When he opened the door. Right. Yeah,
but at the same time, it's all supposed to be goofy. You got to suspend disbelief. It's like, we could have fun and break it down and do all that stuff. But like I said, I mean, I enjoyed Die Hard 4, and even when I saw the trailer, I was hyped for it. I just my friend's reaction was just that was so perfect. It was like, what is a fucking T-Rex gonna show up next? And I was like,
I kind of equate like Die Hard 4 to Under Siege 2.
Because I like Under Siege 2, to be honest.
In the sense of the concept of like the person who developed this thing for the government now saying, screw you, I'm gonna take it in.
Okay, I don't know why I am really glad that you brought that movie up, because I thought I was the only one that ever thought about that fucking movie.
Yeah.
Because
what was the subtitle of that?
Dark Territory.
Dark Territory with the satellite thing.
The satellite that caused earthquakes in midair because he was firing it at the ground, but he also took out a plane because the whole point was, and this is all happening on a train, by the way. This is happening on a moving train instead of a boat, like in the first movie. And so, like, the whole idea, Eric Bogosian is this psycho that is auctioning this ability to take countries out for like $100 million,
and apparently cheating spouses.
Right. Yeah. Because that was how they, like, I guess how they got the codes was they found the two of the agents that knew the codes to unlock the machine were having an affair.
Yeah.
And so they basically threatened to torture the other and get them to give up the codes because they're just like, all right, whatever.
Both.
Yeah. They threw her out the side at like over a cliff or whatever. Yeah. It's silly. It's the first thing I saw Katherine Heigl in because she plays Casey's
daughter.
Yeah,
she was in it. Wow,
yeah, that's right.
Morris Chestnut's in it too. But like I've actually seen that one more than the first one because they kept showing it on cable.
It was on HBO. Probably
cheap twice.
The two Steven Seagal movies that I've seen like more than any other Steven Seagal movie, they're like two of his worst movies. It's that one and On Deadly Ground.
He has a good movie? He's horrible.
Okay. I mean, that's maybe his best movie is Executive Decision where he dies 30 minutes.
Yes. Executive Decision is an awesome movie. I love that movie.
Executive Decision is a good movie, and people say that's part of the reason why.
Movie, yeah.
He gets
a Kurt Russell movie that was rendered as a Steven Seagal movie.
Kurt Russell, Joe Morton's in that movie, Halle Berry's in that movie. There's Oliver Platt in that movie.
He's not really
Yeah, no, Seagal is dead in the first 30 minutes of that movie.
I remember watching that movie on like HBO or wherever, and I was like, all right, cool. This is a Steven Seagal movie. And when I saw it, when he dies in the opening, spoiler alert, I was like, what the fuck? I mean, it was, but I was going, wow, the movie's better.
I'm more of an Alfred Justice guy. I like Alfred Justice.
Jason Statham is what Steven Seagal wanted to be.
Yeah, 100%. Out for Justice, is that the one with Pam Grier? He was with Pam Grier in a movie, right?
I think
there wasn't Out for Justice.
That's a good comparison, William. I like that because Statham is definitely better.
Oh, Statham
in many ways.
You accept everything. He's like, yeah, I was a beekeeper. Now I'm a working man. Now I'm seeking shelter. You know, it's like you just accept it. Or like, whatever you're doing, Jason, you're just gonna kick ass, and I'm all about it. You know,
Above the Law, Dave. That's
Above
the one.
The Law. That was the one with Pam
Okay.
Grier.
All right. Okay, hang on. All right. So then here's the ultimate. Maybe this is a ball breaker. Maybe it's another stupid question. Seagal or Van Damme?
Oh, Van Damme.
I just get up and leave.
Van Damme.
Well, you're not necessarily wrong in that one too, William. You know,
is a gun pointed to my head?
No, death is not an option.
If I'm locked in the theater and I can't leave, I'm going to go with
Van Damme. Van
If
Damme all the way.
Hey, if death is not an option, then I plunge my thumbs into my eyes.
I grew up with the Seagal movies, but
I'm not choosing either one. Okay. You know what? If you're really gonna make me fucking pick one,
Van Damme, come on! What are we doing here?
It's Van Damme because of Street Fighter.
Yes.
That's like
Van Damme could actually.
Raw foods as your choices.
That son of a beef bison.
See, I hear you on Street Fighter. I would say Van Damme because of Time Cop.
Yes. Time Cop is great. I watched Time Cop not that long ago.
You could say Bloodsport. You know,
Bloodsport is the one I go to. Yeah.
Anybody
see? It's like when you watch Seagal,
about Double Impact or whatever.
I was going to say the one the hockey, not Double Impact, but the sudden death, the hockey rink one. Where
that's what they were talking about in the chat.
You know the problem with Seagal is Steven Seagal has the same exact problem David Ellison is, and that's they both constantly look like they both took a giant bite out of a shit sandwich and look unpleased every waking minute.
Steven Seagal, when he's fighting, it looks like he's already the choreography, I can't even say it, is the fact that he already knows like the next move, and it's so just mundane. And then of course, when you see Steven Seagal run,
oh my gosh,
the way that he runs. When it comes to Van Damme He can do the splits. He can do a split kick. He can dance. He could do all kind, and he's buff too. So I was like, yeah, Seagal was like this skinny fucking. I don't even know. It is crazy how Steven Seagal actually had a film career. I mean, like it is surprising.
When we reviewed Time Cop on Squadcast Media a few years ago, Tim was telling us how he never watched Van Damme movies, and so he was like, "Is this what a Van Damme movie?" He's like, "Yep." The whole thing where he does the splits to avoid the taser in the kitchen.
It's all aura farming. Like Van Damme.
Yeah, once he did that once, he said, "Oh, we got to do that gimmick because that's a Van Damme."
Oh yeah, he's done it so many times, and it's like, and then you watch Hard Target, and you're like, oh my god, like the kicks. I mean, you got John Woo doing his kicks and all the stuff in slow motion, and he literally punches out a snake in that movie. It's like it's crazy. Like, yeah, it's all cheesy, but I would totally, if I had to choose between watching the Steven Seagal library or the Van Damme library, I'm 100% going Van Damme.
Yep. No,
to be fair, I'm not a fan of Steven Seagal anymore. Fuck that dude. Like I was like,
oh yeah.
It sucked because as a kid, my grandmother was like a big Steven Seagal fan.
He has his issues now too. You're right.
And he's the only guy. I remember his movie Under Siege was the only time. I think it was the only time that both my dad and my uncles would watch it with me, and they're like, "We don't remember much about this except the part with the cake." Like, what's the part with the cake? And they walked out.
Yeah, the first one.
Let me watch it. And I was like, and they're like, "Okay, welcome." Now you see what we remember of that movie.
Oh, you had Playboy Bunny, Baywatch, Erica Laniak bopping out of that cake, and doing all that. So that was
Tommy
like
Lee Jones.
Very beauty. In the movie,
Getty Busey, he's still alive.
Yeah, you had to suspend all belief. Like, these guys plan to get this ship, to get these missiles, to get all this stuff, and they don't look at the MTO and figure out, oh wow, there's a Navy SEAL on the ship that might cause some problems. Maybe I don't know.
These are cooking knives.
Tommy Lee Jones was a good, bad guy.
It's peak 80s, 90s logic for those action movies.
And the advertisement for that movie, that's probably why I started
Die Hard on a Boat.
The advertisement, when you look at the poster, he's wearing an admiral's uniform.
Yeah.
You never see him in
an admiral.
Yeah.
So I can crazy when they get uniforms right.
You get busted from admiral to cook. Come on, that's totally reality.
Yeah. He's a chief. In the movie, he's dressed right, but on the all those posters, he's wearing an admiral's uniform because the people just didn't care. That's my pet peeve. It would cost you a fucking Starbucks, and I'll give you whatever the uniform stuff. You should not be spending thousands and hundreds and thousands and millions on a movie and getting rank and stuff wrong and just simple shit like that. It's just the pet peeve.
But it's because they didn't care. Producer or somebody just said, get the one that looks best in the poster. It was all visual. They did not give a shit about the details. And you're right. Nowadays, William, you couldn't get away with that because everybody would call that out on social media. But back then in the 90s, there was no outlet for that. No one cared. Like not to the degree that they would care now.
But there's a reason why Steven Seagal, obviously was never going to be in an Expendables movie. But Van Damme played a villain in the second one? Second one. Great.
Yes.
He was a great villain in that one. I was impressed.
When we saw it, we're like, well, of course this fucking makes sense. Of course he'd be in. Of course he's got to be in this.
Yeah, and he played a great villain. I was actually going, wow, he did a good job as a villain. I was like, good, I liked it. Yeah. So yeah, Van Damme all the way. Seagal is just, I don't know. He had so many freaking movies, and it was just all the same with the stupid ponytail and fucking
Have you heard the SNL stories?
Workers zero.
Yeah.
There was just like, it was Under Siege. The Under Siege movies were like, and then Executive Decision and the fact that they were like, we're killing you first in the opening scene. I was like, so afraid. And I remember just like loving that. And I still love that because then it was like, oh yeah, this is a good fucking movie. It is a good movie. Like Executive Decision is a good movie.
It is legitimately a good movie. Yes.
And I think one of the what adds to that is the fact they're like, yeah, we're not going to have it's not going to be a Steven Seagal movie to weigh this down. We're actually going to have the good acting happen.
Right.
because there was no way that he's just not a good actor. I'm not saying Van Damme's like a fucking stellar actor either, but you like believed he could fight. You believe like Van Damme was like, God damn, he could do those split kicks, and he was just doing it, and he had, he looked like he could fight. Seagal just
here's around from the same era of his executives in The Eraser.
Ooh,
Eraser, yes, one of Arnold and Vanessa Williams.
Yep.
Against James Caan.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
You have just been erased. It was like, oh, you guys are trying to do a Terminator thing, aren't you?
Yeah.
Come with me if you want to live.
Erase. Okay. It was a good movie, not bad. I actually enjoyed it.
You have to have for those movies, just about every movie we've listed, you just have to have a sweet spot for those types of.
You really do.
Yeah.
80s, 90s action movies.
True Lies was ridiculous, but it was fun.
Yeah, but that was a better ridiculous.
True Lies was a better movie. Yes,
way better.
But
that dance, man, that dance.
Which dance?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee.
Oh, that dance.
The
That dance.
That made a lot of guys a man, right?
And Johnny said that made him. That made him right there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was one of those.
God bless you, Jamie Lee Curtis.
Crap. Yeah, who's still hot nowadays. Anyway, Taladia, I know you got to take off. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks for having me on, and
always,
thanks
man.
for talking to you guys.
Take care, Taladia. Good night, man.
Good night, guys.
Take care.
Subscribe to Taladia. Yeah, they don't do it like they used to when it comes to it. But Eraser is like one of those. It had like an interesting story of like how
there's
how
like
the whole thing was.
There's like this handful of Arnold movies, like especially like around that period, like after Terminator.
Yes,
or after True Lies, really, because True Lies was like the last, like, oh my goodness, like I remember when my parents went to go see True Lies. My dad came back, he wouldn't shut up about that movie. Yeah. He was talking about how awesome it was that he like the dogs were chasing him and he just bam, just brought them together and was like, stay. Like he's describing this whole movie to me, and then I didn't get to see
that was Arnold, the PETA people. Bam! That's what I think about PETA.
Right.
It's so funny because I remember, like, you've heard the story if you've seen the interviews where Last Action Hero came out, and that was supposed to be like the meta Schwarzenegger movie.
Yeah.
Where it was like, I'm making fun of myself, and it's a cult classic now, thankfully. I
remember seeing that in the theaters as a kid.
I didn't see it in the theaters.
Yeah. I didn't see it in the theaters, but yeah.
That was a blockbuster night for me when I first saw Last Action Hero. And I fell in love with it. I thought it was fantastic. But of course, it didn't do well. And then we've heard the story, like if you watch the Arnold docuseries, he even said, like, yeah, it bombed. So he called James Cameron. And then they're like, well, let's do something. And I think James Cameron kind of took the idea of taking, like, hey, let's take the whole, Arnold isms, and I'm going to put it into an actual, like, big time action movie. And I think that's what he kind of like did, in my opinion, where it's like, because you watch True Lies, it is an Arnold action film where he has the signature one-liners. It's ridiculous, but it's a James Cameron movie where it's like, it's shiny and it's way more well done.
There's the story. There's an actual story.
Yeah. It's a good story, and you have a good supporting cast.
Yeah.
And everything. So it's almost like he took the concept of like what they wanted to do with Last Action Hero, that was also
that was McTiernan. Yep.
Yeah, it was McTiernan.
Yep.
That was a McTiernan. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember his name, but I was like, that was also a McTiernan. And I'm like going, it just sucks that one was such a flop. But I was like, I love that.
Well, I think one of the things was it was almost like too cheesy to the extent like you take the tropes, but the idea of True Lies saying, okay, what if we it's the whole idea of being a spy. How do you have a family that doesn't know?
Yeah.
And how does that navigate it? And
then you wrap around the crazy action, the crazy Arnold.
It was also because True Lies was rated R, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Last Action Hero was rated PG-13, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So there was also this idea of, okay, well, hang on. I mean, yes, he did Kindergarten Cop, and yes, he did Twins, but he also did Terminator and Commando and Predator, and now you're going to stick him in this meta movie that's not rated R. So, like, I think that was another thing where, like, people might have thought that it was geared toward kids, and they did market it kind of.
Yeah, they did.
I remember seeing Burger
King. You have the
marketing
kid,
stuff.
yeah.
Right. So I feel like that was another reason why they didn't latch on to that movie, because it almost seemed like it was too juvenile for what they wanted him to do.
Yeah,
so,
true. But I mean, if like for like guys like us, I mean, like, and even people were just like,
for millennials, any of us that grew up with it, it's totally in our fucking wheelhouse. Absolutely in our wheelhouse.
Because it was just so meta, and it was so just, and you're just, and even Ian McKellen was in that fucking movie. He played the Death, who popped out of one of the movies, and I mean, it's just there's so much, and and maybe there's even like when you look at the structure, like when they're in the movie, when they're in LA, it's a different tone than when you get to the New York portion. It's more dark. It's darker. It's a different tone. And maybe that could have been jarring for some people. And I even think, like, even as a kid, it's like, oh yeah, I like the first part better because it's crazy. It's Southern. It's California. It's crazier. And they're in the movie world. When they get into the real world, and it's dark, it's gloomy. But then I appreciate that now because I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool because you get you see in the fake world and the real world, and it's also so drastically different. It's
also like a super style. Like, think about that police station.
Yeah,
utterly ridiculously gaudy, and it's like a mall. They walk into a mall filled with cops.
Yes, right. You got all the crazy, like, it's all of course.
The T-1000 walks past.
Yeah, and then Sharon Stone is in there,
right. Sharon Stone's like
the animated cat that's voiced by Danny DeVito.
Right, like it's the suspension is, and then the other thing, and it's crazy to think about this. The first because this was not the first movie I saw this guy in, but Charles Dance as Benedict.
Yeah.
Him being the ultimate villain, right? And that's
great.
He was phenomenal. The first thing I saw him in was The Golden Child with Eddie Murphy. Sardo Noomsi. But no, like
I think the first thing I saw him in was Alien 3.
Yep, he's in that too. Yep.
Yeah, he's in Alien 3, and I think that might have been the
less
first
hair, but yes.
Yeah.
They that's right. Everybody was bald because it was a prison planet. You're right. Yeah.
But he was a nice one. He was a nice guy.
Yeah, he was a nice one. Yeah.
Yeah, he was very nice.
But like his villainy as Benedict was like over the top, like monologuing.
He doesn't miss.
And just the self actualization, like the when he realizes what he is and what it is, and just like, well, how evil would it be if the villain realized that they were the villain, like in a movie, and he just really played that up.
Yeah, so that's the thing. And if anybody's listening, watch Last Action Hero and just be mesmerized by the meta-ness of all that. I mean, it's so great. Like, especially when the real, I don't know, is that even a word? But at the same time, it's like, when it gets to the real world and how dark and gloomy and rainy, I mean, there's such a contrast between like when he's in the movie world and in the real world. It's really cool. And then of course, when when they show up to the, Jack Slater 4 premiere, and it's all, I mean, it's so, and then you got the interaction between Arnold and Jack Slater at one point. And then I love it when, like, spoiler, he gets shot at the end, and then they get him back in the real world, and they're like, what the hell is this? Not even a flesh wound. What are we doing here? And it's like,
I love it when he comes back in and he punches the captain's thing, saying, back at it.
Yeah, exactly. I know, because the joke, like when he's in the real world, when he punches the fucking cab window, and he goes, my hand, it actually hurts.
Right. Well,
there's so much good stuff in that movie that
he couldn't do the chicken trick. He couldn't play chicken with cars anymore.
Yeah. God damn it, that hood.
The cab didn't blow up when he shot it. It just put bullet holes in the trunk.
Yeah.
Right? Like, all the movie magic was gone.
Oh, yeah. But he goes, I know, when he pulls out the fucking cab driver, I know you heard those one-liners like, make my day and blah, blah, blah. Well, how about that rubber baby bumpers?
Right.
He's all, I bet you didn't know I was going to say that, huh? I mean, it gets dark.
It does.
Because like the Jack Slater character is like, I am not real, and I'm losing my shit in the real world here. And it's like, it's crazy. Yeah. Like it is like it is a very unique movie. And I know they were like heavily trying to, you know, emphasize the fact that it's like, oh yeah, we're parroting Arnold Schwarzenegger movies to the point where we put Stallone as the Terminator poster, which was so fucking fantastic to see that. And, you know, and even when like Arnold, like, you know, when Jack Slater like comments and he's like, what are you talking about? It's great. It's one of his best, you know,
best
it's like
performance ever.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
no, but you're right. I think maybe what happened was, you know, they're like, okay, we've got this meta idea. We're going to make fun of him. And then along the way, they're like, okay, maybe we took this too seriously.
Yeah.
And not in a bad way, but like just there really is a story.
Yeah.
The rivals between him and the kid. Like there really is a story that is going on with respect, because it's not, I mean, it's him realizing that he's imaginary, but it's also this kid that is like going through this obsession that he has with this character and like having this dose of reality with respect to like, you know, okay, maybe you shouldn't spend all your time in the movie theater, kid. Maybe you need to understand that, you know, your mom is trying to help you out and like, you know, like stay in touch with reality more than you have up to this point. So yeah, there's actual layers to that fucking movie.
There really is. There really is.
Don't necessarily like see on the surface, and I definitely don't think they saw it on the surface back then when it released. But yeah, you know, like the part where, remember, like yeah, after the nerve gas bomb went off, he fell in the tar pit. He climbs out of the tar pit, and I mean, at one point he's dabbing himself with like paper towel, and he's completely clean.
You know, tar actually sticks to some people,
right? Like the tar's all just gone. His shirt's not even ripped. Yeah, like it's
And then I love it when they get to his apartment and he literally just like takes off his brown leather jacket to just put on another brown leather jacket. You know, it's like it's all he wears is he's the brown leather jacket, the jeans with the cowboy boots, and the red tight t-shirt. And that's all. That's the uniform of Jack Slater. You know, but it's just it's just so great. I mean, I want to watch that movie after this show.
Yeah, there you go. I'm about to say, it sounds like we're all going to be watching it.
It's so pleasing. Like,
you know one of the silliest things in that movie is that just popped into my head. Like all the silliness that happens in the movie with the cars flying and stuff going on. Like the shootout in his house. Like after like Benedict had them all at gunpoint, and then Jack shows up, right? And he's barricaded. There's the gunman. There's a dead gunman sitting in the chair, and he's behind the chair. And there's another gunman firing a machine gun, and he pulls an electrical wire and literally electrocutes the body of the gunman so that the gun goes off.
You know what? I don't know why this one scene lives rent free in my head from that movie, but when his ex-wife is calling and he breaks out the tapes of himself and then plays it. I don't know why that scene always sticks out in my head. That's a scene I always remember about that movie.
And I love when the kid's like, you know, he's on the bike and he's like, okay, he's like, he's convinced himself that I won't die, and then he decides to play chicken with a fucking car on a bike, and then he's all, you're a good guy, you're not gonna die, and then all of a sudden he gets that realization, I'm a comedy sidekick. Oh shit, I'm a comedy sidekick. I'm gonna die. You know, it's like it's just. I mean, again, the parody of how that is. I mean, that's why I love that movie so much.
Yes.
But I know Ronan and Chris, you guys got to take off. It's getting late. So no problem. You know, promote whatever you guys got to promote, guys. Ronan, you go first.
Just dropped a Night of the Seven Kingdoms reaction today that you can go watch. That show's fucking awesome.
I heard it.
Most of all my Wonder Man coverage.
There was like a scene where people were like going, "Holy shit, someone's got packing."
All my coverage of Wonder Man is out. Mañana, well, no, but by Sunday we might get some new trailers, so be on the lookout for me covering that. And a lot of stuff I'm planning out for. Damn, till summer, I guess. But most of all the new TV shows you can just find on my channel, and I'm usually live streaming every Monday, or probably tomorrow I might live stream. So.
All right, cool.
Catch you later, Ronan.
Oh, sorry, I was getting another drink. Right.
Again, with Judge.
Yeah, appreciate you. And then Chris.
Yep, you can catch me on the socials at Chris Balgo. We just dropped a recent episode of Marvel Alliance, closing out our own coverage of Wonder Man with the last 4 episodes, which I think are the best part of the series. Really brings them together. And as I said before, I'm happy to eat my words that I wasn't looking forward to it, but pleasantly surprised, and can definitely recommend it at least for a good watch. But we also dealt with a interesting topic from former co-host Brent had asked us what are the top 10 Marvel projects that you recommend watching, at least 10, at most 10, before Avengers Doomsday. So we also tackled that. And what are
like MCU proper?
Nope, just Marvel projects. Marvel in general. Yep.
Loaded question.
Yeah. So I mean, it was interesting. Because David and I, we had similarities, but some very big differences of where we both went after a couple of similarities.
That is very interesting.
Yeah.
That is actually a really good question.
That's a good question, Brent.
Yeah,
you probably can't hear me, but yeah.
But then if you check out Travis on Geekverse, he answered it as well. But one of the listeners asked him, what would you recommend from post Endgame? What would be post Endgame must watches, no more than 10? And that was tougher for him. That was a lot tougher.
Yeah. So there's layers to that question. It's like, what do you watch in the entirety to lead into Doomsday? And then what do you watch post Endgame? Wow. Interesting. Wow, that's some good.
That's a discussion. Yep.
Yeah, because there's so much. And you can go all the way back to you have to go all the way back to fucking even Blade. I mean, if you're talking about the entirety, I mean, you never know who's going to show up.
Right.
Exactly. So then it gets weirder when we see what happens with Doomsday, and then we say, okay, Secret Wars. Now, what do we do with Secret Wars?
Jesus Christ.
So
no, that's cool. Well, thank you.
Check it out. Marvel Alliance every Thursday at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time, and just check all the podcast feeds. But gentlemen, always a pleasure. Have a great weekend.
Take care.
Take it easy, Chris.
Later.
So how are we feeling about Junkie XL getting back into the DC world?
Well, I don't know. I mean, has everybody waded through all the stupid ass clickbait yet?
Well, of course. You have to wait for all that, but apparently it's happening.
Well, no. Okay, so I posted a Friday flight about this because I found out about this at work, and initially I saw everybody sharing the IMDb listing, and I'm like, no, not IMDb. IMDb is not a source. And then what happened was I was like totally like, listen, for the umpteenth time, unless Gunn says so, it's not the case. And then this one movie score podcaster posted it, and I just said source, and he said it was on the actual website, and I was like, okay, I don't see it. Do you have a link? And he sent me the screenshot, and I saw it was at the bottom of the synopsis, and I was like, well, that's the official site, so that's
about as official as it gets without James Gunn saying it.
It literally can't, unless he and Safran approved it, it wouldn't be on that site.
Right.
So,
exactly.
Like, all right. So I said, okay. And so at that point, it's like, all right, well, now move past the freak out headlines, because I've already seen 3 different headlines. One that literally said, well, the Snyderverse is carrying over to the DCU. That part. And then another one that was like, a longtime Zack Snyder collaborator joins the DCU, right? It's like, okay, you know what the fuck you're doing with these headlines.
Of course. Clickbait.
Yeah.
But for me personally, I will say that, and I didn't realize this until I was recording the episode. Subjectively speaking, this is actually an upgrade for me personally, because I like both composers, but I can actually pinpoint 2 specific scores from Junkie XL that I really like. That I'm like, okay, I'm now looking forward to what he'll do with Supergirl, and that's Tomb Raider and Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Fury Road. I mean,
okay, you know what? And I'd completely forgotten about both Fury Road and Furiosa.
I mean,
forgotten about both of those.
It was funny because Phil and I were talking about this, and I mean, one of the reasons why my thumbnail even says Furiosa in space is because Phil was like, "Dude, it's like Furiosa in space," and we're like, "Oh, that's like a good title." I was like, "Yeah." So I put that on the thumbnail because, I mean, it's true. I mean,
yeah,
he was onto something where it was like. Yeah, I mean, and there were some people that were like, "Oh, this is a downgrade," because I know Raymond, whatever.
Raman
I know he's got a good track record. I think he's done like
He's got a huge portfolio. He's got a lot of shit under his belt.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I'm just like going, I don't know. When you're looking at a character like this Kara, I'm like going, and then you got Mamoa's, Lobo. You got some. It just almost seems like, oh, this kind of fits.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
Yeah. When Phil said Furiosa in space, I was like, that's pretty good. I like it.
And to be fair, as big as Raman Djawadi's catalog is, people I think sleep on Junkie XLs.
They do.
Because I even looked at the list today and was like, okay, he's done more than I thought.
Yeah.
Like he's done a good sight more than I thought he did. A couple of movies that I've seen that I didn't know he did, like Terminator Dark Fate. Did not know that was him. Was like, okay, all right. So yeah, I feel like anybody that is like thinks it's a downgrade just doesn't know his work.
Well,
outside of the Snyder stuff.
He's worked under Hans Zimmer too. I mean, that's the thing. It's like when it came to Batman vs Superman, that was both of them like collaborating. Right. And then even when I said at the beginning of this, stream and stuff, I'm like, the Wonder Woman theme, I mean, that was like, you don't have that without Junkie, because he is all about the percussion. He loves those big time drums and the electric guitar. So I mean, you can actually go that Wonder Woman theme that we always love. And of course, it was overused, when it came to her appearances, when it came to other movies where the appearances weren't even that great. But I always would say that BVS entrance where she saves Batman's ass, that is one of the best superhero entrances. And with that score, with the I mean, that is him mainly that is doing that. And
I still remember my theater applauding.
Oh, my theater blew up. My theater blew up.
Like as soon as the flash went away and you saw her in costume and the music started, the audience started cheering. Seriously.
Yeah. I mean, I saw this news because Ray had posted or replied to someone saying you can't trust IMDb. and I kind of hand waved it as, okay, so there's a rumor going around that it's him. And then I saw DC Films News posted on Instagram, and I'd left a comment. I was like, this is unconfirmed. And then someone in the comment section was like, no, it's on the official website. So I, being me, went on the website and I was like, okay, where the fuck is it? And I'm scouring all over this goddamn website, and finally it's under the synopsis tab.
Mm-hmm.
If you click on the synopsis tab, and it's right there, Tom Holkenborg doing the score
right at the bottom.
Right there at the bottom. I was like, okay, well, he's doing it. I'm wrong. It's confirmed. It's a thing. And my initial thought was, well, I already think this is going to sound better than Superman.
Yeah,
and that's just me. That's just a me thing.
I can agree with you.
No,
even though I like Superman.
The guy the person I commented on, that was Brooklyn Batman, and after because I tagged him in the response that I had to the other guy, the film score podcaster that sent me the screenshot, and then Brooklyn Batman asked me if I thought that it was an upgrade from or an upgrade or downgrade from the Superman composers, and I said, well, I think either one of them would have been an upgrade from the Superman composers, and that it's really not trying to slight John Murphy or the other guy I can't remember the second guy they brought in. Fleming, yeah. It's really not, I'm not trying to like shade either of them, because after I reconciled that they were using the Williams theme, I was at least able to personally like appreciate how they changed it, and instead of just doing the lazy Danny Elfman thing with Justice League and reusing the Williams cues directly from 78. So I didn't dislike that score. That being said, I feel like this is going to have far more like organic and like more like techno industrial tone, which it seems like it belongs in this movie from what we're seeing.
Yes, that's exactly right. Because if you look, well, not only that, it's this character and it's the way this character is depicted in the story, because this story has them traveling through the muck and grime of space, and that's exactly why I said getting Junkie XL, getting Tom Welkenborg on this is going to be Furious in space, because you're going to see Supergirl on a similar-ish kind of journey that is very, very Furiosa coded in a certain respect, and even more so for Ruthie than Supergirl. But it just thematically in the way you want this movie, I think, to sound, I think it's a smart move to get Tom Welkenborg on it, and it's definitely going to give what I think the Superman movie does lack, and they're going to give this version of Supergirl her own identity in that form of a theme, which to me, you know, I've said this before, the Superman movie doesn't really have, because they're kind of piggybacking off the Reeves theme more or less. So I'm excited for this. I've been more excited for this movie since they've announced it, and I'm very curious to see if they will use any of his music in the next trailer, if they do release one, which I'm sure they probably will.
I really hope so. If we can get, I mean, you know, and it's funny too, because like I said, I think like a couple Film Junkie lives ago, I brought up the fact that, you know, because Twitter is a weird thing where somebody will just, you know, you look at your notifications, you'll be like, you know, and see like, oh, you know, people like the recent stuff, but then you see that one little like, what the fuck? Somebody liked a tweet from 5 years ago, and it was when I posted the video, I clipped it out of the live stream with Zach during the Christmas streams that we did. And we had Zach, it was me, Swenson, and Nicotina, and Zach was on there, and he decided to pull up on his phone some Junkie XL, and it was that wah, 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 you know.
Oh yes, the you're talking about the guitar riff. That's like my favorite. That's literally like my favorite part of the Zack Snyder Justice League score is it pops up twice in the movie, and it's I fucking love that.
One of the times when they're walking up the stairs, it's like
yes, and the other time is when they're about to leave the Flying Fox for the
and he like throws the trident to he's like,
no, I love that piece.
It's a good riff. It's
so
a good riff.
much.
And I'm like, you know, it's just funny because I was like, oh yeah, I brought that up probably like, you know, 3 or 4 weeks ago on there, and it's like, oh okay. I'm like, but yeah, when I saw that, I was like, oh perfect. I mean, that's perfect. I'm like, and then I'm with Phil. I'm like, I'm hoping that he already, like, you know, because we never know fully when these people get brought on board. I mean, you know, regular people might be like, oh, he just got brought on board. And I'm like, no, he probably was already on board for a couple of months or a few months already. It just was never reported, and nobody ever uncovered it. Right. You know, and I always love that when people like, when I see like, oh yeah, so-and-so has been cast, and then people in the comment section go, the movie's already wrapped. I'm like, yeah, because it wasn't reported. I mean, and I hate it when like Twitter accounts or websites go like, so-and-so has been cast. It's like, no, they were already cast. Can you like change your wording and like, oh, so-and-so is in this movie? Or it's like, and it's like, you're misleading people because, you know, Tom has been he's already been involved for months. We don't even know, you know?
Right. They didn't officially, like, Gunn didn't say anything. There was no like Variety or like, there was no Boris Kit piece or anything saying this. We don't even know, truthfully, I guess, how long it was on the site until somebody found it, and was like, "Oh, it's there." Like this change has happened. So, for all we know,
I'm sure this weekend either Gunn or Tom is gonna maybe even like, "Oh yeah, it's true," you know. And it's like there's, you know, and I think they're probably happy that hey, it's been kept secret this long, because there's no way that this is just a new thing. He's probably been making music for the past 2 or 3 months.
My thought process, and I don't know. I mean, you guys probably you've talked to him before, so you probably know way more about his process. But my thinking originally was that now would be around the time that scoring sessions would happen.
Yes,
because we're
like, in post production. Yes,
we're like 5.5, 6 months away, and this is when you would do it. So you've got you have a cut.
And I think like when you always, and I think even Gunn like expressed this when it came to Superman. It's like you already want to have something in place. So I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if like this has been around for a while. Like, who knows how long it's been for a while? We're never gonna probably know this. But I just wouldn't be surprised like when it came to just already footage that was shot, and when they wrapped up, like they were like, okay, so Raymond was like not going to be a part of it. We got Junkie, and he's already starting to create music for it. I don't know. I don't know. It's all very interesting. Who knows when it comes to timelines? Tony Movie Chappie Neil Blomkamp fan said, I read somewhere that Junkie XL had a unprecedented phone call with Joss Whedon, and after that decided not to. Oh. Okay, well, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. When you're talking about Justice, of course.
Yeah.
Justice League movie.
Yes, because he was originally
I wouldn't be surprised if like Junkie XL was like, and thank you for the $5 super chat. I wouldn't be surprised if like he probably didn't want to work on rearranging what Zach was doing, because Zach and Junkie and Tom, they have a good relationship, and I could see Tom being like, oh wait, you're gonna fuck up his movie? I'm not gonna be a part of that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no.
The other thing that I definitely want to stress about this whole situation too, because we know how things can run rampant on the internet, is that this isn't an uncommon thing.
No,
like anybody that and I don't, I just reading tea leaves. I haven't necessarily seen freak out. But like I said, I've seen the clickbait headlines about, well, now this is an indicator of what the tone's going to be, and it's going this, it's doing that, and it's like, okay, this isn't a knee-jerk change. This was clearly a different direction that they wanted to go in, based on the assembled cut that they have. They're like, okay, no, we need a different vibe.
To piggyback off what you're saying, I think that what they think they have with Supergirl, they've got a lot of really rough around the edges elements, and they needed a sound to fit that moniker. And whatever Raman was working on wasn't quite cutting it. And I think I think that's why Hulkenborg was ultimately brought in, because that's kind of what this story is at the end of the day. It's a very rough around the edges Supergirl story, and there's going to be some moments in it that are going to be to what the Superman and Supergirl do would be like equivocal to, because there's a portion in the story that involves red kryptonite. I won't say how it's involved, because it's evocative of, say, taking medication, if you will. There's the tone of this film based on certain panels in this book, and just based on what I've seen in the trailers and the promotional footage that they've shown off, it does feel like to me that they are going to show that Kara is, number one, she is a partier. She's a party character. We're going to see that. We're very much going to see that. And that in turn is already going to give her a much more different kind of personality than what we've seen with Clark. And I think they do kind of need that for the DC universe. Also, I've been kind of thinking about this. They've also said, in not so many ways, that Supergirl cost less than Superman. And I'm of the mind that I think this movie has a lot of really great potential to be superbly successful, and I could absolutely see this movie possibly being more financially successful than Superman, and when it's all said and done at the end of the day, just because of where it is on the release calendar too. It's got arguably the most perfect release of all the superhero movies this year.
Well, if first of all, if the budget is lower, then it's already it's more successful in that regard.
If it's somewhere in the like Shazam to Wonder Woman, $150 million range,
right?
I think where it benefits is the fact that They didn't have to have like the locations, outside locations. It's all
a blend.
Set.
All backlot.
And backlot. It's not going to be anything like that's going to be fully outside.
Maybe, and
that's why we didn't see any set photos really at all.
And that's also not including tax incentives from the local governments too.
If I don't know if they've indicated this at all, but I would imagine there's some volume use.
Probably
more than likely, which is another reason why we wouldn't have seen set photos. But I think that the potential for it's really going to come down to the marketing, obviously, of course. But
yes,
I think that
marketing before, but then after, word of mouth.
Yeah,
definitely. And I think you're right as far as its release date, because it will get a full month before a brand new day. It will, most certainly it will, and that's good.
There's
very
that,
good for it,
which is good. It's not going to have a tight window like Superman had, and
right,
and then and I brought this up too, like with all the Lobo reveal and stuff in the promo that Jason Momoa had. I'm like, he is going to to be heavily involved.
Yeah, you can't count you can't count his presence out. Like the minute
beefcake.
The minute Aquaman, the minute the first Aquaman movie did what it did, you're like, okay, this dude clearly can bring in an audience.
And so even the second movie, it still got money.
It did. It was it was.
Despite mismanagement, it still did good.
It definitely did the most out of any of the DC movies that year.
And I would argue a large portion of that financial revenue came from the women who were like, Jason Momoa is the hunk, and I want him. And they fantasize about Jason Momoa in one way or another.
Certainly, yeah, and that can only help you.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like when I watch The Wrecking Crew. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet. You guys got to watch it. I mean,
yes, absolutely.
I mean, it's one of those. It's just one of the. I mean, Mamoa, he just has a charisma to him, and even when it came to the last Fast and Furious movie, and and him being like the villain, the bad guy, I was like, that saved it for me. I was like, because there's just something about this dude that I just, even like just being I'm just, there's something about this dude that I just like, and then of course you put him opposite of kind of the what do they call it? The straight man, or the heavy, I guess you could say, is like, that's Batista. He's the straight shooter. He's like, he's supposed to be the older brother. He's like, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm the Navy guy. I was in the military and blah, blah, blah. And Momoa is like the cop who's like out of his league, and he's just like, whatever, fuck you, this, that, and this.
Right. One object.
It just fucking works. And then when I saw the promo tour, and he was on podcasts and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I'm watching him on Theo Vaughn's podcast. I'm watching him on the Men's Health thing when he was talking about, oh yeah, this is what I do for my diet. And it wasn't like your traditional thing, like that we talked about earlier. It was like, he's not like that traditional guy. And that's what I think, like when I see, especially when it comes to the female demographic, who are like, they're swooning because he's not the traditional guy.
He has said before he hates going to the gym.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. So what he does is that's why he does all the hiking and climbs trees and shit.
Yes,
that's why
active.
He's right. Yeah,
he's active, but he's not a gym rat. And then when you watch that Men's Health, like there's a video about Men's Health. The first thing that they show a clip of, he goes, "I don't do protein shakes. What are we talking about? I eat real food." That's the first thing.
He drinks Guinness. He drinks beer.
Oh yeah, and he talks about that. He talks about that. He goes, "Yeah, it's like a reward. My Guinness, my Guinness is, and like I grew up on just like drinking that." And it's like, and that's what's so funny. Going back to the whole physique of the male lead, is when you see Jason Momoa, obviously he has his shirt off in the movie, and it's like he still looks great. Like he doesn't, he's not shredded, he's not peeled. But at the same time, it's like, dude, and it's so funny because Batista is Batista in the movie, you don't see him, shirtless in the movie. He's like, he keeps it under wraps because he's playing like the straight shooter. He still looks, big, but not as big as he normally is.
They've all kind of lost weight, like even The Rock, but like
they got off.
The juice. But Batista he's not Drax size anymore.
No,
like as
I
far
take
as
that back, you do see Batista with the shirt because he's training like divers when you first see him. So you do see him without a shirt, but he's like he still looks good.
Right.
He's just not how he was
Right.
because he's 55, 56, whatever he is. He's got to get off whatever, obviously he was taking things before.
He's closing in on 60.
Yeah, exactly. So, but he still looks great. And when it comes to Mamoa, even like when I was watching him on Theo Vaughn's podcast, he even talked about it. It's like, it's like, can't keep it up. It's hard. He's and he even said like the hardest that he ever worked out was when he played Aquaman. That was like the hardest, most grueling, to keep that shape.
Oh, and you saw it in the photos. Like there's that one photo where he was like where the like all 6 of the pecs were like well defined.
Yes.
And I remember people like in the comments like he is severely dehydrated and like low energy in this photo. Like there's nothing healthy that can be maintained with what is in this photo because everybody else is looking at it like, oh, I wish I had that. No, you don't, because that's not that's not natural for your body to maintain.
Yeah. Well, there's like a weird thing, like, and he even said it in an interview too, which is like it's like a bodybuilder trick that I even recently found out about, and then he confirmed it. Was like what he even said, like when it came to like his Justice League scenes where he was like, he worked really hard to try to get really lean and very ripped. And then it was like, there was something where it's like, he wasn't quite there yet. And then what did he decide to do? He downed a Guinness. He needed carbs. And I was like, oh shit, that's a bodybuilding technique because they will dehydrate themselves days before. But the last thing that they do is eat something sugary and carby. And for some reason, the human body will then, when you take that in, everything just sucks in more. So when you see those bodybuilders, when they're out doing their fucking weird poses and everything like that, they have actually taken in some sugar or carbs because there's something that happens with the body when you've dehydrated yourself so much that it just adds that next level of things. And he even said that he actually downed a Guinness, which is what he loves, and it caused him to go just suck in a little bit more. And then he shot those scenes without a shirt, and then of course shot the images and everything. And it's like, yeah. And like you said, Ray, it's like when people are like, oh, I wish I looked like that. Nobody looks like that 24/7. You can't. No. There's no way that like when you see Hugh Jackman in Days of Future Past, he specifically knew when he was supposed to be in that, when supposed to be shirtless. And it's like, and that's where things get ridiculous, when we talk about the physiques of like some of these, it's like, Jesus Christ, so that's why when we see like an image of Jason Momoa on the beach and people are saying he's got a dad bod, it's like, what are you, ridiculous? Right. You're just saying he doesn't have the body that he had in Aquaman where he was completely peeled. And it's like, you can't carry that all together. Like when you see Jake Gyllenhaal in Roadhouse, it's the same thing. It's like they know when they're getting their shirtless scenes and they're just doing ridiculous things to look like that. Even Brad Pitt in Fight Club, it's
or even Pratt in Guardians.
Yes,
for that one shot. It's like they're all doing the same shit, and it's not sustainable. Like even Cavill, like people will hold over him, and it's like he don't look like that all the time.
No. When Ben Affleck did the montage thing, he had to dehydrate and probably did the same thing to get everything popping out during those scenes.
I learned through him what Orange Roughy was, because I had no idea what it was, and he kept talking about eating copious amounts of it for like, when he was working. I'm like, okay, what the hell is this? And I'm like, oh, it's a fish. Wow. Like a protein heavy fish that isn't cod or salmon, basically, that he ate a ton of while he was working out up here, actually, because of course they shot BVS up here, in Michigan, and he was training. He was still doing workout stuff at like Michigan State and with the football team and whatnot when he was up here. But like that, and that was like in his case, it wasn't just like muscles popping out. He also had to bulk because he's never been that big.
No,
like he's
a big guy, but he had never been that big.
No, he had to be like brawler size, like he just stepped off the page of The Dark Knight Returns.
Well, they talked about during that the press during the rip where somebody, I saw the interview where we were interviewing both Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, and the girl asked, like, have you ever been jealous of each other's roles? You know, like, you know, was there a role that, you know, that each one of them got that you wanted or something like that? And they kind of went like, you know, not really. And then she brought up like, well, to Matt, like, would you want to be Batman? And he was like, no. he's like, I saw the process. He had to gain like fucking 25 pounds of muscle. And it was like, that seemed grueling and all this kind of stuff, you know, even though Matt Damon had to, you know, kind of do something for the Odyssey, but I think it was a little bit different where he didn't really have to gain. He had to lose. He had to, like, I even think like Matt Damon said, he had like gain muscle, but also drop weight. So because Christopher Nolan wanted to make him look strong, but lean. Yep. So he had to like drop down to like 167 pounds, which he hadn't been since high school. So he got muscle, but then dropped weight. And that actually could be a little bit harder, to be honest.
It is, because Matt Damon and I are the same height. He's about 5'10". Yeah. I'm 5'10". He weighs 167. He looks like that for the Odyssey. I'm currently sitting at 163. He's probably got about 10 to 12 pounds more muscle than me. But he's probably also had the luxury of being able to work out 4, 5, 6 hours a day to get to maintain that physique for that role
with a trainer, with a trainer and a dietitian.
Exactly. Yeah. And me, you know, I'm only doing an hour or so a day eating, you know, as much protein as I can afford.
Yeah. Bingo. Yes, exactly. As much as any of us can afford. No, and people just I think, but maybe more people realize it now. But yeah, it just the amount of work. No, I totally understand why he said that, because I remember those interviews. I remember like him talking about what he had to do to get into that role, and there's a difference, even because we're going to see what he looks like in the Odyssey, and there's obviously like a mythological factor in terms of like how like the Trojans and like, you know, were portrayed in Homer's story. It's different than Batman. Batman is like larger. It is literally like a larger than life demigodish like character in literature, and the version that they specifically went with in BVS was literally the biggest version that we've had.
Yes,
like he did far more than Keaton. He did far more than Bale. He did Bale. But if you're doing more than Bale, holy shit. Seriously, because that man has done some very dangerous things to his body over his career, and Affleck had to be bigger than him because, again, as I've said for many years, he had to match Superman's physique on screen, because unlike any other Batman except for the one that's going to get cast in the DCU, he had to be the one to be on screen next to a Superman. Bale didn't have to do that. Keaton didn't have to do that. Pattinson doesn't have to do that.
No.
When you can't be smaller. This is why Alan Ritson keeps getting fan cast.
Yeah.
because of his size. Because they're like, we need somebody that's going to match what Superman looks like and not look like scrawny compared to Superman. I think also part of it too is they also think like animated series brain, because when you see like how Bruce is drawn compared to Clark.
Well, they're both like the same size,
right? Yeah, exactly. And they both look
the same model,
like broad shoulders and just like really like
broad shoulders, pecs out to here. You know, it's like everything, and then like a small kind of waist. It's all just.
Well, here's the beautiful thing about what the bar is, right? Like Zack Snyder effectively set the bar for Batman and Superman on screen, and you know, regardless of any other incarnation, like going forward on screen, like you now have like Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill, like that is your barometer. So now when it comes to David Cornsweet's Superman, whoever they cast for Batman, you're going to kind of have to get someone in that same kind of ballpark. You're going to get someone, you can get someone shorter because let's face it, Superman can just hover over Batman and be taller than him. It doesn't really matter.
According to what's what, 6'4"?
He's 6'4".
He's 6'4".
He's a big
6'4".
dude. He's a big dude. He's
So
a big,
I think when it comes to the DCU Batman, I think we're probably going to get someone in, you know, the Christian Bale, Robert Pattinson, maybe Ben Affleck ballpark. You're probably going to get someone at least 6'1", 6'2", someone in that,
Brandon
in that range.
Glenarfield.
I'm guessing. Yeah, I mean, you know, probably.
I mean, the dude's, you know, he's put in some work, and you know,
right.
Who knows what's gonna happen? I mean, who knows? Like, you know, there's again, you know, when it came to one of the things, like when it comes to Gunn and casting for the DCU, it's like, obviously there's people that go, oh, he's just casting on Twitter and blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden the Brainiac casting comes, and I'm like, nobody fucking, who the hell knew about this guy?
Nobody.
Yeah, nobody knew about this guy. Everybody was talking, you know.
Nobody even had it on their list.
No,
nobody.
Absolutely.
So
not.
it's like, you know, when it comes to Batman, obviously there's a lot more pressure. And yeah, Sklenar, I would not be surprised at all that he's already, you know, he's already been considered and stuff like that. But is he going to be the right person for the role? We don't know. You know, I'm like, I like him. I would say he's in my top 5. You know,
that, my friend, depends on who makes the movie.
Exactly. That too. It's like
right.
There's so much that's when it comes to, you know,
still not even 100% concerned. It's still not even 100% confirmed who's writing the movie.
Yeah, well, it seems like when Gunn defended, you know, Hudson,
my thought with that was, him defending her doesn't have to be because of that movie. Because he still never said yes, but what it could totally be is whether she's writing that movie or not, he may still want her to write something.
No, see, the way I looked at it is, and this is what I said even in my video when I was like talking about this, is like, you know, I defended her when it came to, you know, Birds of Prey, Flash, and Batgirl. When it came to certain things and the way things ended up when it came to that. You can't fully blame the writer when studio is doing some crazy shit. You know, like, you know, certain choices when it came to characters, talking to you, Cassandra Cain, you know, certain things I might not agree with. But at the same time, like, I looked at it like she has a brain trust now as opposed to before. She didn't really have that. There's an actual writer's room where you can have a Drew Goddard.
Yes.
And you can have a Tom King, you can have a James Gunn that is like going, hey, maybe do this, give notes. You have that brain trust within the room that she never had before. Where like maybe she like decides, hey, I want her to do this, and somebody goes, maybe not do that, maybe tweak it to this or something like that. She has that support system that she probably didn't have before.
I guarantee she didn't have it.
No, she didn't have any of that.
The dysfunctionality of what DC Films ended up being before it was finally dissolved. Yeah, there's no way she had that whatsoever. So
she didn't have anything, anybody to give her or else she got notes, but it was probably like, you know, Walter Hamada going, yeah, we got to make, you know, who knows what the fuck he fucking, that douchebag fucking center.
I'm of the opinion and thought and theory that she's writing a draft of Brave and the Bold, and someone else probably is too. And James Gunn is probably going to take his best pick of which one he wants to do. Much in the same way that's much in the same way, you know, Warner Brothers did with Aquaman. This is not something that's not new. I mean, and here's why I think that. And I think I said it last week, dude. The timeline of her allegedly being on this movie does not at all line up with the amount of times that he's talked about allegedly working with said writer on this movie. So I'm of the mind that there is not one person writing this movie. There are probably multiple people writing a draft of this movie, and James Gunn and Peter Safran are inevitably going to pick the best draft of that movie. And Christina Hodson is probably writing a draft, and that's why the Rat and subsequently Boris Kit went ahead and went, oh, she's writing the movie.
Yeah, or it could even be a combo. They could take elements from both scripts and combine them into something that they like as a fusion. I mean,
they did it with the Flash.
Right, screenplays can have more than one writer, of course, but like that's a very sound theory, a very sound theory for sure. I just think that his defense of her without confirming yes or no could totally fit that, but I also think it fits the idea, just the way he worded it, that just especially when he made a point to indicate that she was there at the beginning of the formation of DC. So it was like, okay,
she was in that shot of the everybody.
She's part of the group. She's clearly part of the group. So whether she writes Brave and the Bold or not, she's part of that group. She's going to write something.
Well, even look at other people on the Brain Trust too. Nobody's working on one single project. Tom King, hello, Lanterns, and now Mr. Miracle. Come on.
Yeah.
Christina Hodson is not working on one thing. She's probably doing at most two.
Yeah, look at Naguara.
Anna Naguara. Yeah, exactly.
Anna Naguara.
If rumors are to be believed, she's working on Supergirl will be one, Titans possibly, and Wonder Woman for sure.
Woman. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So
and I think that's that's one of the things like that I specifically said was like the fact that before she didn't have this. She didn't have a support system. It was like, hey, do this. Here you go. Here's your task. And she might, here's your task, but she has a support system of like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, and then somebody might come in and you have like that because we're still waiting on, I mean, when it comes to Drew Goddard, I'm like, what exactly? We haven't really seen much of like what he might, is he just like overlooking things, which I'm totally fine with because dude's a fantastic writer. I've loved his shit.
What was he attached to?
He's a great director too.
Was he attached to something? I forget.
I don't think he was.
So, or was the speculation that he was being?
He was just in the room. He's in that picture.
So Jeremy Slattery and Drew Goddard are on the DCU writers' brain trust, along with Tom King, Christina Hodson, James.
I think he's overlooking things.
Jeremy Carver, Jeremy Carver's just handling Waller, but there's a couple other people a part of that trust.
And in the midst of this, is he also still working on his Matrix reboot?
I believe so.
Because they talked about that a year or so ago. I remember seeing that article and was like, oh, okay, all right. That's Warner Brothers.
That's still Warner Brothers. I just want to see a Morpheus fucking movie. That's all I'd be glad just to see a Morpheus movie. I mean, if you
got in the time capsule and revisit it in about 15 or 20 years.
That's fine.
I love
I'm not in a hurry.
So much.
I
Jason and Michael and Freddie there, put them in that same time capsule, and in 15 years, take a look at the world, and then let's pull them out of the capsule. But right now, let's come up with some new ideas. Damn.
I'm really not in a rush to find out what Drew Goddard, Jeremy Slattery, or any of these people are working on. But when it is revealed, it's going to be the why for me of why they decided to pursue said project and how it ended up ultimately getting to that point. And also, why James Gunn felt compelled to bring these specific people in on the DCU too. I'm very curious about that. Very, very specific thing. Like why is a lot of the architecture of the DCU, at least in this first chapter, so Tom King heavy?
Yeah, it's very Tom King heavy. It really is.
Between Lanterns and Mr. Miracle and Supergirl, I'm like, okay, not that any of these three intercept in any way narratively, but it's just very interesting that Tom King is a part of very heavily with Lanterns, and two of the other projects are very much inspired by some of his notable work. So I'm like, huh.
So okay, as a novice to the comic book world, my theory would be, and maybe this is too much of a mini world, maybe it's too much of a world building theory, but one of the things that I have personally been impressed with so far that DC Studios has done is obviously the connection with the writers of the source material, and perhaps part of Gunn's pitch, at least for the first chapter of the DCU, at least for Gods and Monsters, was direct connection with at least one or two of the creators themselves, like a Tom King or anybody else that he would want to involve, because that's something that we just haven't seen with any of these franchises, right? We didn't see it in the we certainly didn't see it in the MCU. No. Right, you gotta beg, borrow, and steal to see Steve Ditko's name in a Spider-Man movie, and then you didn't see it really with the DCEU outside of you know who. I'm not going to say his name in your presence, but that this is a new thing. It's kind of a, and I think with Gunn being a student of the comics, I feel like he does think that's very important, and also, that was probably part of his pitch for him and Safran to get DC Studios in the first place.
Well, also keep in mind, this is going to go back to something Kevin Smith talked about a long time ago. It was either on Fat Man Beyond recently somewhere. He talked about how he was once almost handed the same gig that Kevin Feige had at DC at Warner Brothers years and years ago when he was writing Superman, The Death of Superman Lives, or Superman Return, whatever the fuck he was writing. And at the time, the people at DC and Warner Brothers were like, the comic book people write comic books, movie people write movies, television.
You hear that, Jeff Johns?
Yeah. And then, you jump forward a couple years and Jeff Johns breaks his teeth in Smallville and whatnot. And he, his ego progressively grows and grows and grows as he becomes what he is at DC Comics as a writer. And, a lot of that siloed thinking continued until, Marvel Studios came along and blew the door off of all of that. It's just like, I think now when we look at what the DCU is bringing to the table, I think they're going about it in a much more different way than a much more catch-up kind of way, because that's ultimately what Jeff Johns was really trying to do. He was answering to people at WB and trying to catch up to Marvel, and I don't think that is the directive going forward now, and that doesn't seem to be the case. But also, it is nice to have that familiarity. I just think as a comic book fan, I think even William might even agree with me on this, it would be nice to see other writers from that DC writing sphere be a little bit, not say more involved, but have a little bit more creative consultation on some of these projects in some respect.
Well, I can think of one right off the top of my head, be Scott Snyder. I would like to see
figured
him
you were going to
involved.
say Scott Snyder. Yeah.
I think that's entirely possible, if not maybe even likely down the road. I think because we've talked about how this is the prove it year for the DCU. Right. This is the prove it year for DC Studios. Gunn bet on himself heavily to start this off, and it largely succeeded. But now is the year of the 3 projects that he didn't write.
Wait, Teddy Sarando said it underperformed.
Yeah. Did he say that?
No, he didn't. He didn't. But
so annoying.
People are twisting his words to make it seem like he said that.
Well, I mean, the whole thing when it came to Ted Sarandos, which obviously the whole hearing was like a whole big thing, more than just.
Depending on who you look at, who's
I'm sorry, I saw your video on it last night, but it was longer, so basically, I haven't watched it yet. But
what he said he wants to commit to the 45-day window,
right,
when it comes to Warner Brothers, and he goes, but some movies, and I totally was like, oh yeah, I mean, not every movie is going to get that 40. Like, oh yeah, we're going to keep it out there, but if it's not doing well, yeah, of course they're going to put it on the streaming service. They're going to put it on Netflix. So he brought up the example of like, oh yeah, Superman got a shorter one, Sinners got a longer one. And it was like, and then all of a sudden, of course, I was like, oh, you just handed a weapon to, the people who want this.
He inadvertently stirred the pot without having to try.
Yes.
Well, and okay, so that's what he said. He just said that Superman had a shorter window than Sinners.
Yes. Which it did. Okay. It did. Because it was supposed to have the 45-day window. It was supposed to come out on August 26th. It came out on August 15th. So they shortened it by,
6 days.
Yeah.
Right.
About a week.
6 days.
Yeah. Because, and then of course Gunn came out and said the reason why we did that because we want to get it out before Peacemaker, and of course that could be him fluffing it up, which totally is. Yeah, I get it. He might be lying, and I always say fluffing for PR purposes. He probably was doing that. Who knows? But at the same time, you go, well, the theatrical window. If you want to look at the overall theatrical window of Superman, it literally ended on October 2nd because there were still theaters that had it until October 2nd. So then there's that whole thing But I mean, everybody's just kind of going with the whole Sarando said this and everything, and it's like, I'm like, no, he didn't, because he said it he's even said before that hits that it was a hit and stuff like that. But of course, you know, he's saying it under oath. I'm hearing backfeed.
Who is somebody?
William,
got
is that you again? Did you change something?
I got a issue.
Yeah, were you adjusting things? I'm hearing the echoing. Yeah, somebody even said it in the chat too. So essentially, Ray, what he was saying in that hearing was like, oh yeah, he brought those two examples up. So then, of course, it added to the discourse, and now diehard fans on this side are just basically saying like, oh, they basically are saying that he admitted that it was a flop, a failure, all this stuff like that. And I'm like, oh my God. And it's frustrating because, yeah, I would even say, yeah, maybe it underperformed in the sense that they probably maybe were like, oh, it's going to make over 700 million. So then technically it underperformed. But then I even brought up the example that when you take a movie like Batman vs. Superman, that is like $1 billion idea on paper, and technically that underperformed, but that doesn't necessarily mean, of course, that it was a failure.
Right.
Batman vs. Superman was widely successful, and Superman was successful. It needed to do it, you know, didn't do gangbusters, but it wasn't a flop either. So like, you know, so I brought up that comparison because I was like, yeah, because Batman vs. Superman on paper should have been $1 billion movie back in 2016. 100%, and they probably had that expectation, which is why things got all wonky in the way that it did. But at the same time, it was still widely successful, and it was a fucking head of its time. Where if maybe in 2020, you know, during this time, that movie would do a lot, maybe not even do a lot better, but I don't know, it'd just be more well received. I don't know.
So the expectations for Batman vs. Superman being $1 billion, whoever had those expectations that were under the DC payroll in that time should have been escorted out. That was a fucking stupid expectation to have for a whole bunch of reasons.
Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be in that space though? Because you have like already you have $1 billion. You have $1 billion Batman movie. You have $1 billion Marvel movies, and then you have a movie that has Batman and Superman going on odds together, and you have Wonder Woman.
Here's why.
Okay.
One, you're talking about while you're going into Ben Affleck's version of Batman and that version of Superman, you still have people who have a death grip on the previous versions of those characters. Those are still in the wheelhouse. And two, so you're going to have to give them time. It wasn't going to be immediate. Over a series of movies, they would have gone, but everybody pretty much had that death grip. And two, Marvel making $1 billion movies, Marvel laid the groundwork for what they did, for what their stories that they were playing, and within their plan. You're still talking about while they were going 3 or 4 movies in by the time we had one of those, you were still in the last trilogy, and you didn't have a once in a million performance like Heath Ledger anywhere in there. So there's a lot of circumstances that
I'm looking at it on the sense of like, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but at the same time, I'm just looking at it on paper. You said, oh yeah, but you don't know Ben Affleck's Batman. It's like, people aren't looking at who the actor is. They're looking at a movie that has Batman, Superman in it for the first time, and then you have Wonder Woman.
Yeah, but you can't do that. You can't do that because that's not understanding the mentality of those fans. If you can't do it on paper, if you can't understand the mentality of these types of fans, then you're set stupid ass expectations. That's why you can't do it on paper. You have to have that mentality in check before that.
So here's the thing. All right. There's a lot to unpack here.
There really is.
Yeah.
First of all, I do largely agree with William with respect to the whole $1 billion expectation. It's fucking insane, and it has been insane from the beginning.
Studios are like that, yeah.
Well, and that is
been
a problem.
Insane ever since the Avengers cracked it and made it the fucking almost made it the rule.
That's the only reason why I'm saying that they're
right. And so here's what you have, right? You have a scenario where like you've got studio heads and producers that see what Marvel has been doing, and at this point, I mean, William's not wrong. Avengers came out the same year of The Dark Knight Rises. Mm-hmm. You didn't start the DCEU until the following year, which means that Man of Steel came out the same year as Iron Man 3 and For the Dark World. Movie 7 and 8 in the MCU was when movie 1 of the DCEU was. So from a logistical standpoint, to expect that movie 2 in the DCEU would be $1 billion, regardless of Batman and Superman, was asinine. However, I will also say this. Warner Brothers had a shot to still do it and fucked it up with their 30 minutes of cuts.
Yes.
Because you will not convince me. You will not will not convince me that the Ultimate Edition of that movie, especially considering the plot lines and whatnot, that they removed. Because I had a conversation with a coworker earlier today who he asked me this. It started, we were talking about Supergirl. You want to know what I thought about Supergirl? And the conversation spirals into him admitting that he likes this different tone of the DCU more than the previous universe because he did not like Batman v Superman. And in him explaining what it is that he didn't like, I go, which version did you watch? And he goes, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, you don't know about the Ultimate Edition. And literally one of his complaints about Batman v Superman was that it was poorly edited and a ton of stuff was cut out. To which I said, listen, I'm going to just suggest, if you feel like it, I would be curious to know what you think of the Ultimate Edition of the movie. And he's not the only person that has told me this, that has said that there were parts of the movie that didn't make sense and were disjointed when they saw it in theaters. So the whole idea of you had a complete film that was 3 hours and 2 minutes long and you thought it was too long then, and you cut it down to 30 minutes because producers, whoever was in charge, Sujihara, whoever it was, wanted more screen times, and you nerfed the fucking movie when you did that. And that's probably a large reason why it only made $873.6 million. And
this is a lot of money, by the way.
And what else kills me about that is this same coworker, which, by the way, I had to reiterate to him, dude, I'm not coming at you for your opinion. It's all subjective. I totally get why you feel this way. But this same person who was talking about how he didn't care for BVS, he likes the different tone of the DCU, and like the Superman movie, was pleasantly surprised by it. He also thoroughly enjoyed the Batman. And I said, how long was the Batman? The Batman's 2 hours and 57 minutes. That's 5 minutes shorter than the Ultimate Edition of BVS.
Yep.
So this further lets me know, like just through empirical observation, that Warner Brothers shot themselves in the ass and the foot. Totally. And the arm and wherever when it came to BVS. If they had released the 3 hour and 2 minute long version of that film, the Hell Site scores are not 28% rotten. The audience scores are not 65%, popcorn meter or whatever. And it probably makes, I don't know if it makes $1 billion, but it makes closer to $1 billion, because the parts of the movie that were removed from it help it make more sense for the general audience that is going to buy it. Now, I'm not saying that the expectation should have still been $1 billion. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they still had a shot to actually do it.
I agree with you 100% with that right there. But as far as like the suits and knowing your product and knowing the tone and temperament of your audience coming in, there's no way in fuck that should have been $1 billion expectation. Whether it had a chance to make it, that's totally different conversation.
Yes, I completely agree.
At the same time, it's like you're looking at these suits that are that's the mindset I'm like putting myself.
I'm grateful for James Gunn because we don't have that.
I'm looking at that expectation and I'm looking at the suits. They had that expectation.
Yes.
And on paper, it's like, oh yeah, something like this. Oh shit. And this, in the middle of the 2010s, you have Batman and Superman. Oh yeah, and then Wonder Woman. Yeah, there's that expectation, and like now, I'm not saying like, oh, it should have met that. No, I'm not saying that, but it did get like there was that the second weekend drop, and then people were like, there was like a bad mouth when it came to all that.
There was a hate campaign against that movie from the moment it was
announced. We were promoting that movie, and the movie wasn't even done yet. There
was already a hate train going on already when it came to that. And then, but I'm saying like these suits, just like when it comes to the whole thing with Teddy Sarandos, and like again, it's not even like he wasn't even saying flat out that Superman failed, because even later in that hearing, they even talk about how Superman
was one of the successes that he brought up.
Yeah. Right. So it's like there's always an expectation from these suits in the studio. And then, yeah, did Superman meet the expectations that probably Warner Brothers wanted? No. That's why I always go. I even said, I'm like, yeah, it probably slightly underperformed.
And all of this, the suit's expectation and the fans' expectation all boils down to both of them not understanding one fucking word.
Exactly.
Context.
Yeah.
They all miss fucking context. In the suit's case, the context that they're missing is the fact that your studio decided it was a good idea to wait 7 to, in one case, 19 years in between fucking Superman movies.
Exactly.
You release one in 87, and then you wait until 2006 to release another one. Then you wait until 2013 to release a brand new one. What the fuck? So now you have, and this is where, Phil, I know you probably disagree with me, but this is where I was able to reconcile why Cornswet has the Williams theme. Because I basically said Warner Brothers screwed Superman over so badly that theme is literally the only theme he's got. And it's essentially his James Bond theme. And it's just going to stick with him because it's their fault. It's not Superman's fault. It's not the fans' fault. It's the studio's fault for nerfing him as badly as they did cinematically. There's no excuse for David Cornswet only being the 4th actor to play Superman on the big screen in 48 years. That's fucking ridiculous. And unfortunately, because of that, that is what the suits did not take this into account when they decided to make a movie with both Batman and Superman, because they saw Batman and went, oh, well, he can make $1 billion on his own. Yes, because he's by his fucking self. By himself, without any constraints to Superman. You don't see where Superman was actually a limiter in that regard because of the prior expectations that everybody was latching onto with the previous version. That's always been an issue that they've never understood with respect to context. And the fans don't get it either, because the fans look at it and they think the same thing the suits do, and they don't realize how much they're clutching their damn pearls because they just want to see a redux of Christopher Reeve over the last however many years, and when they don't get it, they flame against it.
You just brought up something in regards to Batman, and that is Batman being a $1 billion character. I remember hearing this a long time ago when Batman vs. Superman came out from a guy named Sean Gerber, and he talked about the law of diminishing returns in regards to Batman on screen and how Warner Brothers looked at the fact that the Dark Knight trilogy made $1 billion, but Batman v Superman only made $800 million. So that automatically means that's a return. That's a loss of return on investment in terms of Batman. And I'm like, the logic doesn't apply because it's not the same version of Batman.
Correct.
You cannot say that this because this version of Batman made less than this version of Batman. Batman is fucked on film. That's not how that fucking works. Okay, at all. And when I see shit like that, and it's not just from him, right? And it's no shade to Sean. That's nothing vile or anything like that. But it's just a microcosm of a nicer way of the vitriol and the dumb shit you do see online of people who have absolutely zero fucking clue of what they are actually talking about.
Right. And so you have that suit context that, yes, that they and the fans share, but then the other context that they completely miss, and this goes back to what Sarando said about Superman, is it's my whole point about 2023 again. When we talk about, 2023 is going to be my shining example to anybody that doesn't understand how the fuck this works. The reason that there were only 2 comic book movies that succeeded in 2023, Guardians Volume 3 and Across the Spider-Verse, is because they were 2 out of 8 comic book movies that were released theatrically that year. So that means that all the disposable income that the general audience doesn't have, they looked at 2023 and they said, which of these 8 fucking movies are we going to see? And they picked the 3rd movie of a trilogy that they liked the previous 2 movies of, and the animated one that they knew they could take their kids to. And they skipped Shazam. They skipped Blue Beetle, which was sad because Blue Beetle was really good. They skipped The Flash, right? And they also skipped Quantumania, and they skipped the Marvels. Like, this hurt both studios. It was the dumbest thing in the world for both studios to release that many movies. And Sony actually capitalized because their movie was animated, so it worked out. But that's the point. That's the context that people are missing.
It was also a sequel to a very popular movie from 5 years ago. But
certainly. So then you go back. So then you go back to last year. You don't have 8, but you have 4. You have 4 movies. So what did they do? They skipped Thunderbolts.
Not only do you have 4 movies, you have 4 movies very close together.
Very close together, because you got Brave New World in February, you got Thunderbolts in May, you got Superman in June, and you got Fantastic Four in July. What the fuck are they supposed to do?
No, it was like Superman was also in July.
Oh, that's right. They were both in July. Yes,
yeah, they were 2 weeks apart.
Exactly.
2 weeks apart.
Right. So
nothing after that.
Right. So you know what they did? You know what they actually did? They literally said, "We'll wait for July," because your number 1 movie was Superman and your number 2 movie was Fantastic Four. And those two combined made $1.1 billion. So that's what the general audience did. And this is the context that everybody misses. So any asshole out there that wants to talk about Superman being a bust, beg to differ. The landscape being as crowded as it was, Superman was the winner because it was the biggest outlier. Right? You got 1 DC movie and 3 Marvel movies. And by the way, it's Superman. It's a new Superman movie. Okay. But again, we're in a period where the general audience doesn't have that much disposable income and they got to make choices. So they said, we're going to skip the Captain America that isn't Steve Rogers. Fair or not. That's probably why they skipped it.
Right. That's 100% right.
Right. We're gonna skip the movie with all the characters, and we didn't see all the movies before anyway, because I know people that still haven't seen Black Widow. I know people that still don't know who like flipping US agent is, right? Yeah. John Walker, right? Like so they skipped that movie and they went with the characters they knew. They went with Superman and they went with Fantastic Four. And the reason Superman outgained Fantastic Four is because of the word of mouth that came out after Superman. But make no mistake, neither one of those movies are going to make $1 billion. Neither one of them. The expectation should never have been for either of those movies to make that.
Right. And it's really easy for you and me to sit here and say that and also be humble about it, because you know damn good and well that there are fools on both sides who are happy at the fact that neither Fantastic Four or Superman cracked $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah. Kind of a miserable existence, but hey.
It's a very miserable existence.
You're absolutely right. Very miserable existence.
Fantastic Four, I'm going to make just a bet against myself. I don't think you're going to see too many more movies released in late July, early August.
Going forward?
Yeah. Because of
school.
The back to school torch the second half of that movie.
You have brought that up before, and that'll be very interesting to see with Spider-Man. We'll see if I've said before that Spider-Man and Batman are God tier, but Spider-Man will be the test of what you're talking about.
What date does Spider-Man get released?
July 31st.
Wow, that is gonna, because that's some serious, and it's a reality because of the once again, the disposable income at the beginning or in the heart of the summer is different once you start getting to that first 8. And if you have like teenage or 12, 13, 14, it gets really expensive because it hurt me. And it hurts a lot of people. If it's a luxury, it's that money goes somewhere. On the Ted Sarandos thing, man, this fucked up my stream the other night. Because I had to.
I'm sure it did.
Listen, we litigated this shit when this movie came out. We're talking about a movie that came out and did what it did.
I thought about you, William, because you said if this movie makes $500 million, break out the champagne.
Yeah, it had no, and this goes back to the context of you have to temper your expectation of where your brand is at any given time. So you're talking about, for better for worse, a damaged, disorganized brand that you're starting back up again. So $500 million, based on what they spent, should have been fine. I was okay if they lost a little bit, simply because at some point you have to put your stick in the sand and make an investment and stand on your product and show that belief that you believe in what you're doing. I was okay with that. But what ended up happening, nothing he said. You're talking about an $84 billion merger, and all the fanboys could pick out was that little snippet. And it just irritated me because, once again, it's out of context. Our expectations as fans are meaningless because I didn't lay a dime for pre-production of that movie. And you're talking about Ted Sarandos, who is not running Warner Brothers and wasn't running Warner Brothers at that time. So his risk for what he's talking about is completely different. And listen, Superman 2025 could have made $2.5 billion. And I said the same before it drew its first dollar. I'm going to watch it, and if I think it's the best Superman movie I saw, I'd say it. It wasn't. It was fun. I had a lot of fun with it, but its money doesn't mean I'll take Man of Steel every day of the week and twice on Sunday, because that movie is majestic for me. It connects with me just like Superman 2025 is going to connect with someone else, regardless to how much of it made. It could have, 500 million was fine.
Yeah,
for me.
I know, and I remember you always saying that, and I was like, yeah, it did what it needed to do. It was success, and it was so funny because, like I said, underperforming when there's an expectation set by the studio. Underperforming does not mean it's a flop or a failure or something like that. It's like anything's going to be, they again, studios always set, especially these movies, that's why I brought BVS as that example, because on paper during that time that was $1 billion idea, $1 billion plus idea, and it came under because it got bad word of mouth, sadly, because it wasn't what Marvel was doing, like when it came to, Civil War. It was like, but again, like you said, yeah, they built up their whole thing, but then, DC has a much harder task because you have characters, Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman that had been around for so much longer and everything. So it's always going to be a more difficult task for DC. It's always that way, it seems.
I personally believe now more than ever, Dave, that the reason that task is more difficult for DC is Warner Brothers' fault.
Yes,
because and the reason I say that is because it is even. I mean, you're right. These characters have been around for generations. You're absolutely right. But I think the bigger issue is how little you've seen of them together on screen. I mean, when we have the Batman discussion, the question is always asked, who's your favorite Batman? And whatever answer you give, even if people disagree with you, is generally accepted. If Keaton is your favorite, okay. If Bale's your favorite, okay. If Pattinson's your favorite, okay. Even if Affleck is your favorite now, okay. You can't have the same discussion about Superman, because when you say someone other than Christopher Reeve is your favorite, that's fighting words.
Yes.
And you have no choice with Wonder Woman because you've only had one. And that's Warner Brothers' fault, because if we had, Jared, if you're listening to this, I'm gonna bring this up again because you brought this up last year, and I totally Jared, one of my listeners who contributes every week to the feedback circle. He said this last year, and I will give him full credit. If Nick Cage's Superman had actually happened when it did, and we had one more incarnation, then that would have changed the conversation completely, because then we're talking about, now it is a question, because it would have happened sooner than Man of Steel. We would have had a different version other than Christopher Reeve for people to chew on in that particular era until you did another one. The conversation would be way closer to what we have with Batman, as far as, because you would have people who would have liked Cage's version. You would have people like Reeves. I'm serious, William. You would have. People love Cage. People love Cage now. Right?
There are people who do like George Clooney as Batman, believe it or not.
There are, absolutely. So the thing is you have that, you have options as a Batman fan that you don't have as a Superman fan as far as choices, and that softens the discussion. They've never had that chance until now with Superman. Only now are you able to have a discussion where people have Reeves as a favorite, people have Cavill as a favorite, and now people starting to have Cornsweet as a favorite. It's the first time you've ever been able to have three, because Ralph, he gets lost in the shuffle of, wherever his Nebulous movie is at, right? So now, only now are Superman fans, cinematically speaking, because fair or not, yes, they're separating television from cinematic. Superman's had plenty of television adaptations. I get that. Someone out there is screaming about Tyler Hoechlin. I understand. Whatever.
Right. We're talking about cinematic.
Exactly. Cinematic. Precisely. Yeah. So this is the first time that they've ever able to have like this different parameter for their discussion that Batman fans have had for decades. That no one argues with me. If I tell them Affleck is my favorite Batman, they don't argue with me. They just say Keaton is their favorite or Bale is their favorite, and they leave it at that. Seriously. But with Superman, it's always been, because there's only been two until now. Now there's three.
When it comes to Batman and Superman as well, a lot of people already had a preconceived idea of what that first meeting should look like, right?
Bingo.
Like they have this idea of what Batman and Superman should look like, what their meeting should look like, and it's a large portion of it online usually stems from the 3-part Batman Superman meetup the animated series. There are some people you could point to who look at the comics, but even then, you know, the times that they have met for the first time officially has been, you know, done time and time again over the years. I have a book of World's Finest dating back to when they first met, and let me tell you, the reason it was always going to be harder for DC is because there wasn't ever going to be like a the minute Marvel did the Avengers, it was all automatically, look, Warner Brothers already had that that shadow and that rain cloud over them, like, well, where's the Justice League? It was inevitable, right? So when it came to, well, what should we do, but how do we do it in a different way that isn't exactly like Marvel? They were damned if they do, damned if they didn't, no matter what. But I do think going down the route of doing Batman and Superman first was the smart play, because those are your two biggest icons, and you could get away with having them meet up first, because that's exactly what happened in comics.
Yes.
In World's Finest, I forget what book it is, but the earliest interaction of them together, it's a book with Batman and Superman, and it's from the Silver Age. Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent end up sharing a fucking hotel room, and they both end up switching into their costumes after they turn the lights out. They turn the lights back on, and that's when they both realize, oh shit, you're Superman. Oh shit, I'm Batman.
And right there, Phil, that's what that's really what a lot of people who hate BVS, that's precisely what they wanted.
And here's
they wanted that.
I cannot tell you how many times I've been told, you don't read fucking comic books when I talk about
I get that too.
And I'm just like,
oh, I know. And then William, you own your worker.
I don't know anything about comics. I don't know everything. Never claim to know everything, but I'm not bereft of any information. I don't know zero. I mean, I can claim that.
And I can guarantee you, anyone who dogs on Batman v Superman can't even tell you when Batman and Superman met for the first time in comics.
Of course not. But no, it right there though, like you said, the preconceived notions and the fact that they were they didn't like we've gone over this over the last number of years. They didn't like the deconstructionist angle of Batman being in a dark place and Superman being his light that would bring him back into the light. They didn't want that. They wanted camaraderie from the beginning.
Yes, they wanted them to shake hands and be like, "Let's do this."
If I wanted,
they wanted to let the storyteller tell their stories, what they basically did. I think the biggest difference from when all this came out, I think the biggest culprit is time. A lot of these jackasses who did all this mess in 2011, 2012, 2013 have grown up into grown-ass men and women, and not just them. It's the business itself. The executives don't do the stupid shit that they did. They were trying to run their studio through a Marvel lens, and that was always doomed. Instead of, I think DC is at its best, no matter what format that they're on, is when they are DC, period. When they embrace all the things that make DC different and special. They were not fans were not incapable in the 2010s, and the executives were not capable. Now it's a little bit different. A lot of those people, look at it in retrospect, but you also have a better frame of mind. You have people in charge now that understand that. I mean, you have a Gen Xer who grew up when DC was screwing themselves with Crisis and over retcon this, reboot this. He's seen all that.
And not only that, William, all of that, but you also found the Gen Xer who, more than maybe anything else, does not want to copy the MCU.
Yeah.
He is staunchly against doing what Feige did, and he does not want to copy that universe. He wants something different. He wants something that is more creator driven, because he is a creator himself.
You need an exec that will either step out of the way or back him. Because when Zaslav came up, of all the fuck ups he did, and while he was becoming what he needed to be, the first thing he did when people were starting to moan and groan about Superman's box office is he came out and he supported his creator. Had that happened back in 2013, 2014, 2016, we would be probably having a different conversation at this conversation.
Yeah, no, there's no way Sujihara and those morons take a victory lap on Sunday. After that,
and Sarnoff took a doom lap after a success.
Okay, so this actually goes into something we were talking about earlier, artist, and this is going to come into play with the executive angle. People come at me because I openly say with my whole chest that I will never read or support anything from Jeff Johns ever again.
Mm-hmm.
And the large reason why is because of, the things that transpired on the behind the scenes of Justice League Suicide Squad, but also anyone who does their research, like go look at his name associated with Diane Nelson, go look at his name associated with Krypton, go look at his name associated with other various misconduct allegations.
Yeah.
This is, and I have it on very good authority from someone very close to a very prominent film director. This man had the gall to look at said director in the face and go, "These are nothing more than fictional characters that we use to sell toys to children." This man does not give a rat's ass about these characters that he worked on for so many years. And for so many people to just come at me and say, "Oh, but he writes so many good stories." That's nice. I don't care. It's about integrity, and it's about being a decent human being. And Jeff Johns is not that. And that's exactly why he got his comeuppance after 2018. And that's why he failed as the head of DC Films. And that's why he was a failure. And that's why he's looked at as a failure. And that's why he's no longer writing at DC.
Not doing anything. And then, of course, you have what Williams.
This motherfucker.
Yeah. Remember, Doomsday Clock was supposed to be something big, and it ended up falling.
This is issue number 11. You know how long it took to get to number 12? Longer than it ever should have.
People who worked at Marvel and DC did not want to work at DC because Jeff Johns was there.
Yeah.
And after he did his reboots, because I remember seeing an interview with George Perez, rest in peace, that when they were jamming up the stories that he was writing then. This was on its way to being another reboot. I will stand on that. I don't have all the proof. I'll be the man in the grassy knoll type of situation. But he was on his way to using Dr. Manhattan to reset the universe again. And somebody somewhere stopped him and said, "No, we got other people working on it. We're not doing this again." But he was right about it. That's why it took so long. I think that it took so long for this to come out is because people are like, no, we're not doing this again, because look how successful it was before. It was a shot in the arm, but it's like heroin. You know, you either Keith Richards and you live forever, or you're John Belushi and you're gone. And we were on the John Belushi route with this again. This is like, it took like, how long? I forgot how long this took to come out.
And then Paul, our good friend Paul Mitchell, showed me some panels from his like Flashpoint Beyond book that he did right before he got canned and went to Image and started that whole Ghost Machine bullshit.
Geiger, whatever the fuck.
Dumb name for a character, number one. Yeah. Why Gary Frank chooses to continue working with him, bless his soul, great artist. Why you'd work with that guy, couldn't even understand why. Anyway, when it came to all that this whole Flashpoint Beyond, I was like, you know, I'm really glad he's not working or writing at DC, because this is not only is he just a awful person, he writes like shit. His writing aged like milk. It's just not good. He's just not a good writer too. So when I hear this conversation about, you know, artist and separating that, yes, there are degrees to that. And then I also think there are degrees to where there's a point where you can no longer support an artist because of the things that they have done to other people.
And this is where it does become a challenge for somebody, for a comic novice like me, because I've only read one Jeff Johns run, and that was the Aquaman omnibus that the guys at Squadcast Media got me for my birthday some years ago. I've read that run, but I've been told about like his Green Lantern run. Actually, no, I've also read Flashpoint, but I've only read the trade Flashpoint. I have not read the tie-ins.
It's incredibly difficult for me, Ray, and I'll tell you this because I read his Teen Titans run, his Green Lantern run, and his Flash run. So it is very difficult for me because there is some stellar stuff in his catalog, and to find out that he is just that shameless in real life is very disheartening to me.
You talk about people doing their homework on other allegations. I have done some of that as well. Some of it was racial that I've read as well. And yeah, that's obviously a problem, but that's where it becomes a challenge for me, because it's like, okay, if I want to read the stories that you all have read that I haven't read yet, it invariably involves some of his older work. And like, what do I do? Like, that's the decision that I have to make.
Here's another thing too. A lot of that older stuff that he did, specifically with Green Lantern and Flash, the artist working on that is Ethan Van Sciver, who is just a massive human turd.
I know.
Human being.
I know. Comic Skate, all that fuckery. Yes,
Right, exactly. So
Yeah.
so when people have the gall to be like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about," Jeff Jones, I just kind of like, okay, whatever.
Okay. Yeah, just pass it off. Like, yeah,
He needed the boss to say no. He needed the boss to say no in every format that he's been in, and that was a problem with DC in both film and pages at the time. Somebody needed to step in and say, "Okay, you can do this, but no, you can't do this." There was no parameters after Rebirth. That's when there was no parameters for him.
It's the golden boy mentality in comics, right? Like when you're the golden boy at whatever of the big two,
it's like I can't do no wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's almost virtuous on one side or the other. I don't know if you could even say that about someone at Marvel.
I mean, you had Chris Claremont, but he wasn't a golden boy that took advantage of him and Frank Miller. You didn't say no to those guys, but there was an inner discipline with those guys that they just didn't do.
You know why? Because nobody at Marvel, nobody went from comic book writer to executive producer. Oh, well, Jeff Loeb, but
but not the movies, TV.
Right. It's TV. You're right.
Yeah. That's a sizable difference in that regard. But no, it's so much of this is like over the last 10, 20, 30 years has just been own goals by Warner Brothers. It really has with respect to all of this. A lot of this could have been avoided. And again, at least through these first 3 years of the existence of DC Studios, again, the fact that DC Studios exists, thank the maker. DC Studios actually exists.
I mean,
that's one of the things that I brought up. It was like, hey, like I get it. You don't like the guy that is running it, but at the same time, this is what one of the messaging when it came to the Snyder Cut movement was, hey, we're not gonna, if the fact that Superman, okay, so it underperforms, okay, but it's still successful enough where we don't have suits kicking down the doors.
Yeah, you don't have Emmerich and the others, right. You don't have all them, you don't have all the cooks in the kitchen trying to do this. No, the only people that Gunn and Safran report to, the only person they report to is Zaslav. And again, he took a victory lap 48 hours after the opening of the movie.
And even then, after the Netflix merger, the only person they're probably still going to answer to is David Zaslav.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's if he doesn't get his platinum yacht and sail up into the sunset. Whoever replaces him.
Supposedly, and I don't know if this, I don't think this parameter changed when Netflix changed their offer to all cash. But allegedly he's
supposed to stay on.
Yeah, he's going to have a CEO. He's going to stay on as CEO.
Get the hell out of there.
Well, I think that in his case, I mean, I get why you would say that. I mean, he monetarily he doesn't necessarily have a reason to stay, right? But I think that he probably likes just having the guaranteed position, and truthfully, Netflix needs that because because the thing with Netflix is they really don't have the infrastructure to support brands because they've fumbled like the brands that they've had, at least from a marketing standpoint. So they need somebody. They're going to need a lot of they're going to need the management structure of Warner Brothers to stay.
They're going to need everything. That's why they're not going to lose the redundancy. And this is when Ellison talk about all these jobs are going to be lost and the monopoly. And I'm like, there's going to be more jobs lost under Paramount because of redundancy and overlap than a complementary place that with Netflix because they don't have that infrastructure in place.
That is objectively the case. Yes,
I looked at that and I was like, you are so ass mad that you are warning people about this monopoly that you wanted.
It's desperation.
It's
desperation. Because again, this goes through and there is no stopping Netflix. Netflix already had the largest library. They will have the largest library like tenfold, adding Warner Brothers and then adding all the franchises, DC and especially them being the stewards of that, like that. There is no competition at that point. Not the other, even if all the other apps combined forces, it still wouldn't equal what Netflix and Warner Brothers would combine into. That's why they are desperate to stop this. And I personally do not. I think the shareholders are going to stay with their original choice. I don't think that there's going to be this dissension.
He needs to stop talking. I mean, if he thinks he has any chance to sway anybody, he needs to like hire somebody else to talk for him. Because if I'm a shareholder and every time he opens his mouth, I'm like, you know what? I was already done. Now I'm like not even answering your calls. Done. Get off my lawn. Done. And then stop threatening. Stop threatening me.
Like, dude, if your dad couldn't even get a deal cut, what makes you think trying to?
He's got the money.
Yeah.
Well, I think there were also, Phil. I think that there's probably, I would hope, from a humanity standpoint, that there's some lessons being learned as far as like pledging your loyalty in a particular direction, and then that direction buying stock in the other company and basically saying publicly the other day that he doesn't care what happens with respect to that deal.
Which was always where that was going to land, because it's the last person who talked to him.
Of course it was. They never should have trusted him ever. No one.
Zazoff and Sarandos knew that. They knew exactly what they were doing. You notice one thing about this whole thing? The only adjustment that Netflix made is adjusting their offer to cash, which pretty much seals that deal. But you never saw them making any pay. You never saw them writing a letter, hey, if you don't vote for us, fuck, no, you never saw that. It's almost like they knew from day one.
Because they've been in the position of strength from the beginning. This started because the story wasn't the bidding war. The story was that the board accepted their offer. That's when all this started. And so they've been in the catbird seat from the beginning.
Not only that, if the current sitting person in the White House didn't give a damn when Disney bought Fox, I highly doubt he don't give a shit if Netflix buys WB.
We are in the era right now, and it's been this way through both times of the regime. We're in the era of deregulation. Massive corporate deregulation, which is why all of the other corporate heads have been, bending their knee as well, because they're all in favor of deregulation. That's why I say a lot of times it really doesn't have to do with their politics, even though a lot of their politics do align with the current regime. The number one politic, the number one politic that aligns with them, it's Sarandos too, Dave, if we're being honest. But the number one politic that they all align with is green. That's the number one color that they all follow. And deregulation gets them more of that in the short term. So, whatever way it went, he was never going to fucking care.
Yeah, no.
And he damn sure doesn't care now.
No.
So, it's
God, no.
Yeah, that was it. So you just, again, from a
Senators
humanity
in Congress give more of a shit about this than
1000%, which is why the hearings were even happening in the first fucking place.
That's exactly, which is what a lot of people like when it comes to this whole discourse about this. What Teddy Serrano said, it was like, there was more to this than just that. I mean, you guys are just clipping out this one,
Immediately, it was tagging people in it. Like,
of course. I mean, that's the thing.
It's all over threads too.
It's the most pathetically the most pathetically lazy, easy button bullshit, which is what any of their arguments are. Like, you've got all this other stuff going on. You've got Congress. You've got Sarandos testifying in Congress. You've got all this other stuff, antitrust concerns and whatnot going on, and you're worried about a fucking box office scoreboard argument.
Oh, that's why I tweeted out. I was like, the obsession of this box office is just like, it's got to be studied. And of course, I got met with a bunch of interesting.
They were waiting. As soon as I hit
I know, and I know, like William, you even said like, wow, you DM me, you said like, wow, people are really running with this. I'm like, yeah. They are. I mean, sadly, this is where we're at with that. And then, you do have a co-host that leans a little bit, more that way, which is not going to help things.
Everybody had the foil hat on, and I'm like, 84 billion. You know how much? That's more money I can even think about right now. And I hadn't even watched the C-SPAN hearing yet, and I'm like, I don't even need to watch it, guys. I promise you, there's more important stuff in that.
There
that
is.
hearing.
There is, but everything's focused on, like, I mean, it's so funny too, because I remember a few months ago when there was the whole bullshit stuff that was being put out there that Christopher Nolan was going to be helping with the restoration of the Snyderverse and stuff like that. Meanwhile,
Saudi Arabia,
we got
that shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we got Christopher Nolan, who is now head of the DGA, who's president. He's the guy. He's got concerns about this, and I'm like, wow, you guys are not mentioning anything about Christopher Nolan and his concerns about all this. Mum's the word. This is the guy that it was, helping the guy that is Zach when it came to Man of Steel to keep the fucking suits at bay, in Man of Steel. But you guys don't give a shit about what his concerns. You're just like, you're the hopes of a restoration of a universe, and the fact that Teddy Sarandos, out of context, maybe said that Superman was a failure. That is all you're concerned about.
Because these people aren't concerned with actual discourse.
Yes,
they're just concerned about winning a dumb fucking argument.
Yeah.
An argument that
they built their whole persona online when it comes to all this. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, when it came to this week and when it came to all that, I mean, I don't know how many times I was like, oh, the fact that you turned on Zach. I was like, turned on Zach,
dude.
And then what the fuck?
Earlier this week, Nintendo had their partner presentation showcase where they showed off, a couple games coming to Nintendo Switch earlier. And someone came into my chat and was like, hey, why don't you go over to my channel and watch my fake Batgirl trailer? And I was like, are you fucking serious? Thinking to myself, like, dude, it is 5:45 a.m. Thursday morning. I'm prepping and playing Animal Crossing, getting ready to talk about Nintendo stuff. You're coming in here to talk to me about a derailed movie that does not exist for tax purposes, that is probably never going to see the light of day unless it is leaked online. And you want me to go to your channel and watch your fake trailer while I'm live? I thought my first instance was fuck off.
Yeah.
My polite response was, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
I get messages, like certain stuff like that too. It's like it's weird.
No one's concerns. He restated those concerns, I believe, after Sarandos said what he said. And like I said this before, greed is the truth that is undisputed. Everyone can lie to you. Fanboys can lie to you. Execs, your wife, the person you're fucking, can lie to you. Greed is the truth that does not lie.
Yeah.
And when you go to the greed structure, and even if you think Ted Sarandos is a lying piece of shit and you don't have anything to believe him, believe in greed. Greed is like the Force. You can lift that X-Wing right out of the swamp.
Especially in this country.
Yeah. When you look at the greed factors
too.
Yeah. You look at the greed factors, it makes no sense for him to do a lot of the things that people are afraid that Netflix is going to do. You can't use what Netflix was before and his statements was before going forward, because going forward, this is not Netflix anymore just by itself. This is Netflix with a distributor, with a library, with everything, an infrastructure that can literally feed into themselves. Greed is talking,
So here's the thing. So I agree in principle with what you're saying about greed. Where we disagree is I still need to see what you're saying actually hurt them, because we differ in terms of you believe that the stuff that we're worried about, if they did it, would hurt them, and I don't believe that. I need to
not necessarily hurt them, limit them. They want more money.
Yes, I know.
And there's a difference between hurting and wanting more.
And that's where we differ, because we both agree that they want more money. You just believe that their way to get more money is to embrace the infrastructure that's already at Warner Brothers, whereas I believe that their way to get more money is to steal more credit card numbers for their app.
Oh, that's a little. I'm not there yet, but.
No, I don't. Well, no. When I say steal, what I mean is
I know what you mean. They have access to,
right? Because because I think that this is still a gray area. We're still trying to figure out, because we're still in the era of self-reporting for all of these streamers. We're like, okay, but people I think still are confused on the earning potential of theatrical releases versus the earning potential of an app. And we can, like, I can demonstrate the numbers about how Netflix makes about $4.5 billion a month for their subscribers, right? And it's like, okay, so that's what? That's 2 Avengers Endgames a month for 12 months just for their app, just for the app. And so what I need to see to corroborate what you believe is I need to see where maintaining the theatrical like exhibition like setup that is currently at Warner Brothers won't cost them more money than they want to spend when they can just have everybody contribute to the 2 Avengers Endgames a month on their app.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, that is fair. That's fair enough to want to see this in action. I'm thinking, like I said, these guys, if they could print their own money, they would. And I just think there's a cycle of prestige. So they have Netflix. They have that infrastructure. They have that now. So what they're purchasing is basically a way to not only just increase the value of their company and their stock, but now they're funneling all these things to all the platforms they own. They're funneling it through HBO Max. They're funneling it through PVOD, which they make the lion's share of. And then at the end player, they get to have it land in Netflix. Now with Netflix, listen, not everybody can afford every app. There are going to be some people who have Netflix that can't afford HBO Max. So you're adding value to one of these apps because one person can't afford this one, the other one can't afford this one, but you don't lose anybody and you make more. That's my theory, and that's looking at them salivating over this is what gets me to think. But once again, that is a theory. It all fall apart. You're 100%
right. Because my theory is that I think they want to consolidate. Like they want to take the HBO Max people and bring them with the Netflix people, and now they have an even bigger pool of credit card numbers. So now they're making 3 Avengers Endgames a month. As opposed to
the consumer. I think the sticking point of that is the consumer. See, you can only push these things so far to where the consumer can afford or not afford, and that's even going right now, even before this merger. A lot of the attendance going down in the theaters is people are having to make hard decisions. They may want to go see all 3 of these movies, but they got the wife, they got the kids, they got the power bill, they got gas, and these things cut into that. 100%. So the customer is kind of taking us to the streaming.
No, go ahead, Phil.
Real quick, creatively too, on the other side of things, Netflix could benefit from having input from people at Warner Brothers HBO as far as streaming and writing content, because more often than not, some things I've heard just in the real world is Netflix has a lot of stuff on there, but it's a lot of crap.
It's a lot of shit.
Everybody says it. My coworkers, that's literally what they say. They love Stranger Things. They love Squid Game, but there's like a couple of diamonds in a giant pile of shit.
Right.
That's literally how they look at it.
And then you look at the conversation surrounding anything on HBO. It's always, oh man, did you catch this on HBO?
Right. Exactly. So now that's my thinking is, okay, now we're bringing in diamonds, right? And I hope you're right that they do, take some notes or at least some collaboration with the HBO people. Like, okay, how do we strengthen our content? Because I feel like a lot of the reason that Netflix, this is probably documented somewhere, but a lot of the reason that Netflix has shit content is because for the first 10 years they were focused on quantity instead of quality because they needed to build up their library.
They were just a library service at that point. They were a DVD library service that were.
I mean even with the streaming app because because it was a case where especially in that period where everybody was getting their own apps and they were pulling all of their content back. Netflix needed a large enough library to like subsist on their own, right? It didn't mean everything was a hit. It just meant that they had enough there to like keep people engaged on some level. And now that they have over 300 million subscribers, and now that they're making this acquisition, now it's about quality. One would hope. One would think.
I don't think so. I that would be cool. What you're saying would be cool. Here's where I think this is going to go. I think Netflix is going to. It's going to
absolutely inevitable.
No, I think they're going to continue to produce shit because it's working for them. I think Netflix is going to stay Netflix, and they're going to let Warner Brothers stay Warner Brothers. Because the shit that Netflix is doing right now, listen, there's some god-awful stuff. I'll watch some good stuff, and I'll just leave it going, and it'll just randomly pick some shit for me. And I'll sit there, I don't feel like getting up. And I'm watching. There's some schlock. For every A-lister, there's some knockoff B-list shit that they just made some copy for $12. And you know what? People are watching it. So they can keep that. They can keep that. But here's the thing. Their quality is going to be WB. Their volume is going to be Netflix. They can have their cake and eat it, throw it up, and eat it again if they want to.
And so again, this is where this is very intriguing. How I think spiritually we agree, fundamentally we disagree. Because where you think they're going to keep them separate, I'm convinced they're going to consolidate them together,
merge it all together.
Only time will tell. It's 50-50. I think it's going to be the greed factor, but there's no evidence saying that what you're saying couldn't happen either.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's a greed factor too. We just think it's a different greed. You think it's greed one way. I think
they can make more out of consolidation. I think they can make more out of
because I think if they cut down their costs for like paying to exhibitors and dealing with theaters and increase their costs like with the app. Because here's the thing, this happened. I've said this before. Every time Netflix ups their price, I hear the same shit. I'm canceling after this, and they fucking forget. They don't cancel. Every price hike, they don't fucking cancel.
Nobody cancels anything.
No one fucking cancels Netflix. Nobody cancels. And I guarantee somebody's out there like, I canceled Netflix. Yeah, until
now with Raw, with wrestling,
but then when Stranger Things came back,
when Stranger Things came back, or after this deal, like after all the regulatory and whatnot, you will be back for Man of Tomorrow. You will be back for the Batman Part 2, right? They will have you. God. Okay, you hear me?
Well, we have Raw sports now too, so they don't even have to lose you.
Yeah.
We got Monday. You got Raw. They paid $500 million. They paid $5 billion or whatever for that. So that's a big draw for them.
We get Netflix through the cable bill. I don't use cable. My mom does.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just got the app. It's a write-off.
I just worry about like when we go see some of these movies next year. I don't think it's gonna happen this year, but then all of a sudden you see that Dune
2030. 2030, I think, is when I think we would start seeing something like that.
And you start, like what Wonder Woman in select theaters, and then on the app a week later. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, but that's a long time away.
He did say, under oath in Congress that, 45-day window. We, obviously that's not going to be every movie.
Too long, in my opinion. But
Bill Clinton said stuff under oath too. Just saying.
And he got him. He had
not have sexual relations.
That is true.
It is. I never forget watching.
Yeah, under oath doesn't mean
no. But this is like originally I was saying Man of Tomorrow in select theaters, but no, this is taking longer because the shareholders aren't going to vote on this until I think April. If I'm not mistaken.
April.
Yeah. So the regular
he's talking. It might be next week.
It's a long process.
Yeah. So after the deal gets voted on and like signed off, then that's when the regulatory process starts, and that's still supposed to be 18 months. So we're definitely looking at like 2028.
I'm giving that 9 months because, be honest with you, they've greased a lot of skids, and there's a lot of steps that you don't have to take like you had to take in 2017. There's a lot of things that are just going to get rubber stamped.
That's a fair point because, like I said earlier, we are in the era of deregulation.
Yeah,
that's very
the world
true.
is different. So I think 9 months.
Wrong.
The world is different.
You're not wrong. That's.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how it all falls.
Point. Wow, that's damn.
I mean, it's a eerie way to wrap up this stream because I mean, my God. It's gonna be interesting. Like I said, we are in 2026 now, and I mean, when I think about where we were fucking in 2020 or 2019, 2018, it's like, what the fuck, man? It's crazy. Crazy.
We can at least be glad that DC Studios exists, and it's gonna remain. It's gonna remain regardless of what happens. That's gonna remain.
I mean, who knows? I mean, if things don't go well, Jimmy Guns could be out and somebody else can come in. But DC Studios exists at least. Yeah. That's the thing.
All these things, consumers are going to dictate it. Consumers are going to dictate. The only more people that are more powerful than surrounding anybody else. They dictate the trends. So that's also another wild card.
Correct. Very true.
Yep. That's how it is. But been a great stream, of course. Let's go around the horn. Of course, thank you to Chris, thank you to Taladia, thank you to Ronan, who were part of the stream as well. But we're going around the horn and promote what we got going on right now. And we'll start with you, William.
You should just Google me at the Sci-Fi Center, or you can come to the YouTube channel right below my head. Sorry about the sound issues for anybody who's having issues watching YouTube on my sound. It's StreamYard because I tested it somewhere else. Sorry, but you can Google me and find me, and there we go.
Yeah, that microphone, is that a new microphone or is that a not?
No, it's the same microphone, but what happens is when StreamYard resets itself, it resets its defaults back, and I can't fix it in midstream. Yeah,
I gotcha.
Yeah. Fucking StreamYard. All right.
Yeah. 50 bucks a month.
What do you got?
Yeah, I did a live stream to the Nintendo Presents Partner Showcase Thursday, so there's that. You guys can check that out. Other than that, just come in to hang out here every Friday with my guys. Thank you again, Dave.
Always, man.
I'm on Party Nation every Tuesday. I'm on Council Creators every Wednesday. I'm also doing a show with my buddy Lance for his YouTube channel, Ranger Nation, talking about some Power Ranger stuff. The 6th season, Power Rangers in Space. I'm joining them for that discussion, so that's pretty cool. I myself don't have anything in the works. I've actually been kind of taking it easy this week. So, yeah, we'll see what happens next week. And Furiosa in Space, here for it.
Yes.
Where can they find you, Phil?
Like I said.
Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky. No.
He always likes to push you with that.
I know, he does, and I let him do it every time because I'm a good friend like that.
It's cute. It's cute. But anyways,
people think I hate William, apparently, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah. We got to duke it out in a few months.
I guess, right? Let's stage a fight at Comic-Con.
Yeah, I had Hall H while we're waiting in that long ass line.
There you go.
Put them up.
Ray, what do you got?
On Threads and Instagram at the Flightcast. There's a Flightcast Facebook page. There's a Flightcast YouTube channel. Tuesday, the main show, I actually talked about the new head of Disney because they got a new boss now.
We get a new head of Disney. We did. Yeah.
And I did, do my little censored rant addressing of the whole Lupita Nyong'o nonsense, which still hasn't been officially confirmed. but there's still a giant, there was a whole visceral response with respect to that, which we will find out for certain at some point in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
But that was on Tuesday. Right now I am in the process of binging through both Wonder Man and catching up on Starfleet Academy. Unfortunately, there were already 2 things that happened that I know about in this last week's episode that I wish I didn't know, but it's probably still going to be an emotional episode for me when I watch it because fuck, they did something with Deep Space Nine, and damn it,
it was quality. It was quality.
Yeah, I already know of the 2 people that were involved, and that was just a fucking brilliant choice. But I will be talking about both of those at some point on my Patreon at patreon.com/theflightcast. And then also I have a very ambitious plan that I'm starting this upcoming week, considering some films that I'm going to watch for Black History Month, because there's a decent amount of Black cinema that I have never watched that people are going to be like, what do you mean you've never watched that? Yeah, I've never watched it. So I have a special show that I will be doing for Patreon to watch a number of these classic films as well. So stay tuned for that here in the month of February.
Yeah, we only got 28 days. Shortest month of the year.
Shortest month of the fucking year. Yep.
We'll get it in.
We'll get it. Oh yeah, we'll get it in. It'll happen.
You got to get it in. Got to get it in. I don't know. All history should be just fucking taught the whole year. That's I always say. It's like no matter what it is, I don't give a fuck. Come on, teach the whole history all month. White, Mexican, Black, Asian. Every history should be the whole freaking.
Apparently Puerto Rican.
Oh well,
no, but yeah, it's good stuff, and yeah, I know. I did want to talk about the Christopher Nolan stuff like that, but we didn't really get fully around to it because, yes, like you said, Ray, it's not fully confirmed, and the picture that people I posted I did a segment on my show. I was like, the image you guys are posting.
There was an image of her.
Oh yeah, no,
something else.
All they did was they took an image of Lupita from 12 Years a Slave and then and they AI'd like the garb on her. And I was like, really? You guys are doing that? I'm like, where she doesn't look her best. I'm like, like she's a beautiful woman.
Yes, of all the movies to pick, of course you picked the fucking slave movie. Yes,
of course.
Yeah. I felt that too. It's been a rough week for us, man.
It was so ridiculous that was being passed around. I was like, people were pointing out, like, wait, you're picking an image from 12 Years a Slave. That's not the.
What about Black Panther?
I want to pick a one where she looks really good because she actually, but it hasn't been confirmed and whatever the fuck. It's like, it's so ridiculous.
Now, Nolan hasn't said anything. Universal hasn't said anything.
Nobody has said anything.
We know she's in the movie. We just don't know that she's playing Helen yet.
Yes.
I might find myself defending Nolan. Cats and dogs living together.
Wow. Yeah. It's all crazy. Everything's all crazy, but no matter what, the Odyssey is going to be a big success.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
We'll see what happens. But thanks, guys. This has been fun. Thank you to everybody who's been watching. Good times. And of course, again, thank you to Chris. Thank you to Ronan. Thank you to Taladia. Thank you, William. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ray. This has been great. And we will talk to you guys later.